Chapter 301. Mole. A group of people were resting in the dense forest while Long Xingyan, Zai Tianchang, Chu Qingcheng, and Zhuo Fan inspected a map. Long Xingyan was the first to speak. "Brother Zhuo, do you see something wrong with the map to call it a fake?" "None whatsoever. Be it the captives or the map, they are both beyond reproach." Zhuo Fan shook his head and his gaze hardened. "But there's no way I'd take it for granted when something so good just comes and falls into my lap. It goes double for something we need the most." Silence pervaded for a while, then Chu Qingcheng ventured. "Maybe we do not need this map. We could go opposite who says we don't need it." Zhuo Fan butted in with a smile. "If it's real, that turns it into a trap. This makes it worth using it. Since they went out of their way to plan against us, we'll just beat them to the punch." The others didn't know where he was going with this, so Zhuo Fan held out the 3 sending jades. He left a message on them, then left one to each of them with a crafty smile. "Wait for 5 days, then read it." Zhuo Fan jumped to his feet and barked, "Listen up. We're moving out. Form 3 divisions around the 3 houses and split up for the 3 exits." Split up? Why make them weaker than they already were? Zhuo Fan handed over the exit keys and said, "Yes, split up. With our size, it's very easy to be spotted. Smaller teams will allow us to move unnoticed. In the case of an enemy encounter, it would also be simple to flee and hide among the thick trees." While others nodded, Chu Qingcheng pulled Zhuo Fan to the side. "What if the map is fake and the exits hold nothing but traps? We won't know unless we try. We finally got an exit route as well. Even if we clash a few more times in the Beast King Mountain, it will be easy to escape while whittling down their bone-tempering experts' number. It will end with them being reduced to nothing. This is our best bet." Zhuo Fan put on a smile and turned to the rest. "Each team will send out 3 profound heaven experts to scout 30 miles ahead, reporting back on the hour." "Understood," they all replied, and Zhuo Fan said to Chu Qingcheng, "Even if they meet a trap, they can get an early notice." Glaring at him, Chu Qingcheng shook her head. "You're full of tricks." As they all got ready to set off, Luo Yunhai's team followed behind Drifting Flowers edifices just as Long Xingyan brought the 2 prisoners. "What do we do with them?" "Let them go." Zhuo Fan spoke coldly. The others whipped their heads around in shock. Long Xingyan was the most affected. "They'll betray our plan if they're found. It will happen regardless. Recall what happened in Killing Bloodmarsh. We have a mole among us. These 2's situation has already been reported back. Letting them go or not won't make a difference." Zhuo Fan sighed. "What a shocker. How could we forget? We still have a spy unaccounted for." Everyone looked around suspiciously. Zhuo Fan said, "This isn't the time to draw him out. We'll do that once we get back to the safety of Dragon Cloud City." "But a spy implies great danger." Zai Tianchang's face hardened. Zhuo Fan sneered. "What danger? He'll only rat out our movements. As long as we're fast enough, any information will be worthless and they won't be able to act on it. On the contrary, if we suspect each other all the time, it will be a disaster only they will profit from. So get a move on. Reach the 3 exits on the double?" The people were startled for a second, then their opinion of him grew. They never knew you could deal with a spy like that. Ignoring him, yet moving faster than he could report, would be the same as turning him useless. The way Zhuo Fan boldly did things got even the army-experienced Luo Yunhai in a daze. Not even Dugu Zhanshan led his army with such valor. Big Brother Zhuo is a true man of ambition to have so many great figures set their eyes on him. "Set off. Let's see each other in Dragon Cloud City in 5 days." Zhuo Fan shouted, and the other replied in high spirits as well. Only Chu Qingcheng and her 2 allies knew his true meaning. The nearest exit was a week away, while the farthest was 10 days. He was speaking for their own benefit, to check the sending jade 5 days later. The 3 noticed Zhuo Fan's slight nod and smile. The group thus split into 3 divisions according to Zhuo Fan's orders. They moved swiftly, curious to see if they or the spy's leaks were faster. The forceful way Zhuo Fan dealt with the spy left the people fired up and eager for battle. Despite being a mere race to defeat the spy, to them it felt like they were battling against their greatest enemy, and winning too. They started to get a feeling of holding everything beneath them, of indomitable spirit, just like Zhuo Fan usually was. Everyone was united in their goal and hearts. Kai Xiaoding took an ashen son Yufei away. As they passed Zhuo Fan, he asked, "Why let us go?" "No reason. Maybe I'm showing kindness for taking care of Luo clan in the early days. Or maybe I wish to see your agony for my sick humor. But I will admit to this, when it comes to garbage, killing or throwing it away makes no difference." Zhuo Fan left as well, not minding them one bit. Kai Xiaoding sighed and muttered, "Thank you." Then he slowly walked away with son Yufei. They had lost the hatred they clutched to so dearly, and it was now replaced by solitude. Recalling their derisory look when Zhuo Fan entered the Kai clan, it all seemed like a poor joke now. He was a true man of ambition and had brushed them off from the very start. It was them who kept having their goals growing higher and higher. The man had a clear vision of what he wanted, never changing, all while theirs did. He finally realized that 8 years ago, when Zhuo Fan left Blackwind Mountain, he and his father were in awe of the man's talent, but never held him in respect. It came to him that even his father belittled Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan had such a talent lesser clansmen like them couldn't even begin to compare. Sighing, they slowly disappeared among the trees. "Big brother Zhuo, you're not coming with us." Zhu Ningxiang ran to him. Zhuo Fan shook his head. "There's something I must do. You and the Zhu clan should go with Sword Markwai's abode. Zai Tianyang may be unreliable, but his brother is there to make it up for him. Few are his match except Huangpu Qingshan. You'll be safe." "Oi, what are you implying? Who are you calling unreliable? What did I ever do to you to badmouth me to Ninger?" Zai Tianyang was annoyed and grabbed Ninger's shoulder. "Ninger, don't worry. No one will hurt you with me around." But Zhu Ningxiang didn't even register his presence. Her eyes fixed on Zhuo Fan, her voice soft. "When will we see each other again?" "In 5 days," Zhuo Fan smiled. "That's a promise. You have to come see me in 5 days. Zhu Ningxiang held out her thunder ring. "You can't lie to me like you did in the All-Beast mountain range." Smiling, Zhuo Fan took out his own thunder ring and let them touch as sparks flew. "I won't." Zhu Ningxiang smiled brightly, to the rancor and jealousy of Zai Tianyang. Zhu Ningxiang then dragged a stiff Zai Tianyang back to Sword Markwai's abode's division. Zhuo Fan shook his head and left in another direction as he heard Zai Tianyang's incessant begging. "Ninger, let our rings touch as well." "No." "Why, I beg you." Zhuo Fan shook his head, then turned to the aged man following Luo clan. "Grandmaster Liu, come with me. I need your help." Liu Yizhen jerked, but got there on the double. The two flitted through the trees and were soon gone. Half a day later, they stood atop a mountain peak. Regarding the breathtaking view, Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and felt so free, relaxed, and soothed. Those dead weights are about to leave. "I haven't felt so at ease in ages." Liu Yizhen smiled inside as he bowed. In the esoteric debate this century, the Three Houses Alliance hardly did anything. They could only hold on because of Grandmaster Zhuo's support, while they were holding you back. You couldn't be more right. Zhuo Fan cocked his head with a smile. Liu Yizhen probed, "Then, Grandmaster Zhuo, what are your orders?" "Oh, no orders. I only want to know where Huangpu Qingshan is right now. Doesn't he have another brimming sacred pill? I should pay him a visit and receive it." Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed coldly. Liu Yizhen felt a shiver crawl up his spine. Chapter 302, Tangled. Grandmaster Zhuo, I do not understand. How can I hope to see into Huangpu Qingshan's factions' movements?" Swallowing dryly, Liu Yizhen froze, stammering and darting his eyes anywhere but Zhuo Fan. Grinning, Zhuo Fan shook his head. "My dear Grandmaster Liu, you're saying that even now? How would you leak our info if you didn't know his position?" His heart beating out of his chest, Liu Yizhen panicked as he explained. "Grandmaster Zhuo, I don't understand what you—" "It's fine. You don't have to say it. I won't make it hard on you either. Just deliver a message for me and put that oh-so-great and stuck-up heaven-shaking Dragon Lord on the spot." Zhuo Fan brushed his panic off. Liu Yizhen's beard shook, his face haunting. Zhuo Fan's inscrutable smile unnerved him the more he saw it. Is he faking it or omniscient? This is disturbing. Zhuo Fan's laugh came as an answer to his thoughts. Grandmaster Liu, you should know by now of my character, if not by seeing, at least from rumors. I don't need to justify myself when I want to kill someone. I just do it. On the other hand, if I want one alive, regardless of how vile and deceitful that person is, I won't lay a finger on him. Anyway, I've had my suspicions on you from the start. I could have killed you whenever I wanted to. But I think it's safe to say my actions prove there will be no killing from my part. Coming out clean won't make much of a difference either at this point. Who doesn't yearn for glory and power? But didn't I let Kai Xiaoding walk free? Zhuo Fan's daunting eyes stared Liu Yizhen down. Liu Yizhen was in a quandary but nodded in the end. Grandmaster Zhuo is sharp beyond any man. I admit, it was unwanted contriver Leng Wucheng who ordered me to get close to Grandmaster Zhuo. I do not know how he knew, but he found out you and I were once acquaintances, so he made me spy on you. I refused at first, but then, fine, the reasons are pretty much typical for any spy. If not out of glory and power, then from a threat. I totally get it. Zhuo Fan's nonchalant wave cut him off. Liu Yizhen hung his head. Zhuo Fan is incredible. He knows everything. It was one thing to say power, glory, or constraint, but how many could escape their clutches? Zhuo Fan stared at him. Now that that's out of the way, send a message to Huangpu Qingshan. What message? Liu Yizhen was stunned. Zhuo Fan's conduct was baffling. He just got a hold on the enemy's spy, and he wasn't going to tear him asunder. And instead, he was taking a step further, leaving the spy alive to send word to the enemy. It was as if they were on the same side. It totally floored the calm alchemist Liu Yizhen. Ah, he hem. Zhuo Fan's straight face revealed a haughty air. Grandmaster Liu, when you see Huangpu Qingshan, this is how you'll behave. You'll curse him. Stupid head Huangpu pup, ignorant and trifling clown, yours truly has seen through it all, so tone down the drama and your petty tricks. I've been playing this game from before you were even born. Face twitching, Liu Yizhen sweated buckets. He ventured, Grandmaster Zhuo, could you perhaps maybe ease on the rancor? I won't be able to imitate you. Was this a joke? Zhuo Fan was having a blast here, cursing and wailing like he owned the place. But when the guy met Huangpu Qingshan face to face, was he going to stick to the real message? Not if he wanted to come out alive. Ha, fine, as you wish. Just make sure he catches my drift. Zhuo Fan looked uncaring, but his face turned deadly the next. However, this line you must say it word for word. His hand flashed and was now holding 4 brimming sacred pill vials. Liu Yizhen was slack-jawed. Zhuo Fan easily read his shock and smiled coldly. Tell him this. Huangpu Qingshan, you call yourself insidious and brilliant, but not even you would have imagined the last brimming sacred pill was with me all along. And you even laid out the stage to trap me. That's rich. Liu Yizhen blinked, counting the vials. It was clear as day there were 4, but the absurdity of it all made him second-guess it. He'd been next to Zhuo Fan all this time, yet never knew where the guy got all the brimming sacred pills. So he always assumed Zhuo Fan only had the 3, yanked from Huangpu Qingshan's very hand, too. That there never was a 4th. Is this another pill he robbed? Liu Yizhen showed his shock. Grandmaster Zhuo, if you already took Huangpu Qingshan's last pill, why make me a messenger? SHH. Zhuo Fan put a finger on his lips. The last pill wasn't taken, but slipped off of him. He's still oblivious. He knows what I can do, so telling him my message will make him understand. Make sure you get a clear view of his blind rage when he flips out and comes back to me, he. Blinking, Liu Yizhen sighed. They both knew Huangpu Qingshan was gruesome, and yet Zhuo Fan swiped his pill without the slightest indication. Unreal. Zhuo Fan doesn't look to be lying either. He wants me to shame Huangpu Qingshan further with that message. By all accounts, it didn't look fake at all. Zhuo Fan actually swiped the oblivious Huangpu Qingshan's brimming sacred pill from right under his nose. Taking a deep breath, Liu Yizhen's face hardened. Grandmaster Zhuo is incredible. There's nothing you can't do. I will pass on Grandmaster Zhuo's words, although the wording might not be as taunting. I get it. What matters is the essence. He will surely be pissed when he hears it. Ha, Zhuo Fan chortled. Liu Yizhen took 2 steps away before stopping. Grandmaster Zhuo, could you please clarify something for me? Shu. Since when have you doubted me? Liu Yizhen asked. Grinning, Zhuo Fan said, From the moment I laid my eyes on you in Beast King Mountain. That fast? Liu Yizhen was stunned. He couldn't for the life of him see what gave him away. Zhuo Fan shook his head. 1. I never believe in coincidences. The esoteric debate is held on Beast King Mountain, yet it just so happened for you to be here looking for herbs. Highly unlikely. You must have got here thanks to Huangpu Qingshan's storage ring. 2. When I accepted you as a disciple, all you showed was respect and not joy. It was a complete contrast from how you reacted the first time you asked. I had my suspicions right then. And using apprenticeship as an excuse to help Luo clan sealed it. All combined made your purpose in getting close to Luo clan obvious. Liu Yizhen looked long at Zhuo Fan in shock. Sai, I failed as a spy. You saw through me the moment we met. But why didn't you get rid of me then? To figure out Huangpu Qingshan's plans, of course. Zhuo Fan sneered. Each time you used the sending jade, I figured it was to leak our numbers, position, and members. This gave me an easy time figuring out what Huangpu Qingshan was cooking, that he was aiming for those around me. Liu Yizhen's face twitched in shame. He not only failed as a spy, but was an utter disgrace. The info he sent was faulty and went as far as exposing his lord's master plan. Liu Yizhen's face was scorching. Grandmaster Zhuo, you truly are cunning. No wonder Leng Wuchang stepped in personally. Liu Yizhen flew away, leaving Zhuo Fan in shock. It was his first time hearing it, even considering that the mastermind wasn't Huangpu Qingshan, but Leng Wuchang. In such a case, I have to hurry up. Zhuo Fan flew after Liu Yizhen in the shadows. A day later, a light flew nearby. Zhuo Fan caught the sending jade, which wrote, The soldiers return, the Dragon King is at peace. Sure enough, the array map is a trap. Grinning, Zhuo Fan shot 3 sending jades to his 3 allies. He then looked at the one in his hand and praised, Perfectly done. He resumed tailing Liu Yizhen. Letting Kai Xiaoding off wasn't out of the goodness of his heart or, like he put it, out of indifference. But to use them and gauge Huangpu Qingshan's reaction. If Huangpu Qingshan raged, the 3 exits would be safe. If Huangpu Qingshan didn't blame the 2, then it all went according to the man's plan, and he needed to change the routes of his 3 allies. This was all made possible thanks to the spy he meticulously placed near Huangpu Qingshan. Zhuo Fan wasn't beneath Leng Wuchang's capacity for treachery when it came to covert ops. While the factions looked subdued at a first glance, the darkness revealed a tangled mess. Chapter 303, Outplayed. Whoosh. Huangpu Qingshan and Lin Xuanfeng were leading their men to the Earth exit when they spotted a light trailing the sky. A figure landed with a boom, and Huangpu Qingshan frowned. Liu Yizhen, what are you doing here? I thought I told you to stick to Zhuo Fan. Don't tell me. Bitter, Liu Yizhen bowed. Eldest young master, I was exposed. What? Then how are you still alive? Huangpu Qingshan's brow pursed, his suspicion raised. A vile and insidious man like Zhuo Fan actually let go of not just Kai Xiaoding but you as well. He just discovered and released 2 spies. What the hell is going on in that mind of his? Sighing, Liu Yizhen's heart went cold. He could tell the 2 held no hopes for his return. They had thrown him away from the start. Who told him to climb aboard? He had no choice now but to go with them. Taking a deep breath, Liu Yizhen bowed. Eldest young master Zhuo Fan sent word for you. Speak. Huangpu Qingshan's eyes were grave. Liu Yizhen mulled for a bit before. Zhuo Fan said your schemes are as clear as day and should not bother yourself with them. That's it. With his temper, that doesn't sound like him. Huangpu Qingshan mocked. Bowing again, Liu Yizhen continued. Eldest young master is right. But as his true words are crass and rude, unfitting for the eldest young master's ears, I altered their wording. The meaning is the same. Ha ha ha, are you afraid I'll take my anger out on you? Huangpu Qingshan read him like a book. It's fine anyway. I don't feel like listening either. It's ironic how he thinks himself all-knowing, surrounded as he is by a thick fog he can't even see. The 2 next to him were clueless, but Huangpu Qingshan's overconfidence deterred any questions. Then Liu Yizhen turned nervous, bowing again. Eldest young master Zhuo Fan has one more thing to say. I don't want to hear it. It must be some pointless boasting, trying to throw me off my game. Let him sink into his delusions. Huangpu Qingshan brushed him off. Liu Yizhen cupped his hands. Eldest young master, Zhuo Fan does intend to shame eldest young master, but I have to make this report. Huangpu Qingshan turned grave. Speak. Eldest young master, the fourth brimming sacred pill you are using to entice him has long since been in his hands. He was mocking you, saying how ignorant you were of it all. What? Lin Xuanfeng cut in. Impossible, eldest young master had the fourth pill placed in my care from the start. How can it be with him? Young Master Lin, I didn't believe it either, but then he showed me 4 vials. I had never seen them the entire time I was with his group. He also said that you all know what he can do. Liu Yizhen trailed off. Huangpu Qingshan squinted, the seed of doubt planted. Lin Xuanfeng was panicking. Did he steal it with that weird art of his? Lin Xuanfeng's hand flashed with the brimming sacred pill vial. Lin Xuanfeng only then eased a breath. Ha ha ha, the punk is messing with us. We still have it. Huangpu Qingshan was too deep in thought to care. Then his face changed. Fool, don't take it out. Lin Xuanfeng froze for a second, enough time for the vial to vanish. Zhuo Fan. Lin Xuanfeng stammered. Not far off, Zhuo Fan's cackle came from among the trees. Ha ha ha, thanks a bunch, young Master Huangpu. I shall accept your generosity. Lin Xuanfeng blinked, still frozen on the spot. Liu Yizhen was still out of it from shock. Zhuo Fan has been behind me all this time. Huangpu Qingshan held his head and sighed. Morons, the lot of you. This was the plan to draw out Zhuo Fan, and he had no idea where I hid the brimming sacred pill. Then you guys just handed it over on a silver platter. What were you expecting? Lin Xuanfeng's eyes widened and threw his rage on Liu Yizhen. Traitor, you now collude with Zhuo Fan, I'll kill you. Young Master Lin, I am just the messenger, I don't know anything. Liu Yizhen was scared out of his mind. He was under the false impression that Zhuo Fan sent him on a mere errand to make Huangpu Qingshan look bad with his message. Who even conceived it possible that there was a scheme involved? The worst part was that he made the old man a scapegoat. With the 2 before him pissed, since they couldn't grab Zhuo Fan, who else were they going to take their anger out on? Not even washing in the underworld river would absolve him. He began as a spy for Huangpu Qingshan's faction, only to end up dying at his hands. He was dubbed a double agent no one would take pity on. Quite fitting for a spy and ironic. He had now witnessed Zhuo Fan's capacity for savagery and cruelty. There was no getting out scot-free from him. With the double agent blame smacked on his shoulders, the insidiousness of the ploy finally dawned on him. Huangpu Qingshan signaled Lin Xuanfeng. Stop, it's not his fault. He was also used. Eldest young master is brilliant. Liu Yizhen bowed and wiped his brow. Huangpu Qingshan gave him no attention and turned to the forest. Since you came, why don't you come over for a talk? Ha ha ha, what's there to talk about? But since you insist, I'll meet you. I want to see with my own eyes the scowling and miserable face of a loser. Zhuo Fan walked from among the trees with a smile. The rest of the men there paled and tensed. Soaring demonic dragon was just as notorious as Huangpu Qingshan. Your men sure look terrified of me. Zhuo Fan mocked. Huangpu Qingshan smiled coldly, not angered at all. Zhuo Fan, there's a saying which fits you perfectly right now. Stop showing off or you'll be struck down by lightning. Ha ha ha, I've been doing it since I was born, but no lightning has touched me so far, though it makes me wonder what would it feel like. It must be quite the thrill. Zhuo Fan laughed. Shaking his head, Huangpu Qingshan grinned. You will soon find out. Squinting, Zhuo Fan stared into Huangpu Qingshan's eyes with unease. By the way, Zhuo Fan, the vial you used to fool the old man must be the one you found at some point but never took it out. So when old Liu saw 4 vials, he jumped to conclusions. He would never dare lie to me otherwise. Huangpu Qingshan's lips twisted into a smile. Zhuo Fan rose an eyebrow. Look at you, young Master Huangpu. You're not as dumb as other muscle-brain fools around you. Ha ha ha, I am destined to be king. How can I be a fool? But to be entirely honest, it's not easy to see through it in an instant. I realized the truth because of something that is happening right now. Huangpu Qingshan snickered. Zhuo Fan, don't you have the 2 keys for the water exit yet? Keep them to yourself. Zhuo Fan cried out. How did you? Don't tell me. Correct. I sent my men to place them on your way when you were with Luo Yunhai's group. I didn't doubt for a second you'll miss them. So when Liu Yizhen reported you not mentioning them when you met up with Chu Qingcheng, it made me realize you were planning on using them when it mattered most. You once said we're both the same, that we won't show our hands so easily. Ha ha ha, a shame I already know of 2 of your cards. Shuddering, Zhuo Fan showed fear for the first time. His mind put 2 and 2 together, and his brow was soaked. Huangpu Qingshan's heart burst with joy at his expense. Sir Leng said the pinnacle of the art of war is to make the most of a situation. Not just get the enemy to fall for your traps, but to control their every move, to guide them where you wanted. Zhuo Fan, from the moment you met with Luo Yunhai, your actions, your objectives, have all gone according to my plan, including those fights we had. Although your fancy art gives me headaches, letting you win every time was all part of my plan. Also, you would become the de facto leader of the alliance. It was the best way to ensure you will follow the road to hell I painstakingly paved for you. What, don't tell me you haven't wondered how smooth your journey has been so far. You really think highly of yourself, able to face thousands of men and save everyone from the jaws of death. Humph, you lost, all because of your arrogance. Case in point, the Killing Blood marsh skirmish. Did you ever think about why I didn't unleash all my power? You thought I was too cocky, thinking I had you all like fish in a barrel, so I was going to take pleasure in toying with you. Ha ha ha, I threw the match. Zhuo Fan shivered, recoiling 3 steps, then shooting into the air after the 3 teams. I have completely lost, Zhuo Fan shouted in his mind. Never had he been so out of control as he was now. Huangpu Qingshan's side was having a blast, however, cackling arrogantly. Zhuo Fan was finally beaten back, chapter 304, deeper into the mud. Lin Xuanfeng's eyes trailed Zhuo Fan as he vanished in the distance. This is the first time I have seen that punk so out of it. What on earth happened? Ha ha ha, nothing much, just him sending his own friends to an early grave. Huangpu Qingshan had a vague smile. He then turned to pat Liu Yizhen's shoulder. Old Liu, well done. Just as I expected. Eldest young master, I don't deserve it. I've been found out since the start, ugh. He didn't finish as Huangpu Qingshan squeezed his throat with a thin smile. No, old Liu, you don't have to be modest. You did great. Huangpu Qingshan smiled, but his hand only clutched harder. The smile looked downright sinister at this point, instilling dread in the puzzled old man. How had he erred? Why had Huangpu Qingshan stopped Lin Xuanfeng from killing him, yet was now doing it himself? Eyes bulging, Liu Yizhen could only let out hoarse sounds. Liu Yizhen was just as perplexed as the victim. Eldest young master, what? Ha ha ha, I stopped you only because Zhuo Fan was nearby. I didn't want to put on a show for him. But now this old geezer has outlived his purpose. It wouldn't do if he fell into Dugu Zhanshan's hands. Killing him here will spare me the trouble. Huangpu Qingshan's eyes glinted, and the vile snicker on his face grew. He put just a touch more force in his grip, and the body shuddered for a moment. Then Liu Yizhen's limbs went limp. Flinging the corpse away, Huangpu Qingshan clapped. Lin Xuanfeng gasped, his mind overwhelmed. Huangpu Qingshan is a beast to dispose of those he no longer has use of. He has not a shred of conscience. Will I end up the same? Huangpu Qingshan knew this was coming, so he patted his shoulder, making him shiver. Worry not. Even if a cripple, you're the next in line to lead Merry Woods. You're so much more valuable. As long as you are by my side, I will do you no harm. Liu Xuanfeng's face twitched. He gave a hollow laugh while wiping his brow. Looking at Liu Yizhen's body again, he sighed inside. Who is to say it won't change? But then Liu Xuanfeng brightened. Eldest young master, since you could bring Liu Yizhen, why didn't you do the same for the elders of our houses? Finishing off Zhuo Fan then would have been so much easier. Fool, you take Dugu Zhanshan in charge of Dragon Cloud City's defenses for a prop, Huangpu Qingshan snorted. I only managed to bring him after treating him like a spirit animal, placing him in my storage ring. It is because of his insignificance that he went unnoticed. If it were an elder from the 7 houses instead, it would send an alarm to Dugu Janshan and get us observed. If not for our low numbers keeping it under wraps, our plan would have fallen through. Lin Xuanfeng bobbed his head, accepting the tongue lashing while not forgetting to polish Huangpu Qingshan's rear with endless flattery. Huangpu Qingshan waved him off. We're setting out for the Earth exit at once. Is there a point going there now that Zhuo Fan knows our plan? Lin Xuanfeng was bewildered. Huangpu Qingshan's snide reply came, Idiot, we're going so that he'd walk right into our ambush. All the traps are in place. Despite knowing that, he has no way to foil them. Not when he had a hand in making it possible. That heart-rending regret, the gnawing guilt, must be quite the torment, ha ha ha. Huangpu Qingshan cackled evilly. Lin Xuanfeng still didn't get it, but did as was told. In another place, Zai Tianchang's team had been heading for the metal exit for 3 days now when a sudden light flew over. Zai Tianchang caught it, knowing to be Zhuo fans sending jade that said, Now you can look at the jade slip. Zai Tianchang was quite puzzled. Wasn't I supposed to do that after 5 days? Why so early? But since Zhuo fan said so, he of course obliged. 5 simple words entered his eyes, head for the water exit? Ugh, Zai Tianchang was floored. What does that mean? Change course on the spot. Why? Is the metal exit dangerous? Zai Tianchang shouted without delay, Hold, we're changing directions, follow me. Zai Tianyang pulled Zhu Ningxiang to the front among the baffled stares. Brother, what's up? We've been running for 3 goddamned days and you suddenly want to change course. Is it an enemy attack? No. Zai Tianchang shook his head, giving him the jade slip. This is the jade slip Zhuo fan gave me before we split, saying to inspect it 5 days later. But I just received word from him to look at it now, and it said, Zai Tianyang looked at the jade. Head to the water exit? What the hell? I don't know either, but since Zhuo fan said so, he must have his reasons. Zai Tiancheng's eyes were firm. Zai Tianyang shook his head. Brother, since when did you become a fan? What if he's wrong? How many times was he wrong in the past days he was with us? We hardly ever suffered any setbacks as well. While in a situation I cannot fathom, listening to his judgment is a sound decision. Zai Tiancheng's mind was set. Zhu Ningxiang spoke first before Zai Tianyang could. Brother Tianyang, has Big Brother Zhuo ever been wrong? Listen to him. Don't you recall the All-Beast mountain range? Didn't he fall for Yugiki's ploys time and time again? But with no Yugiki around, Big Brother Zhuo is the strongest, right? Zhu Ningxiang was zealously defending Zhuo fan's honor. Zai Tianyang's mouth twitched, feeling his heart ache. And since he could do nothing to Ninger, he could only compromise. And so, led by Zai Tianchang, the sword Markwise abode team turned towards the water exit. Chu Qingchang and Long Xingyan's team received Zhuo fan's message as well and were heading in the same direction. None knew, however, of the 10,000-strong army waiting for them. They're led by Yan Bangui and Yu Yushin. On top of a majestic mountain, Yu Yushin looked on in the distance but didn't spot anyone. He took out his jade slip and sighed. All Poisoner, what's your take on eldest young master's action? Giving us a jade slip to open a day later, only to have our course changed to the water exit and set an ambush here. Why didn't he say so from the start? Why make us waste so much time first going to the fire and metal exits? He was afraid of having the info leaked. Yan Bangui's grim face shuddered in fear. Yu Yushin raised an eyebrow. Does that mean there's a spy among us? Ha ha ha, you crack me up. Any spies will be on their side. Is there any lesser clan out there willing to offend Regent by becoming a spy? Not to mention the dozens of vassals on their side willing to lean on the Regent estate, giving us their movements of their own accord. Be that as it may, it never hurts to be on the safe side, especially at such a crucial moment in our plan. Yan Bangui muttered. As this is Sir Leng's ploy, we only need to follow it. Yu Yushin nodded as well. The two saw Leng Wuchang's mind infallible, his plans perfect. All they had to do was just do what he said. Senior brother, young master Yu, the 3rd grade array below is set. Yan Fu bowed in respect before the two. Nodding, Yan Bangui waved him off. Junior brother, you worked hard. Withdraw. Thank you. Yan Fu bowed and left. Yu Yushin mocked the retreating figure. The kid has been quite meek as of late, not even a hint of dissatisfaction on his face either. Well, he is a rare genius alchemist Pill King Hall raised after all. Ha ha ha. Ever since Zhuo Fan killed vicious Pill King, he lost all support. He must have finally accepted his fate to turn so quiet. Those two only ever looked at others from their high horse. Even you. Yu Yushin raised an eyebrow. They traded a glance, then jeered. The mockery from above slammed into Yan Fu's ears. His fists clenched and his eyes glinted with savagery. One day you'll get what you deserve, and I'll be there to watch you die. In the meantime, Zhuo Fan was rushing towards the water exit. With no time to notify the teams, he could only hope he'd make it in time to rescue them. His mind kept drifting to the worst-case scenarios, making him clench his jaw and plagued him with worry. He told them to go for the water exit and was sure they would follow it. This was what made it ever worse, riddled with guilt, and yet in complete awe of the mastermind behind it all. To be seen through so thoroughly that even implicated his allies in this trap, he felt toyed, like how a cat did to a mouse. The mastermind was no ordinary man to make even the great Zhuo Fan fall for his schemes. This man's schemes were on a whole another level from Yugiki's. Unwanted contriver, Leng Wuchang's Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth in rage. He had already guessed the true architect behind all this framing. It was not that arrogant prick, Huangpu Qingshan, but Regent Estate's steward, the second greatest mind of the Tianyu Empire, Leng Wuchang. Revenge was out of his sight for now. All he could do was to try everything in pulling through this desperate situation. Then, Zhuo Fan sensed a bone-chilling air as he passed. Looking below, he found a clear pond releasing cold air from its center. A 1,000-year-old frigid pond. Eyes squinting, Zhuo Fan dived. Chapter 305. Ambush. Before the Water National Elemental Stone on Dragon Cloud City's side, everyone had gathered close to observe the show as it unfolded. Since 3 days ago, the audience saw Yan Bangui and Yu Yushin leading 10,000 men over. Some speculated that the two had found the keys to the water exit and were about to return. In time, it became clear that they had no such intention. Instead of getting closer, they were setting up an array nearby, clearly an ambush. Yet for 3 days, all was quiet. The audience was observing unnerved, especially Grandmother and Long Yifei's group. All the preparations were clearly meant for Chu Qingcheng and company. But were they going to fall for it that easily? No one knew what was happening on Beast King Mountain. Adding to their worries, their frowns never leaving their faces. They prayed with all their heart for their successors to not fall for it. Regent Estate's side was smiling. Estate Lord, eldest young master, has entered the final phase of the plan. Leng Wuchang stroked his beard. His eyes shined and his mouth perked up in a proud smile. Huangpu Tianyuan nodded. Sir Leng's mind is brilliant. I have no doubt you can purge that evil this time. As long as Sir Leng intervenes, not even that demon can escape. You're too kind, Estate Lord. I may have presented eldest young master with the plan, but it was his remarkable wits that led it to fruition. I do not dare take all the credit. Leng Wuchang faked modesty. With an odd smile, Huangpu Tianyuan said, No, Sir Leng. This is all thanks to you. If it were you leading the operation, it would have been finished much sooner. Leng Wuchang looked at him deeply and nodded. He knew of Huangpu Tianyuan's dissatisfaction for his son, scared the young master earned enough merit to depose him. So he'd rather let Leng Wuchang take all the credit, all to undermine Huangpu Qingshan's achievements. Sigh, such is the Regent Estate, where father and son are fighting tooth and nail in pursuit of power. Leng Wuchang shook his head as he mocked them. Sir Leng, are you sure 10,000 men are enough to deal with Zhuo Fan? A smiling voice drifted over. Leng Wuchang turned to see Zhu Changfeng flanked by his elders coming over with a crafty smile. Eyes flashing, Leng Wuchang shook his head. My meager skill is only good for entertainment. I wouldn't dare boast before the great Prime Minister. As for this ambush, it isn't to deal with Zhuo Fan. Oh, Zhu Changfeng raised an eyebrow, but then he said after a moment of pondering, First deal with the horse, then the rider, right? Prime Minister Zhuge is truly wise. Leng Wuchang nodded. You know the saying, those whom God wishes to destroy, he first makes them mad. Zhuo Fan is not only powerful, he has many odd tricks up his sleeve. And let's not forget his devious mind and penchant for schemes. If we do not rob him of his reason, not even a foolproof plan conceived by us two together would work. By the sound of it, Sir, Leng has already found his weakness. Or you wouldn't be so open with your designs. Raising his eyebrows, Zhuge Chengfeng smiled. Who is it then? Luo Yunhai or? Leng Wuchang shook his head, his wording vague. Prime Minister Zhuge, you will know soon enough. I believe not even Sir would conceive it possible who his fatal weakness was. Zhuge Chengfeng's reply. Ha ha ha, Sir Leng, you're even holding me in suspense. Very well, I'll just have to see for myself then, how that demon loses his mind. Leng Wuchang smiled back at the Water National Elemental Stone. At this time, a group appeared on the big screen. Grandmother and Long Yifei froze at the sight of them. Their hearts tensed and cold sweat filled their fists. They wished nothing more than to shout at them, to warn them of their demise. A darn shame the teleportation array was one way only. Their warnings would fall on deaf ears. While Leng Wuchang and Huangpu Tianyuan showed a snicker, they're finally here. Two teams were clearly distinguished, sword markwise abodes and veiled dragon pavilions. They were far quicker than Chu Qingcheng and even met along the way. Just what was Zhuo Fan thinking when sending us here? We're clearly wasting time wandering all over the place. Zai Tianyang was holding a leaf in his mouth, brushing away a bush while complaining of boredom. Long Xingyun laughed. Second young Master Zai, ever heard of the lies in truth and truth in lies used in the art of war? To deceive one's enemy, you must deceive your allies. Those 3 exits were nothing more than a lure for the enemy, while we changed our course midway towards our real purpose. Yeah, Brother Tianyang, you need to learn from Big Brother Zhuo. Even he knows more than you about what's going on. Zhu Ningxiang jumped in, pointing at Long Xingyun while calling out Zai Tianyang's flaws. Zai Tianyang sneered in silence, while his heart bled from anger. You're saying as if Zhuo Fan's every word is the unblemished truth. Long Xingyun nodded first, then his face twitched. The lass sure has a mouth on her. What do you mean by even he knows? Are you saying I'm usually an ignorant Philistine? Do I look that stupid to you? Then a cry broke their ceaseless argument. Long Kui shouted as she pointed at the shining water crystal. There's the water exit. The map is real. The others perked up thrilled at the prospect and rushed over. Ha ha ha, the water exit is here. Brother Zhuo was right all along. Long Xingyun laughed, running as well. Zai Tianyang mocked though. Why are you so chipper? We don't have the key, do we? Dunce. Since Brother Zhuo told us to come here in particular, he must have gotten the keys without even us realizing it. Long Xingyun was over the moon, so much so he forgot who just spoke and cursed back. Zai Tianyang was annoyed but didn't let it show. Zhu Ningxiang, the picture of ignorance, fanned the flames. Yeah, dunce. Do you have rocks for brains? You think Big Brother Zhuo would have us come here on a whim? The speaker was clueless to the damage, while the listener found the words intentional to spite him. Zai Tianyang's flames of rage burnt hotter than lava. His fists clenched, his teeth grinded. Why does everyone look up to Zhuo Fan and always take me down a peg? He didn't much care about the rest, but even Ninger, the one he cared the most about, did it. He just couldn't accept it. A seed of hatred was planted in his heart, towards his brother, who he went through life and death once. A change no one there noticed. Before the Water National Elemental Stone, Grandmother's group was so keyed up. Their hearts practically flat-lined as they prayed. Don't come any closer. It's a trap. The utter powerlessness they felt watching their clansmen walk into the jaws of death was so strong she felt like her heart was being stabbed over and over. One step at a time, Leng Wuchang and Huangpu Tianyuan watched them getting closer, and the grins turned sinister. It soon turned into joy at the expectancy for bloodshed that followed upon noticing a dainty figure among them. All around the water exit, Yan Bangui and Yu Yushin's forces laid in wait. Once the two noticed the carefree figure among their prey, they signaled, "Our target's here. Attack!" They both shouted in unison. Then a glow started rising from beneath everyone's feet. 36 light pylons shot for the skies, trapping them all. At the same time, each of the pylon beams was shown to be housing a person. As the scenery began changing, the water exit vanished, soon replaced by bloody skies and blood-tainted air. They seemed to have found themselves in another world. Not Beast King Mountain of Tianyu Empire, it was such an odd place they may not even be in the Martial Emperor continent. A 36-man array. Long Xingyun cried, "Damn it! We've been trapped!" It was clear as day to all. This was not an array controlled by a single man, but by 36 people. Such a meticulous array needed ample time to be set in motion. In other words, this was a well-thought-out ambush, so much so it began well before they even rushed here. But how? Zhuo Fan told them to come here. Why would he lead them into a trap? None could accept what was before them and chose to deny reality, but the facts were laid bare for everyone. Zhuo Fan had sent them to hell. Give them no quarter? A shout unleashed a flood of 10,000 men coming at them from all directions. They were so panicked they couldn't tell where the enemy was coming from, thinking of nothing else than of escape. But trapped as they were, with all sides painted red, they had no way to distinguish the exit. Add to that the constant roars of the enemy, the fear gnawed at any semblance of reason they had left, waiting to be culled. Chapter 306, Deadly Miasma. "What do we do, brother?" The frightened Long Kui turned to Long Xingyun. Long Xingyun wasn't faring any better, his eyes darting everywhere. Noticing the 36 pylons, his face grew grave. "If we want to survive, we have to first get out of the array." The 36 lights are tied together, making it impossible to break the array from the inside. We need to find the exit if we want to escape. Long Kui and the rest were even more restless. Looking at the flood of enemies charging, their faces were ashen. How were they supposed to do that when that army would make sure to keep them trapped here even tighter than the array? The array's only use was to rob them of their chance to escape. It made even profound heaven experts flying impossible, to the extent that even 6 dragons and 1 phoenix were incapable of doing it. Everyone hung their heads in despair, having lost their will to fight. "Humph, it's just finding an exit. Is that so hard? We'll just have to try them one by one." A snort came just as a black figure flashed into the enemy's ranks. Golden light blossomed as it flew in every direction. Wherever it landed, explosions resounded, paving the ground with hundreds of corpses. The blood flew into the air, only to fall right back down onto the scattered limbs. They saw how the twisted smiles of the enemy had now turned into ones of horror at the sight of this man. Sword Markwise abode's eldest young master, martial fanatic Zai Tianshang. Zai Tianshang rested his sword, but his cold eyes glinted like daggers. Any that met his gaze would feel as if stabbed by 1,000 swords. His dauntless figure stood unchallenged like an unparalleled sword. The enemy was deterred, in fear of what might happen if they got even an inch closer. Long Xingyun blinked, then turned ecstatic. "Brother Zai lives up to be a true martial fanatic. How dependable! But of course, my brother has been obsessed with martial arts since young, training day in day out without a rest. If not for those 2 monsters, my brother would have been invincible." Zai Tianyang spoke with pride. Everyone else sighed inside. Zai Tianshang is the #1 swordsman in Tianyu. Not even 6 dragons and 1 phoenix can match his talent. Just that heaven-shaking dragon lord upstaged him, followed closely by that bad apple Zhuo Fan, sealing any chance at showcasing his might. With those 2 out of the picture, the world would finally bear witness to the true might of this martial fanatic. Rolling his eyes, Long Xingyun roared, "Brother Zai, clear a path. We're right behind you." Grinning, Zai Tianyang said, "Brother Long is so shrewd in bringing up the rear. When my brother pushes through the array and is too exhausted to carry on, you could just run off." "Ha ha ha, Brother Tianyang, no need to split hairs. We are allies here. You help me now and I'll help you later. We will both benefit." Long Xingyun pointed at Zai Tianshang. "Moreover, don't you find your brother quite willing to be made use of?" Sure enough, Zai Tianshang's eyes lit up at this proposal, as if he was just waiting for it. "All right." Every swing of the sword sent golden light everywhere. Flowing spaces, 9 forms were performed to the full extent of their splendor, at the expense of crushed enemies and strewn corpses. It only took seconds for the casualties to reach 1,000. As the surroundings glowed bloody, now so too did the earth. Zai Tianyang shook his head as his brother was hell-bent on mowing through the enemy like they were training dummies. Sigh, the martial fanatic side of my brother is once again rearing its head. Nothing short of exhaustion or defeat could ever stop his blade now. The others found Sword Markwise Abode's eldest young master's bursting courage contagious. It reached a point where some even wanted to join the man in his charge. But taking a closer look, one saw a bloodshot Zai Tianshang, slaughtering every which way with a manic grin on his face. That threw a bucket of cold water on their enthusiasm. He'll kill us just the same? Long Xingyan rubbed his chin, nodding at the crazed figure. He guessed there was no pressure in finding the exit. At least with Zai Tianshang on a killing spree, the enemy would swiftly be disposed of. At the very least, sans Zhuo Fan and Huangpu Qingshan, Zai Tianshang had become the de facto god of war, killing gods, demons, Buddha, and what not. Zai Tianshang, don't be so smug. Face me for a change. A shout revealed a black figure charging Zai Tianshang. Zai Tianshang was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, Yan Bangui, you're just in time. I grow tired of killing ants. Now I can finally hone my sword on you. Zai Tianshang pointed the sword at the sky. The sword energy burst with incredible might and sharpness. Yan Bangui squinted and leaned out of the way. The sword energy grazed his shoulder, peeling his flesh and making him clench his teeth from pain. The sword energy shot for the skies, where it exploded and rattled the 36 pylons. The men inside even had to spit blood. It dawned on everyone how mighty Zai Tianshang's sword truly was, of the danger he represented. Yan Bangui couldn't afford to dodge again, forced to face Zai Tianshang head-on. A green miasma drifted from his hand as he made a palm attack for Zai Tianshang's face. Zai Tianshang turned serious and dodged in a rush. The miasma struck the earth with a bang, catching others in its path unprepared. It bored into them, eliciting a wail of agony, all while blood flowed like rivers from their twisted visage. In mere seconds, all that remained were foul and reeking puddles of blood, good only to make one's stomach turn. Zhu Ningxiang hunkered behind Zai Tianyang as horror set in. The rest weren't faring any better, shocked at Yan Bangui's capacity for cruelty. Zai Tianshang squinted, his face stony but not a trace of fear. Zai Tianshang's sword danced in his hand as he unleashed the 9 forms. Yan Bangui dodged in panic. Not for a second was he going to take the brunt of such deadly force. They hammered the array, and the 36 men in the light pylons heaved blood for a total of 9 times. Even the bloody sky dulled. The array was about to break. Yan Bangui was soaked in sweat, his heart a mess. If this kept up, he wouldn't even win, least of all kill the enemy. They had worked painstakingly in removing Zhuo Fan from the mix, only to meet another freak, Zai Tianshang. It was common knowledge that the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, Huangpu Qingshan excluded, were on the same level, more or less. But this guy? Yan Bangui's face sank. If this operation fails, the plan to end Zhuo Fan will fall through. Huangpu Qingshan wasn't going to take his failure lightly, that was for sure. Yan Bangui gnashed his teeth and released a 7-colored miasma, the signature move of Pill King Hall, Rainbow Cloud Palm. The miasma spread, swallowing enemy and friends alike, leaving behind naught but a bloody cesspool of festering pus. In the hands of Yan Bangui, with his poisonous body, the Rainbow Cloud Palm was even more devastating. It was not without its demerits either. As the poison grew in strength, so too did his agony. Rainbow Cloud Palm was a double-edged sword. Each time it was used, it gnawed at the user's body. And because it was him using it, the poison traveled through him far faster than any of his clansmen. Yan Bangui's face visibly darkened, with thick green blood dripping from his mouth. The wound on his shoulder festered as well, looking to turn him into a blood puddle. But he bore it, his hands still releasing that devastating miasma. He had to complete Huangpu Qingshan's mission, or he'd be dead either way. Zai Tiancheng stared at the source of the miasma. He flicked his sword a few times, but the thick miasma swallowed them all like nothing. Zai Tiancheng jumped back in the face of the spreading disease next to Long Xingyan. They watched as hundreds of their enemies died a gruesome death, tormented amidst the drifting pestilence. How vicious! Not even his allies are spared. Zai Tianyang gnashed his teeth. Long Xingyan's face grew hard. We have no antidote for Pil King Hall's rainbow cloud palm. He is invincible. Numbers are useless when facing him. Once Rainbow Cloud Palm is in play, his dominance is assured. More so now in this array. It's just a matter of time before his poison kills us all. Isn't there anything we can do? Zai Tiancheng trembled. Long Xingyan's eyes glinted. Of course there is. Break the array and the poison will scatter. Easy for you to say. I struck it 10 times, but it is still holding strong. I need more time we do not have. Zai Tiancheng sighed at the dull, bloody sky. The others gnashed their teeth as well, drawing back just as the miasma crept nearer. Chapter 307. Breaking the Array. The 36 pylons created a sealed space, trapping everyone within its borders and preventing any outsider from looking into it. Not even the audience watching the Water National Elemental Stone could pierce the veil. All they saw were the beams of light, mounting their unrest. Regent Estate's side was the calmest of the bunch, going by their broad and sinister smiles. Within the bushes just ahead of the pylons, Chu Qingcheng's team, a late arrival, was looking at the scene in bewilderment. They couldn't make heads or tails of this recent change. Why did Zhuo Fan have them come here? A third-grade array. Chu Qingcheng squinted. Luo Yunhai nodded. It also comes with a hidden army. For the ambush to succeed, the easiest would be an array with multiple controllers. Being slow on our way here had worked in our favor. For the trap to be sprung already, someone must have fallen for it. What? Are you saying Zhuo Fan had us walk into a trap? Chu Qingcheng cried in disbelief. Luo Yunhai nodded. Although Brother Zhuo's every scheme has come to fruition and is unlikely to make such a mistake, our pressing matter at this point is to break the array. Chu Qingcheng nodded after a pause, then shouted, "Men on me. We will break the array core and get them out. Understood?" The men cupped their hands and charged alongside her. Grandmother's side was extremely worried, but Chu Qingcheng's sudden arrival promised hope. At least the other 2 teams wouldn't suffer total defeat. Boom tilde Chu Qingcheng struck the glowing pylon several times until it was shuddering and flickering. But when there were 36 of them, each lending support, stabilizing the weaker link. As such, Chu Qingcheng's powerful Yuan Kai spread evenly among them. They were shaken but far from breaking. The rest assaulted the other beams, however pointless it was. Grandmother's side was by themselves with worry. They were in a race against time. The longer they took, the heavier the casualties to the ones trapped inside. In the trap, Long Xingyan and company were driven into a corner by the encroaching plague. When they ran out of places to retreat, some random subordinates were even pushed in front to make space. You are our vassals. Sacrificing yourself for your lord is downright honorable of you. They understood this logic as well and stepped forward without their master's urging. They braved the impending miasma, only to end up a festering pool of blood. Zhu Ningxiang was wrecked with sadness, tears streaming down. Aren't we all humans? Why must they sacrifice themselves? Therein laid the cruelty. If not them, who? The 7 houses. No matter how willing Long Xingyan and the rest were, which they weren't, the vassals would never accept it either. It was easy to guess why. If they escaped this hell by the grace of their master's sacrifice, what future would their clans have? Extermination. So while this act looked quite virtuous and dauntless on the surface, at its core it all came down to saving their bloodlines. And who knew if their masters, in their infinite mercy, would perhaps look kindly upon their clans? The stream of sacrifices was endless, but the miasma forced them into a corner with no way out. Long Xingyan turned glum. He turned to the dozen scattered men with a heavy heart. Any further sacrifices are pointless. It will hardly give us more room. Will we find our end here? His words made others lower their heads in grief. The earth, soaked in blood, only added to their sadness. Thousands of people came here, only to end up with barely enough to count on 2 hands. They couldn't deny their fate, certain to end up another bloody smear on the ground, joining the others. Oh, the tragedy, boom! The sky shook at the sudden sound, and the bloody images around them dimmed some more. In Long Xingyan's eyes a faint hope blossomed. Someone is attacking the array. Yes, but what good will it do? By the time the array is broken, we won't even have bones left. Zai Tiancheng looked at the sky, somber and dejected. His words cut at the others' expectation, at their hope. Long Xingyan waved him off. Don't say that. They might succeed. Long Xingyan patted the shoulder of the man next to him. Brother, what clan are you? For how long have you served the Veiled Dragon Pavilion? Chen clan from Tenebrous City. 150 years ago, we swore fealty to the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. His sunken face revealed he understood Long Xingyan's meaning. He bowed. I wish the eldest young master would look after my clan. You have followed my house for so long, and today's sacrifice won't be in vain. I, Long Xingyan, will never forget your devotion. Long Xingyan nodded gravely. The man's jaw was set, his eyes firm, and he charged at the miasma. Yet he barely touched it, and the poison was already gnawing at his flesh. Everyone watched as his blood soaked the ground in a matter of seconds. Zhu Ningxiang wailed, burying her head in Zai Tianyang's shoulder. Zai Tianyang sighed and patted her hand in consolation. It came as no surprise to him, not how often he saw the 7 houses abuse their privilege. Long Xingyan stood cheerful in the freshly emptied spot. His calm face begged the question, did he even bother to remember the man's clan's name? Well, since someone was bashing the array, hope slipped into his heart. A second ago he wasn't intent on making more senseless sacrifices, not when they were doomed to die together. But now, even if he were to die, he'd make damn sure he was going to be last. What if he lived? Chu Qingcheng and her men had struck the pylons of light dozens of times now without any result, each failure mounting their worry. Grandmother was sweating as well, while Zai Zio Feng and Long Yifei, fearful of their son's fate, were devastated. No one there was more disturbed than them. Dugu Zhanshan stood straight like a blade among them, eyes fixed on the image in silent worry. Dugu Lin muttered, Marshal, this 36 heavenly stars array. Stop, Yunhai should know a way. Dugu Zhanshan waved his hand, his eyes confident. The tigers nodded, watching the young man in the national elemental stone with a smile. Luo Yunhai scrutinized the array and said, Edifice Lord Chu, the 36 heavenly stars array is laid in accordance with the 36 stars of the Big Dipper. If one holds, they all do. If one crumbles, they all collapse. Only by attacking the life gate will we tear the death gate open and break the array. You have a way? Chu Qingcheng asked. Luo Yunhai nodded. This array is commonly used in the army. I followed the Godfather for 2 years to learn about this array and ask Edifice Lord Chu to lend me all authority. Done. Chu Qingcheng agreed on the spot. Luo Yunhai turned solemn and shouted, Listen all of you. Dong Tianba, take 300 men and attack the life gate in the center west. Zio Dandan, take 300 men and attack the second death gate in the east. The rest will be with me in attacking the seal gate. The men set off at once. Like dragons, the 3 teams started raining havoc on the 36 pylons of light. When Dong Tianba attacked the light pylons at the life gate, he sent a ripple to the other beams. Then, Zio Dandan and Luo Yunhai's teams attacked their own targets, and things changed. The other 2 ripples prevented the first from spreading to the other pylons. The 3 ripples converged onto a single pylon, stopping it from letting the others share the load. Soon, the man inside the pylon cried out, and as the pylon vanished, the man blew to pieces. The 36 light pylons had lost their balance, and they could no longer support each other. Dugu Zhanshan laughed. Nice. The kid didn't waste the 2 years he was next to me. The 4 tigers of Tianyu nodded in pride. They were the ones who brought up this younger brother with them, and seeing him make a name for himself in the esoteric debate filled them with glee and pride. Grandmother's side nodded, glad as well. Who'd have thought the Luo clan didn't just have creepy Zhuo fan worthy of notice, but the young clan head as well? Surely not them. What surprised them the most were Zhuo Fan's decisions. They all knew who brought Luo Yunhai into the limelight, Zhuo Fan. With Zhuo Fan always taking the lead in schemes and battles, the third-rate clan's kid would hardly show his face, would hardly prove his worth of being under Dugu Zhanshan's care. Chu Qingcheng was glad inside. Happy this array that had many of them vexed over popped open with a little effort from Luo Yunhai. Luo Yunhai didn't let this minor success cloud his judgment. The viewing gate is open. Attack the pain gate? Understood, the men responded, filled with zeal. Regent Estate's side turned glum, with only Lang Wucheng ever sporting that faint, mystifying smile. Ha ha ha, it's of no consequence. Chapter 308, The Real Target is Her. Boom tilde boom sounded everywhere as Luo Yunhai commanded his 3 teams left and right. The 36 pylons of light were reduced to 26 in a matter of seconds. The others were stunned, cheering for the Luo clan. Their young master had grown up at last. He will make a fine clan head. When half of the pylons crumbled, the array formation was constantly shuddering from the strain. 18 pylons were hardly enough to sustain such a large array. Luo Yunhai shouted, "Fall back!" They all rushed away, but some were too slow in their retreat, and the exploding array engulfed them. Boom! The force of the blast smashed into the surroundings, while the unfortunate few who got caught in it were sent everywhere in pieces. Robbed of life before they could utter even a whimper, the lucky survivors saw before them a foul, thick mist. They drew a breath, rejoiced having come out unscathed, only to be swallowed whole by the towering miasma. They wailed and cried even as their flesh dissolved into blood and pus, soaking the mud. Chu Qingcheng cried, "Watch out! It's Pil King Hall's rainbow cloud palm." A layer of ice appeared on her body as she spoke. She gathered her palms and erected a cold barrier. The miasma touched the barrier and let out hissing sounds, eating through it in moments. Chu Qingcheng was shocked. Not even vicious Pil King's poison was that toxic. The saying that no one could defend against Yan Bangui's rainbow cloud palm, who had a poisoned body, wasn't unfounded, gnashing her teeth. Chu Qingcheng's only option was to retreat. Made painfully aware by the increasing number of victims the miasma swallowed and dissolved. "Ha ha ha, Edifice Lord Chu, you're just in time. I'll never forget this life debt." Following the unbridled laughter, people trapped inside noticed Chu Qingcheng. Long Xingyan and Zai Tiancheng's teams were free now, just that they were reduced to less than 10 people. The core of the 2 houses was safe, while the vassals had gone to the underworld. Technically, there was one vassal who had pulled through, the Zhu clan siblings. Thanks in no small part to Zai Tianyang and Zhuo Fan's fame, or who knew when in this ordeal they'd be used as honorable sacrifices. Luck was with them at least, with the array giving way just as the miasma was about to devour them. They flew away the instant they could, joining up with Chu Qingcheng. Long Yifi and Zai Ziaofeng saw their sons safe and sound and eased a breath they didn't know they held. But looking at the sky covered in poison, then at the bloody mud below their feet, the gruesome hellscape left them soaked. The esoteric debate of this century was far more malicious. Perhaps the fact that the 7 houses were officially at war had something to do with it. For appearance's sake, the 7 houses abstained from a full-out war, letting their vassals be their proxy. But now the vassals weren't the only ones turned into rivers of blood. The 7 houses were tearing into each other just as savagely. It was easy to imagine what would have happened if Chu Qingcheng was even a moment slower in her rescue. The sword Marquise abode and veiled dragon pavilion's bloodlines would have been cut short at the hands of Yan Bangui. The house lords of the 2 victimized houses sobbed inside. They prayed that the 2 could come out alive from the most cruel and savage battle that had ever happened over the past millennium. Hall Lord Yan Bagong's face bloomed with the most genial smile conceivable. He even made obvious signs to his allies, as if to say, "See that? That's the true power of our top art, rainbow cloud palm. With one hand, the world's my oyster. No one would dare come closer." Everyone gave him a cursed look. Their disdain for this petty man's flair for the dramatic was evident. One had to admit, though, Rainbow Cloud Palm turned Yan Bangui into a killing machine. In case of anyone else using it, willpower was capable of pushing the enemy through adversity and come out alive. But replace the user with Yan Bangui, and they would dissolve into a bloody stain on the ground before they could even reach him. This was the horror. Yan Bangui of 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, the plague dragon brought to life. Only Regent Estate was shaking their heads, clearly unimpressed by the Rainbow Cloud Palm. On the other side, Chu Qingcheng's team was pushed back further and further away from the spreading miasma. It ate through trees and even the toughest rocks, with the first turned to dust, and the second into an acrid liquid. The few cultivators too slow to keep up were swallowed by the toxic fumes, with only screams as an indication of what awaited on the other side. Chu Qingcheng's brow was set in a heavy scowl. We have to stop him or all our men will die. Long Xingyun nodded. True. Every great clan and house in Tianyu is watching us from beyond the water exit. It would be a stain on our honor to allow Yan Bangui, a single man, push us 3 back. I have a way, but we need to combine our power. The risk may be high, but are you willing? Chu Qingcheng and Zai Tiancheng traded looks, then nodded. Speak. The two's eyes lit up and nodded while a grinning Long Xingyun whispered in their ears. The 3 stopped shirking away from the pestilence and charged instead, giving others quite the shock. Are they suicidal? Not even 6 dragons and 1 phoenix are exempt from dying from that poison, but what happened next was the true shocker. Zai Tiancheng took the lead, then slashed. A bright golden and unbridled energy cut into the miasma. The poison was forced to scatter, revealing a clear path ahead. The 3 followed the path. Just as the miasma was coming back with a vengeance and trapping the trio, Chu Qingcheng's prompt response was in the form of a flash of cold. Her hands moved, raising an ice wall around them and keeping them safe from the miasma. But the constant hissing bore testament to the poison's power and the short life of the ice wall. Then again, it was enough to buy them an instant, and that was all they needed. Long Xingyun finally released the attack he had built up all this time in his palm. A dragon image pierced forth, forming a new path the 3 followed. The ice wall gave away under the acidic poison behind them, but the sealed exit didn't seem to bother them. They had come here with no intent of retreating. In such a manner, Zai Tiancheng and Long Xingyun showed the way, while Chu Qingcheng kept the miasma at bay. They soon found themselves at the heart of it, the source of the poison. Zai Tiancheng's last attack parted the thick poison, revealing Yan Bangui constantly spewing blood. Yan Bangui jerked in shock. Sustaining the Rainbow Cloud Palm for so long has seeped the poison into his organs, and it was in his worst hour that the trio revealed themselves before him. He was too weak to even hold back one, least of all a team of 3. Panicking, Yan Bangui was ready to bolt, but Long Xingyun had a different plan in mind, appearing next to him. This is a once-in-a-blue-moon chance. I am an avid believer of one man's pain is another man's gain. Snickering, Long Xingyun struck. Boom! The palm attack sent the defenseless Yan Bangui tumbling through the air. He was heavily wounded. The moment he flew was also the moment the miasma vanished. The 3 surrounded the wheezing Yan Bangui, noticing the glee in each other's eyes. Hall Lord Yan Bagong raved, "Despicable and shameless bunch." All he got from the crowd was contempt. This is a house war. You call 3-on-1 unfair. What about Yan Bangui's army outnumbering others 5-to-1 just moments ago? Yan Bagong noticed his slip of the tongue and went red. Grandmother and Long Yifi were ecstatic, but a peek at Regent Estate's unfazed reactions sank their moods. Just what are they up to? Then, Chu Qingcheng's raging caught their attention. Yan Bangui, you have no respect for human life, not an ounce of mercy to be using such foul art. You deserve death. The earth soaked in blood was testament to the thousands of lives his pestilence had reaped. Chu Qingcheng couldn't stop herself from cursing the weakened Yan Bangui. Long Xingyun waved her off. Ha ha ha, Edifice Lord Chu, don't be upset. Capturing Pill King Hall's Yan Bangui makes all those thousands of sacrifices worth it. Not to mention that most of the deaths were from his side. This is clearly a worthy victory. Ha ha ha. Chu Qingcheng and the other women snorted at his laughter. You're saying that in war, it will all be fine as long as their side has the higher casualties. Do their lives mean nothing? Are all men that cold-blooded, they only dared complain in their hearts, having understood now the cruelty of war? Ha ha ha, you're not the only winners. With a bang, Zai Tianyong was sent flying. His spot was instantly replaced by Hell Valley's Yu Yushin. By eldest young master's orders, the more gruesome this last death is, the better. I was vexed on how to go about achieving this, but now I have figured it out. With a dark smile, Yu Yushin turned to the panicking Zhu Ningxiang. Her eyes reflected the claw clutching at her neck. The man exclaimed jubilantly, "Miss, you should be honored. We sacrificed so many people just so we could let him see your twisted and mangled face, ha ha ha." Chapter 309, Ghost Hand. Ninger, Zhu Gang and Zhu Lin cried out and attacked. The notion of fighting someone way out of their league was lost on them in their frantic worry for their sister. Yu Yushin spared them no glance, only a wave. A gale dealt with the pesky brothers, sent them flying, and they were left to fall powerless on the ground. But their eyes still brimmed with concern for Zhu Ningxiang. Zhu Ningxiang shouted, "Big brother, second brother." Ha ha ha, easy now, they're fine. I have no interest in swatting down flies. Yu Yushin's malicious grin widened as he had the fragile girl in his grip. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword flashed by. Zai Tianyong had picked himself up at some point and was aiming for the man's throat. Flowing spaces, 9 forms, empty net. The space froze, and even Yu Yushin looked slowed as the only moving object was the swift sword attack at his throat. Unfazed in the slightest, the man merely pinched the glinting cold blade. The sword stopped dead in its tracks. The next thing he knew, Zai Tianyong found Yu Yushin's sneer entering his ears. "Humph! I would have been a bit worried if the flowing space's 9 forms came from your brother. But you... Ha ha ha, never mind." Yu Yushin shifted, and both sword and man were seen shooting through the air. Slamming into the earth and spitting blood, he found no energy left in him to get up. All he could do was painfully witness Yu Yushin's vile hand squeeze Ninger's neck. Chu Qingcheng, Zai Tianshang, and Long Xingyan rushed over. Yu Yushin merely displayed a frown and placed Zhu Ningxiang towards them as he shouted, "Don't come any closer or the lady gets it." The three halted on the spot. They slowly put down their feet and turned grave. The lady was from a trifling second-rate clan, no different from a vassal, but her status was a bit special. She had strong ties with sword markwise abodes Zai Tianyong and soaring demonic dragon Zhuo Fan. Whether it was for the ones behind her or for herself, they had to avoid playing a part in her death at any cost. Yu Yushin's threat wouldn't have worked on them otherwise. With both sides fully knowledgeable of the delicate balance, Yu Yushin regarded them with hatred and a twisted grin. Who'd have seen this coming? High and mighty disciples from 3 houses are now shaking in their boots in fear of seeing a second-rate clansman's head falling off. What a sight, ha ha ha. Yu Yushin turned to the said miss with a raised eyebrow. "See that, my lady? They care for you so much. And the one who made it all possible is that man. Ironic how it includes your current predicament as well. If only he didn't exist, who among us would waste time to mind a small and insignificant lady?" Zhu Ningxiang gnashed her teeth, knowing fully well who he was talking about. The 3 close by knew it too. The focus behind all this planning and ambushing had been Zhuo Fan all along. This proves how dear Zhu Ningxiang was to Zhuo Fan, making it obvious why the enemy would throw away all their honor and go after a frail girl. It all came down to dealing with Zhuo Fan. All the more reason why the trio couldn't be hasty, lest they find themselves short of Zhu Ningxiang and with an enraged Zhuo Fan breathing down their necks. The 3 gave each other a hidden nod, being overt as they looked for a chance. Yu Yushin was one of 6 dragons and 1 phoenix after all, so how could he leave an opening for the 3 to exploit? The scene turned into a standstill, with neither side moving on the other. The audience beyond the water exit were shocked by the sudden development. A mere second-rate clan's miss was Zhuo Fan and the others' weakness? Go figure. Yuo Yunchang clenched her fists, worried sick. She had long been made aware of Ninger's importance to Zhuo Fan. Neither she nor Chu Qingcheng could reach the same place as that girl in Zhuo Fan's heart. She refrained from waking Zhuo Fan to this realization out of worry and fear. Fear that Zhuo Fan would further distance himself from her. It had reached such a point where before the final battle, Zhuo Fan's heart was a mess. He kept flipping out, yet never could find the root of the problem, blaming it all on his restless mind. Only Luo Yunchang knew this was jealousy over Ninger and Zai Tianyang seeing each other every day. With Zhuo Fan's one-track mind for cultivation alone, his knowledge about love and anything skirting around the subject was a huge void. Without knowing what caused such deep unrest within him, he chose to force himself to be stone cold. His mind had found peace, but all he did was stop the flood by building a dam around it, and once that dam cracked, the surging tide would consume him. Luo Yunchang could practically see Zhuo Fan's pained face. She turned to the trapped Zhu Ningxiang, praying for her safety. "Ninger, you must survive, or Zhuo Fan will go mad." Among all viewers, the only ones who truly cared for Zhu Ningxiang were her father and grandfather. Seeing their daughter and grandchild in the hands of Yu Yushin robbed them of their breath. Their hearts were about to break. Why has the kind and cheerful Ninger met with such disaster? Huge Changfeng took everything in with a glint in his eye. "Sir Leng, is this the fatal weakness you've been mentioning?" "Ha ha ha, Prime Minister. I have conducted a thorough observation, and that girl is Zhuo Fan's biggest worry. He might not even realize it himself." Leng Wuchang smiled. Huge Changfeng raised an eyebrow. "How did Sir Leng find out then, if even he doesn't know?" "Ha ha ha, simple. A man will always reveal what he yearns for without even realizing it. When Zhuo Fan first came to Dragon Cloud City, he and our eldest young master clashed. That time he saved 2 women. One was the Luo clan's young miss, while the other was the Zhu girl." "That was all it took," Huge Changfeng smiled. Leng Wuchang shook his head. It wouldn't have been that simple, but his eyes naturally drifted to the Zhu girl. It begged the question if he would ignore even the safety of his clan's young miss. And since he's only interested in the other girl, what place does she hold in his heart? Also, on the fighting stage, when Zhuo Fan was taken by his awe-inspiring first victory, who was it that he went to first? Ha ha ha, when a man shows his heroic side, he wants to share it, not with his drinking buddies, but with the woman he loves. These are all subconscious actions, but also the ones that betrayed his heart the most. Huge Changfeng nodded in understanding. "Sir Leng is truly perceptive. From just 2 encounters you have grasped the kid's weakness. I have to say that I'm impressed. You're far too kind, I don't deserve it. The Prime Minister's wisdom is matchless. I dare not compare. I have never been able to see through the Prime Minister's thoughts, not one bit." Leng Wucheng gave a half bow in respect. But the way he was looking at Huge Changfeng in the eye, it was more akin to a challenge. With a glint in Huge Changfeng's eyes, the old man laughed. "Sir Leng is interested in me as well. Am I to assume I am your next target? How can that be? I'd never dare do that to you, Prime Minister." Leng Wucheng shook his head. Huge Changfeng gave a cold smile in return, not minding it. "I don't mind playing a round or two once Sir Leng has dealt with that monkey." Shuddering, Leng Wucheng's eyes shined with battle spirit. Of Tianyu's 3 great minds, he had always been second to Huge Changfeng. He now had the chance to face the man, and although he was somewhat uncertain, the excitement prevailed. Every man with power would do anything to fight for the title of #1 in the world, unwanted contriver included. On the other side, Yu Yushin saw the trio unmoving and turned to the frightened Zhu Ningxiang. "Girl, that all-poisoner wanted to dissolve you into a bloody smear on the ground for that kid. But I found such a revenge lackluster and figured out a much better way." "You wish. Big Brother Zhuo will definitely save me." Zhu Ningxiang struggled as she cursed, her hand tracing the thunder ring. Each time the thunder ring flickered, Zhuo Fan was bound to swoop in and carry her from the jaws of danger. "Big Brother Zhuo," her heart cried those 3 little words, absolutely convinced of her delusional fairy tale. Zai Tianyang gnashed his teeth, crawling forth to save his love. He didn't go far, once again taken by weakness. Only his bloodshot eyes never left Yuyushin, wishing nothing more than to devour him. Shaking his head, Yuyushin ignored his surroundings and enjoyed making the last squirm. "Girl, your man won't come. While we ambushed you, he was going to Huangpu Kingshan to fight over the fourth brimming sacred pill. Ha ha ha, now that I recall, weren't you supposed to be a cauldron for us? Although late by a few years, it's never too late to receive your fate." Yuyushin touched her head as it released eerie sounds and gray energy. Everyone cried, "Ghost hand! He wants to take Ninger's essence." Chapter 310, You're Too Late. Ninger? Zai Tianyang shouted himself hoarse. No matter how much he wanted and tried to save her, he just couldn't muster the strength to even get up. Essence was a soul's foundation, its core. Its role was to condense divine sense and anchor the soul. Once taken away, the soul would scatter while the flesh would keep on living merely as an empty shell. Chu Qingcheng jerked. Yuyushin wasn't using her as a bargaining chip, but putting her to death. Her team acted at once. Far too late, however. Yuyushin's gray energy rippled and he lifted the hand placed on Zhu Ningxiang's head. As if pulling something, Zhu Ningxiang's face grew ashen, sheer terror painted on her face as she spoke faintly. "Be big brother Zhuo, save me." Tilde then, the top of her head flashed in a blinding light and a pure mote of energy rose above. Zhu Ningxiang's eyes dulled, having lost the energy to stand. Even her cheerful nature dissipated as she fell to the ground. Yuyushin was overjoyed at the dazzling light, intoxicated even. Such pure essence is rarer than rare. What a waste letting her live for so long. Fortunately, it has found its use in the end. Yuyushin placed the essence in a censer, then sealed the lid before putting it away. "Yuyushin, release Ninger's essence." Chu Qingcheng's delicate voice came, just as her palm was poised to attack. Yuyushin replied in kind. The two attacks met and were both forced back. Yuyushin took the recoil to his advantage and flew away in laughter. "Ha ha ha, without her essence her soul will last for a few more days, enough for that punk to say his last goodbyes. Pass this along, would you? If he wants revenge, we'll be waiting at the Earth exit." Chu Qingcheng glared in hatred at the fleeting Yuyushin. Just then, Long Xingyun and Zai Tiancheng flew in front of him and cut off his retreat. "Yuyushin, don't think you can get away from me with murder." Zai Tiancheng's sword flew. The bright and thick sword attack crossed the entire sky. Long Xingyun snickered. He, now that you're here, don't even think about leaving." Boom! The incredible sword and palm attack startled Yuyushin. With 2 against 1, 6 dragons and 1 phoenix at that, he had no hope of escaping. In his desperation, he released his spirit animal to take the brunt as he escaped. Pa, the scorching eagle was struck as it was still making sense of its surroundings. The 2 profound heaven experts' attacks weren't that threatening, but the eagle still cried in pain. It turned its head dumbfounded. "Where's Master?" He had let him out, but there was no sight of him. Zai Tiancheng and Long Xingyun were stunned. He is lower than vermin. To even use a 5th-level spiritual beast to cover his ass, he is scum. But we'd be far worse if we wouldn't accept this sacrifice. Zai Tiancheng and Long Xingyun smiled coldly and attacked the spirit animal. The duo released their own beasts to attack Yuyushin's beast and put it down for good. The scorching eagle was devastated. What the hell? Can someone please tell me what is going on? Why am I suddenly in a deadly situation? No one cared enough to enlighten the beast. The 2 beasts and their masters surrounded it. They beat it into submission and tears, turning it into spoils of war. The fleeting Yuyushin sighed and cried, "Sorry, partner, everything is for the mission." "Brother, you wait!" A panicked cry reached him. Yuyushin found Yan Bangui next to him. "All poisoner, how did you escape?" Yuyushin was stunned. Smiling at his fortune, Yan Bangui said, "It's thanks to you distracting them. I slipped away after taking a pill. If I had known, I wouldn't have used my spirit animal. Oh, and why didn't you take out your own spirit animal to save me?" Yan Bangui smirked. "Sure, and what good would 3 men and 3 beasts do against 1 man and 2 beasts? It would only end up sacrificed like your own in the end." Faltering, Yuyushin's face twitched. "This is our mission, not mine alone. He had lost the most in this." Yan Bangui was quite hurt as well. yet pleased as Punch, ready for his reward. Yu Yushin's anger only rose. Back to Long Xingyan, the man and beast team clobbered the scorching eagle down to its last breath, then placed it in his ring. Only then they flew to provide help to Zai Tianyang and others. Chu Qingcheng's girls helped Zhu Ningxiang up, but her dead eyes and fading life force left them in grief. Chu Qingcheng's eyes teared and placed a hand on her head. Dong Xiaowen cried, "Edifice Lord Chu, what are you doing?" With Lady Ninger's essence taken, her mind is in chaos and her soul is about to scatter. The agony is no different from having one's marrow pierced by 1,000 needles. The pain is enough to harm the soul. It's better to release her from the torment. Chu Qingcheng gnashed her teeth, her heart bleeding at the injustice. Dong Xiaowen was stunned. She looked away as tears streamed down. The Zhu clan and Zai Tianyang weren't by Ninger's side, but the words cut them deep still. They hoped to save Ninger, even if it was a flimsy hope. But none wanted to put her through such torment. Only Leng Wuchang nodded. Not a bad way to die, at least better than muddying the ground with blood. Yu Yushin showed quite the initiative in this mission. Huangpu Tianyuan smiled. "Ninger, please don't blame me." Looking at Zhu Ningxiang's pale face, Chu Qingcheng's palm was ready to strike. But then, Chu Qingcheng looked stunned as Zhu Ningxiang's dainty hand stopped her. With barely any strength left in her, even with her eyes dull, she still held on to the last bit of energy, holding back the attack. A deflated and weak smile graced her lips. "Edifice Lord Chu, please give me more time. I want to see Big Brother Zhuo one last time." Chu Qingcheng's words were stuck in her throat. She knew the pain of having one's soul scattered, but nonetheless, Ninger wished to wait for Zhuo Fan. As a woman, especially a woman who loved the same man she did, Chu Qingcheng's heart was in such pain that she turned around. Zhu Ningxiang gave a faint smile. "Thank you." Once Zhu Ningxiang and the Zhu brothers recovered enough with the help of pills, they rushed to Zhu Ningxiang's side. The pale face and increasingly weakened figure filled them with sorrow. Zai Tianyang wanted to go get her essence back, but Zai Tiancheng held him back. The other side had Huangpu Qingshan, and neither of them were his match. Zai Tiancheng may be a martial fanatic, but he knew his limits. Before they could do anything else, however, they had to wait for Zhuo Fan and discuss it. But even after 2 days, Zhuo Fan was nowhere in sight. Zhu Ningxiang only got worse, at the brink of death. Zai Tianyang was always by her side, in tears. In the afternoon of the 3rd day, Zhu Ningxiang and Zai Tianyang saw their thunder ring flashing. Zhu Ningxiang was moments away from passing, but her eyes shined and a smile appeared. "He came." Boom, lightning crashed and Zhuo Fan landed. He saw less than 1,000 men and his heart seized. He asked Chu Qingcheng nervously, "Is everyone all right?" Their faces were dull and words had left them. Zhuo Fan's heart skipped a beat, feeling the gravity of the situation. Zai Tianyang's bloodshot eyes turned to him, his voice laced with hatred. "You're too late. Far too late." Zhuo Fan was taken aback, seeing the brother he went through life and death with show such an expression. But then he noticed something and his lips quivered. "How is Ninger?" Zai Tianyang only closed his eyes, but tears never stopped flowing. Zhuo Fan grew more nervous as he approached slowly with shaky legs. He didn't want to accept that because of him, Huangpu Qingshan had moved against Ninger, a sweet and frail girl. As the sad and despondent people slowly made way to reveal a delicate figure, Zhuo Fan's mind was blown away, rooted on the spot. Chapter 311. Berserk. "Brother Zhuo, you're back." Zhu Ningxiang was so weak that her eyes were now dead voids, but she forced herself to show a smile to ease everyone's minds. They all knew she wasn't long for this world. Zhuo Fan released his discerning field. He shook for a moment and gnashed his teeth. Ninger's essence. Zhuo Fan's hands tightened. "How long?" Chu Qingcheng spoke dully. 3 days. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan closed his eyes. He felt something warm flowing down his face. Once essence left the body, it had to be returned in maximum 1 day for the person to be saved. With 3 days passing, even if he had the power to return it, he couldn't save her. Zhu Ningxiang understood his pain and smiled like everything would be all right. Big brother Zhuo, you said you'd come for me 5 days later. You didn't lie to me. You came back. Zhu Ningxiang struggled to raise her hand, the thunder ring flickering on her finger. Big brother Zhuo, you held our promise. Listening to her faint and concerned voice, Zhuo Fan still kept his eyes shut. He was afraid that after looking at her, he wouldn't be able to take it, his heart giving in to the flooding emotions. Then Zhuo Fan forced those impulses down, achieving calm. He opened his tranquil eyes, his voice plain. Ninger, I was late. Big brother Zhuo, it's all right. You weren't late. To me, today is the 5th day. Zhu Ningxiang said to him, Big brother Zhuo, will you touch your ring to mine and fulfill our promise? Zhuo Fan drew closer to the weakened girl, showing his flickering thunder ring. Zhu Ningxiang could not see, but the sound reaching her ears made her show a smile. Big brother Zhuo, I know you must be feeling guilty, but it wasn't your fault. I believe you were just as taken by their schemes as we were by their ambush. I do not blame you. They even said they came to kill me for you. I am happy. This proves Big brother Zhuo cares about me the most for them to pay attention to a girl like me. Tightening his hands, Zhuo Fan fell silent, but his eyes exploded in rage. Brother Tianyang, didn't you want to touch rings as well? What are you waiting for? I don't have much time. I still long to hear our 3 rings flicker. Zhu Ningxiang smiled at Zai Tianyang. Zai Tianyang's heart was consumed by grief, tears flooding his eyes as he touched his ring to the other 2. The 3 thunder rings let out a bright light and intense crackling. Zhu Ningxiang closed her eyes at peace. I wish we could return to those days in the All-Beast mountain range. Zhu Ningxiang's hand slacked. She was gone, but there was no pain or regret on her pale face. It was impossible for anyone who died from a scattered soul to show such an expression, because the agony of having one's soul ripped to pieces would twist their face into a horrifying visage. But not Zhu Ningxiang, she only showed content. Even Zhuge Changfeng, Leng Wuchang and Dugu Zhanshan beyond the national elemental stone showed a reaction. They had never seen such a pure and innocent girl. It was a true loss for her to suffer such a gruesome death. Zhuge Changfeng sighed. No wonder the kid is so touched by this girl. She is a true rarity. An evil soul will always look for pure souls to lean on for comfort, but once the pure soul leaves, the evil soul would find itself alone and maddened. No one can prevent it. Leng Wuchang caressed his beard. His sigh showed compassion, but the glint in his eyes spoke another truth. Zhuge Changfeng eyed him coldly. Sir Leng, when playing with an angry beast, beware not to get mangled yourself. Ha ha ha, it's fine, Prime Minister. The most feared are the cold and calculating beasts, while rampant ones are mere brutes, easy to handle. Leng Wuchang showed a crafty smile. Zhuge Changfeng shook his head and sighed, looking at Zhuo Fan. Kid, how could you fall so easily to their games? Zhu clan head and patriarch were paralyzed watching Ninger leave this world. Luo Yunchang rushed to help them, although just as overwhelmed with grief. Zhu Gang and Zhu Lin wailed by Ninger's side. Zai Tianyang panted, his eyes red, his sword clenched in his hand. Zhuo Fan, Huangpu Qingshan is waiting for you at the Earth exit. Let's go together and avenge Ninger. That's suicide. You're walking into a trap. Here we have the water exit and we can win the esoteric debate as long as we return to Dragon Cloud City. Zhuo Fan's eyes never strayed from Zhu Ningxiang. He was calm, his eyes an endless abyss. Zai Tianyang's vein popped on his forehead and he glared at him. Bastard, is that all you have to say? Ninger died because of you and that's all you can think of. Are you a cold-blooded animal? That's exactly what I am. Haven't you figured that out yet? Zhuo Fan deadpanned. My objective is to win the esoteric debate. The human cost is irrelevant. Entering Beast King Mountain means you've assumed the risk of dying. There is no one you can blame for the choices you make. Bastard? Zai Tianyang's swing sent Zhuo Fan flying as he raved. I don't care how you treat others, but Ninger died because of you? Zhuo Fan picked himself up, blood trickling from his lips, yet his tone was as flat as before. As I've said, after coming to Beast King Mountain, you have no one else to blame for your fate. But this girl shouldn't have come. She was too weak. Zai Tianyang was shuddering, his eyes flashing with bloodthirst. Chu Qingcheng and her girls looked at Zhuo Fan with no little reproach and blame. Has this man become dead inside? How can he say such cruel things? Now of all times, Long Xingyan was the only one who nodded. Brother Zhuo is right. The esoteric debate is fraught with danger and no one can guarantee one's survival. The top priority is unchanged, to leave this place as soon as possible. Brother Zhuo, I heard you snatched the fourth brimming sacred pill. Don't forget your brothers and leave us one as well. I will. Zhuo Fan nodded. Whoosh, Zai Tianyong had had enough, his killing intent spiked, his eyes bloodshot and his sword pierced for Zhuo Fan. Bastard, I knew this was all a diversion. You threw us along as bait while you went for the brimming sacred pill. You killed Ninger? What? That's flowing space's 9 forms. Stop, Tianyong. Zai Tiancheng cried for him in panic. For him to use flowing space's 9 forms on Zhuo Fan, he was fully intent on killing him. They were as close as brothers, so how did it come to this? He was too late. Zai Tianyong's attack shot for Zhuo Fan, who merely laid on the ground. When the sword attack was upon him, a mere flash of golden light from his eye blinked it out of existence. He then popped behind Zai Tianyong and struck his neck. Boom! Zai Tianyong laid in a meter-wide hole, out cold. The shock was palpable on everyone's faces. They knew of Zhuo Fan's power, but hearing about it and seeing it for themselves were two different things. The second young master of sword, Mark, Ainz Audioverse, was dealt with in one blow. Zai Tiancheng cupped his hands. Brother Zhuo, please forgive my reckless brother. No need. We're leaving. Zhuo Fan's hand flashed and 2 blue crystals sank into the water exit's groove. The water exit then released a light pillar towards the heavens. Zhuo Fan pointed, "The array is open, let's move." At Zhuo Fan's invitation, Zai Tiancheng and the others breathed easier. He carried his brother while Zhu Gang took his sister's body. They passed through the light and arrived in Dragon Cloud City. At the familiar sight, they all relaxed as if they had escaped hell. Huge Changfeng smiled. Sir Leng, by the looks of it, the savage beast hasn't gone mad. In fact, he handled everything with exceeding calm. Leng Wucheng frowned as his eyes were skeptical. Was I wrong? Chu Qingcheng came to Zhuo Fan, but didn't walk through the exit. Zhuo Fan, I was wrong about you. A cold and ruthless man like you isn't worthy of a woman's love. Zhuo Fan just stood there. Darling, you. Xiao Dandan shook her head in disappointment, then went away as well. Dong Xiaowen's group merely sighed before following. They were the winners, but nobody felt like one. The prevalent mood was glum and despondent. The only one left was Chu Qingcheng. She walked to the array without sparing him a second look. But then she caught sight of the bloodstains on the ground and was stunned. Looking closer, Zhuo Fan's hands were so tightly clenched, his nails had dug into his flesh and blood trailed between his fingers. Zhuo Fan had the diamond body. Just what kind of power did he wield to even harm himself? Chu Qingcheng cried, "Zhuo Fan, you." But Zhuo Fan pushed her through the pillar and she found herself back in Dragon Cloud City. Chu Qingcheng was worried sick now, looking at the water national elemental stone. She shouted at the cold Zhuo Fan beyond the veil, "Zhuo Fan, what are you doing?" A pity the array only worked one way. As no one could make sense of Drifting Flowers' edifice lord's outburst, why was she so distraught? It was soon made clear, however. Zhuo Fan pulled the keys and threw them away. His bloody hands spread, his body shivered, his eyes were bloodshot as lightning crackled. All that was heard was his roar, "Ninger?" The rage had been held back long enough, and it now consumed his mind. Chapter 312. Your life is mine. Lightning twisted around him like snakes. It donned him with an armor that flickered purple. Zhuo Fan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at the heavens. His veins popped one by one out of his skin, threatening to burst. With the sharp lightning wings stretching a meter in every direction, increasing the lightning output. 100 meters around him was pulverized. Zhuo Fan was now the avatar of a demon god, bent on spreading chaos and slaughter. And that horrifying face was twisted to such a degree, even the audience watching beyond the veil felt weak in their knees. Even the 7 houses profound heaven experts were shaking at the mighty display. Chu Qingcheng struck the national elemental stone, calling out his name as tears fell from her eyes, evidence of the pain in her heart. They were wrong about him. He was the one hurting the most from Zhu Ningxiang's passing. He chose to suppress his grief, to take them all to safety before going to slaughter Huangpu Qingshan. Luo Yuncheng was choking with emotion seeing Zhuo Fan go mad from the pain of loss. Luo Yunhai was startled. I have never seen big brother Zhuo lose control like that. Captain Pang nodded, his knuckles white. Zhuo Fan had always been wise and collected, an indomitable mountain, just like a true leader. Only now he realized their tough and resolved steward Zhuo had a weaker side. Zhuo Fan's howls and twisted features evoked silent cries from the Luo clan. What pain, what torment must his heart be enduring for him to show such grief? The entire Luo clan turned to Regent Estate. For the first time ever, this meager, barely ascended second-rate clan was looking at the head of the 7 houses with a thirst for battle. Luo Yunhai's eyes flashed as they took in Huangpu Tianyuan and Lang Wuchang. They burned with endless rage, wishing nothing more than to purge the two from this world. And caring of the looks the ants gave him, Lang Wuchang smiled. Prime Minister, you were saying. A hero always falls for the princess. I never expected for such a cautious kid to get wrapped up in such a cliché. A shame, really. Zhu Changfeng sighed. Lang Wuchang laughed. It's because of his paranoid nature, of his dead heart, that a man who by all intents and purposes shouldn't have weaknesses would lose his mind in the simplest fashion. Emotional people have normal reactions when they are excited. While those dead inside, the tiniest spark could set them off and collapse them from within. Zhu Changfeng nodded helplessly. Monkey, you cannot fight an old fox after all. Huangpu Qingshan, your life is mine. Zhuo Fan's roar broke everyone out of their reverie, and even Chu Qingcheng's shouts stopped. They saw him shoot for the skies, and he was gone the next second. Zhuo Fan, don't go. You know it's a trap. Chu Qingcheng smashed at the national elemental stone, crying herself hoarse. But her voice was unable to pierce the veil. Zhuo Fan wouldn't have stopped even if he did hear her. He had long passed the point of no return. His emotions were scarring his heart, and the madness was the only sign showing what he was going through. He was driven by one thought alone, fueled by his inner turmoil. Nothing mattered more than ripping Huangpu Qingshan's head from his shoulder in offering to Ninger. Chu Qingcheng was crying and shouting long after he was gone. Grandmother held her. Child, he's doing it for another woman, not you. So why are you? Grandmother. Chu Qingcheng looked at her through tears. Didn't you say he was cold and ruthless? How did he change? Grandmother was lost for words. How should I know? I am not his shadow. She had to admit, however, that not even she, who had raised 3 generations of Drifting Flowers Edifice's elders, noticed Zhuo Fan having such strong affection for someone. Sighing, grandmother shook her head. Chu Qingcheng closed her eyes and said, I knew I had made the right choice back then. Startled, grandmother nodded helplessly. Perhaps. Do you want to save her? An aged voice pierced Chu Qingcheng's ears. Chu Qingcheng turned in the voice's direction. You don't have to speak. If you are intent on saving her, come see me in the forest 30 miles from here. But you better hurry, lest the window closes. She only has 2 hours left. Shuddering, Chu Qingcheng pulled out of grandmother's embrace and flew away. Grandmother was stunned, but Chu Qingcheng's impatient voice came next. Grandmother, I have something to do. I'll be back soon. Grandmother frowned. She used to know everything when it came to Drifting Flowers Edifice. Just what is Chu Qingcheng going to do? But she trusted her enough not to question her motives. When the clamor died down and Zhuo Fan left the water exit, everyone turned to the Earth National Elemental Stone. Huangpu Qingshan had long been waiting there, gathering his men, waiting for his quarry. Eldest young master, are you certain the punk will fall for such a painfully obvious trap? Just now I saw the water exit activating. Wouldn't it make more sense for them to leave for Dragon Cloud City with the 4 brimming sacred pills? Turning to the 10,000 men's ambush, Yu Yushin sighed. With neither the pills nor winning the esoteric debate, we would truly lose this time. The other 2 nodded. Huangpu Qingshan mocked them. Humph, ignorant fools, I've already stressed what our main objective is. As long as Zhuo Fan lives, nothing else matters. And above all else, Sir Leng is never wrong. The others may return, but Zhuo Fan won't. Wait and see. The three bowed. They had no clue what was happening on Zhuo Fan's side, but the audience was clear on one thing. Zhuo Fan was on his way over to the Earth exit. They were cast reverent gazes onto Lang Wuchang standing among Regent Estate's clansmen, as expected of unwanted contrivers' ploys. Even Demon Archon Zhuo Fan fell for it. He truly is the Empire's sage? Lang Wuchang was basking in the gazes of everyone, straightening his beard in pride. He felt like his glory had surpassed even Zhu Changfeng's. But the latter didn't bother, eyes fixed on the national elemental stone, contemplating. A day passed, and Huangpu Qingshan was still sitting peacefully before the Earth exit. The sudden thunderclap scared off the birds in its path. The frantic and erratic power threatened to crush everything. Huangpu Qingshan opened his eyes and grinned, looking in the distance. Ha ha ha, finally. Yan Bangui, Yu Yushin, Lin Xuanfeng, get ready. We can't let him escape. Understood? The three cupped their hands, vanishing among the trees. With the fall of lighting, it revealed a gruesome face. Zhuo Fan's eyes knew nothing but bloodlust at this point. Huangpu Qingshan was thrilled. His presence here proved that the plan had worked. Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan. I used to think you had the same royal air as myself. How come you're riddled with emotion? How could you stoop so low? Now I see that I am the only one worthy to be king here. Huangpu Qingshan, your life is mine. Zhuo Fan roared, throwing himself at Huangpu Qingshan. Huangpu Qingshan sneered. Only kings are worthy of my attention. Three shouts followed his words, and a flood of people came from all directions, more than 10,000. There were even hundreds of profound heaven experts leading the charge, wielding fourth-grade spiritual weapons with the sole purpose of piercing that diamond body of his. Zhuo Fan roared. Get lost, ants? His voice, powered by his intent, spread all around, only to meet another intent along the way. With a bang, the two intents canceled each other. Huangpu Qingshan's eyes widened. He didn't take Zhuo Fan to be capable of outdoing him in the strength of soul. But he made sure to cover it up with mockery. Humph! You'll never get to use intent as long as I'm around. Squinting, Zhuo Fan was still unfazed. If the easy way failed, he'd just have to kill them the hard way. Zhuo Fan sped up and made contact with the 10,000 men's army. Tens of spiritual weapons fell upon Zhuo Fan, akin to being hit by a cannonball each time. Even Yu Yushin and his two allies looked startled at the onslaught. Not even a radiant stage expert could escape the blows of tens of profound heaven experts all coming at once. They'd be picked apart. Zhuo Fan has truly lost it to charge head-on. The audience beyond the veil was of the same opinion. They finally realized the horrifying difference between a calculative beast and a mad one. Zhuo Fan had now lost all reason, all inhibitions, but regardless of how strong he was, even he would fall against an army. Luo Yunchang and others were watching in worry. What happened next was beyond anything they had ever dreamed of. Even Regent Estate was floored. I thought I told you. Get out of my sight, you insects! Following his roar, the purple lighting enveloped his body, and under the stunned audience's watch, he moved like a tornado with his wings spread. Whoosh, tilde the attack hacked through metal and flesh alike. Tens of profound heaven experts and their spiritual weapons were bisected before they could make contact. The lightning wings wrapped in purple lightning were the ultimate killing weapon. Chapter 313. Demonic Dragon's Might. Utter shock. Every single person who was watching went slack-jawed, no exception. Lang Wuchang was quite certain a couple dozen profound heaven experts wouldn't do Zhuo Fan in, but he didn't go as far as to assume they'd die in an instant. Not even a radiant stage expert with their intent sealed could pull it off, and yet, Lang Wuchang's gaze grew firm, as did his frown. I knew the kid was hiding his strength. Now we finally see his limits. Zai Tianshang's eyes shrank, the hand on the hilt tightened. Till now he saw Zhuo Fan as a convenient target to challenge and better himself. only to find out that the guy was an even bigger objective than Huangpu Qingshan had ever been. Zhuo Fan's mad slaughter was that of a tyrant, trampling all that stood in his way. The bloody and gruesome battle had even this martial fanatic's blood pumping. He was totally regretting it now. Why couldn't he have stayed back in Beast King Mountain? He would have been fighting alongside Zhuo Fan right about now, getting his fix of killings. Huangpu Qingshan's eyebrow moved. Zhuo Fan had defied his projections. With those lightning wings of his, even capable of cutting through fourth-grade spiritual weapons like butter. Taking a leap further, it wasn't that much of a wild guess that those wings could pierce his own hardened body. Attack. The instant death of dozens of profound heaven experts struck fear in the rest, but Huangpu Qingshan was there to make sure they would stop at nothing to kill him. For a moment, nobody knew what to do. While the others were in a conundrum over their literal existence, Zhuo Fan had no such qualms. He jumped into the fray, waving his wings and fists in every direction. Bam! Tilde another few dozen profound heaven experts bit the dust, cut right down the middle. Zhuo Fan's hands weren't idle either, punching the still beating hearts out of the chest of two others. He squeezed, sending blood and gore around, while the two decorations on his arms blew apart. His eyes, though, were just as brutal and bloodshot as when he started this bloody mess. They were a window into his heart, consumed now by slaughter. The legs of the rest wobbled, their hearts gripped in fear. Zhuo Fan was the very personification of a savage beast, killing regardless of who barred his path. Some that broke out into a mad run for their lives were swiftly caught up and killed with impunity. At this moment, valor pushed through the fear and everyone came to one conclusion. Since they were destined to die either way, they'd rather go down fighting. They fell upon him like a flood, as the thirst for murder in Zhuo Fan's eyes grew and grew. Huangpu Qingshan had a satisfied smirk. I finally understand what Sir Leng was talking about. The collected Zhuo Fan would never engage in senseless slaughter, breeding hatred all around, but go for scare tactics. We may be 10,000, but the ones engaged in fighting only amount to a mere handful. But with his mind consumed by rage, he forced everyone to see no escape from death, lest they kill him. He has completely aroused their self-preservation. Revenge is so deeply ingrained in his mind that he is no longer feared, ha ha ha. Eldest young master is a genius. We won't even need to intervene now. The punk will sooner or later end up dying, swallowed by our 10,000 men. Yu Yushin snickered and added a thumbs up. Huangpu Qingshan waved him off. Hardly. Ants are just that, ants. They won't ever get to wring his life. Their only use is to chip at Zhuo Fan's stamina and reveal any meddlesome aces he has tucked away. It will be up to me to cull this demon for murder. No one else is worthy, not even you three. The trio looked at each other, their hearts filled with dissatisfaction and anger, but none retorted. Going back to the slaughter at hand, Zhuo Fan was found to have reaped through hundreds of experts. The trio nodded inwardly. Eldest young master has a point. The monster has gone berserk, but we're still no match for him. Now then, it is time we added to the challenge. Activate that 36 array. Huangpu Qingshan watched the slaughter with a cold and detached eye. Yan Bangui gave a signal to the ones hiding in the forest. The men's hands weaved through gestures, and a bright light enveloped the battlefield. Zhuo Fan, who saw only red before his eyes, suddenly stopped and his knees buckled. Looking down, he saw a silvery light. Meteor array. Zhuo Fan's instinct told him this was a first-grade array, putting pressure on him and sealing his movements. He could tear through such a low-grade array with his Yuan Kai alone. But it was easier said than done when being assaulted from all sides by endless waves of enemies. Those profound heaven experts wielding spiritual weapons were waiting for this golden opportunity and stabbed him. A dozen of them chose to aim for the lightning wings instead. With the lightning wings nailed to the ground, he was like a lamb to the slaughter. He, soaring demonic dragon's head is mine. One excited profound heaven expert saw endless glory within reach. But then a curse came from behind. Don't you dare get greedy. Stick to the plan and hold down his wings. Any mistake now will turn the eldest young master's wrath on you. Shuddering, the man woke up from his reverie, moving from Zhuo Fan's head to the wings. The audience beyond the veil were crying out in shock, as Luo Yunchang was sweating buckets with worry. They only had to trap Zhuo Fan, and when he was meek and helpless, the sea of people would attack and finish the job. Huangpu Tianyuan smiled. Sir Leng, the punk would be worse for wear if not outright killed. Who knows? I reckon his ultimate demise will rest in the eldest young master's hands. Leng Wuchang shook his head. Huangpu Tianyuan snorted. Won't that give him all the glory? Whoosh tilde tens of fourth-grade spiritual weapons were coming for Zhuo Fan's head. Not even Zhuo Fan could take that. Yet the man in question had the same bloodthirsty gaze, not registering the meager clowns and their parlor tricks. As the spiritual weapons approached, joy blossomed on the faces of everyone. Just then, Zhuo Fan's right eye shined with a golden halo. Divine Eye of the Void, first stage, shift. Whoosh tilde all spiritual weapons vanished without a trace, only to appear a mile away, somewhere in the forest. They all froze in shock. They were this close to ending the monster, but their weapons vanished. How do we kill him now? Won't we just die? Thank God the monster is still in the meteor array and we can draw back. Their relief was short-lived, however, as the purple lightning once again exploded from his body. A boom announced the destruction of the array beneath him, as well as the bloody pieces of profound heaven experts flying everywhere. Zhuo Fan made a show of standing up and, without preamble, resumed the slaughter fist. Only this time, the purple lightning acted as a shield 3 meters around him. Those unfortunate enough not to remove themselves from peril were ejected by force, permanently and in a spectacular fashion of gory shower and blood. Even the hidden arrays around him were detonated ahead of their time. The purple lightning tore through anyone and anything without remorse. Zhuo Fan was charging all this while. He didn't need to do much else, with the shield blowing everyone around to pieces. In mere 15 minutes, the death toll reached 4 digits, with many of the victims strewn around all over the place. The rest shirked back in fear, not willing to face him and test his edge. Now even if Zhuo Fan chased them, they'd still flee. The first time they had placed their trust in human wave tactics and held a glimmer of hope at overpowering the savage. While now that notion was quite literally blown away, evident by the victims getting zapped as they tested the lightning shield, only to die gruesomely before they could even reach him. How do you fight that? A man's valor grew when fighting against surmountable opponents. But in Zhuo Fan's case, the man was indomitable, and fear had soon taken root. The battlefield had devolved into Zhuo Fan chasing around fleeing and powerless targets. No one could stop him. Yan Bangui was soaked in sweat, now realizing the tragic and deadly extent of Zhuo Fan's purple lightning. It was worse than his poison under these circumstances. The tables had turned. They were the ones with the army, and yet they were the ones ending up butchered. Yu Yushin was panicking. Eldest young master, that thing is a freak of nature. Our 10,000 men's army will be gone soon if we don't do something. Not to mention the whole of Dragon Cloud City's clan and house leaders are watching us. We've been plotting and scheming for so long to trap one man, and if we still can't deal with him, we'll become the butt of the Empire's joke. I know. I don't need you to remind me. Huangpu Qingshan's snort cut him off. His eyes glinted with cruelty as he stepped forward. I didn't think I'd have to step in so soon. I truly am surrounded by trash. Chapter 314. Dragons collide. People watched the Earth National Elemental Stone engrossed, be it from fear or shock. Some were too stunned to even react. Zhuo Fan had braved against 1,000 men alone and killed them by the score like a true demon god. It was long past the point where the house's elders could stay calm. Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Long Jiu was the most affected. Zhuo Fan's murder weapon was none other than the purple lightning from his eye, though the difference couldn't be bigger. Zhuo Fan's purple lightning was so strong he used it as armor, and all he had to do was run into the enemy unchallenged. The enemy had no choice but to flee, unable to cope with such destructive force. The lofty figure, filled with zeal in his indiscriminate killing, made the viewers secretly cry out in excitement. One particular crazed martial fanatic felt the opposite. Zai Tiancheng had long been shuddering with fervor and fighting spirit. Whoosh, a light announced Chu Qingcheng's return, her face filled with grief. Grandmother rushed to her side in worry. "Qingcheng, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Chu Qingcheng shook her head. "How is he?" Grandmother sighed and turned to the veil. "See for yourself." Chu Qingcheng caught Zhuo Fan's howl as he tore into the 10,000-men army. His face was malevolent among the flying limbs, a picture only achieving completion with the symphony manifested by the agonized victims. The bloodshot eyes seemed to write off anyone they landed on, gone from this world. The first thing that came to mind was a death god unleashed upon this world to spread suffering and pain. Chu Qingcheng's heart was twisted up from pain, biting her lip in fear of crying out, even as tears fell from her eyes. She knew very well that the crazed Zhuo Fan was in incredible pain and grief. "Look, Huangpu Qingshan is joining." At the nameless cry, everyone turned to the imposing and mighty figure charging with relentless force towards Zhuo Fan. There was not a single person out there who didn't recognize the conceited, heaven-shaking Dragon Lord. This lifted the moods of everyone at the prospect. The two strongest geniuses of Tianyu were duking it out. Who was going to win? Who was going to be the #1 clan in this time's esoteric debate? It would soon be made apparent as dragons collided. The rules were very clear, though. The first to return to Dragon Cloud City was crowned champion. Though everyone knew, the returnees even more so, that it was merely an escape, cowardice. The title of #1 clan of Tianyu rested on the shoulders of these two dragons. Gulping, every single person was watching the most anticipated battle of the century with hearts in their throat. Zai Tiancheng was holding the sword hilt so tight that his hand turned white. His eyes were sparkling while his excitement shot through the roof. Those two were the objectives he wanted to desperately surpass, but who was the best and strongest of their generation hanged far more heavily on his mind. This battle would settle who was to be his true goal: Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan went nuts in killing anything that moved, going so far under in his bloodlust that he lost focus of his surroundings. It was then that the shout coming from behind pierced his ears. Turning around, he saw Huangpu Qingshan charging and shouted, "Huangpu Qingshan, you will pay with your life." Zhuo Fan moved away from those ants and rushed towards Huangpu Qingshan. The purple lightning withdrew into his fist just as he struck. Huangpu Qingshan roared as well, shining golden and surrounded by 9 golden dragons as he met the punch. Imperial tyrant body art? Bam! The staggering power of the punches smashed together. A golden light erupted and purple lightning exploded as the earth caved and sky trembled. Zhuo Fan and Huangpu Qingshan's fists were now in a deadlock. But the power only grew stronger, roaming along their arms and aiming to settle the stalemate. Huangpu Qingshan and Zhuo Fan glared at each other, with neither backing out an inch. But the sudden explosion flung both of them backwards for 5 feet. The tremendous pressure swept the battlefield. The rampant golden glow along with the berserk purple lightning tore into any poor devil that crossed its path. The fallout alone robbed the lives of 2,000 hapless souls, reduced to mangled flesh and adding to this hellscape. Gasping, the survivors fled as fast as they could. It went beyond what their feeble minds could possibly comprehend. Just the shock wave reaped through them like death. Not even profound heaven experts were spared from such a cruel fate. They had finally come to realize on their own skin what a gulf in power truly meant. The profound heaven experts knew the two of them could kill them with just their thumb. How could heaven allow for such monsters to exist? It went against the natural order. The ones receiving the full brunt of the shock were in fact 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. They were aware of how the two were leagues above them, but nobody had imagined it would be such a steep cliff separating them. They had a feeling that not even in the radiant stage would they be the two's match. Zai Tiancheng clenched his fists in frustration, but sighed in the end. Just how am I to surpass these monsters? For the first time ever, this martial fanatic actually complained about one's strength. Huangpu Qingshan and Zhuo Fan's display left him utterly powerless. A standoff. While the rest were awed by the power display, Only Jade Flute, Divine Sword Fang Kyubai's eyes squinted. They even contained a glint of amazement while looking at Zhuo Fan. The Emperor's intent for Zhuo Fan to harass Huangpu Qingshan came from his council. He had gone to great lengths in informing Zhuo Fan of every aspect of Huangpu Qingshan's traits. That a head-on clash was ill-advised, and he had to lean on tactics to get the upper hand. Nonetheless, it did not lower the danger Zhuo Fan had faced in this mission. Yet at the end of it all, the kid took merely 5 years to reach the level of monstrosity Huangpu Qingshan turned out to be. Something he had failed to foresee. He could go as far as to say Zhuo Fan was the truest monster of the two. Just 5 years ago, Zhuo Fan barely defeated Huangpu Qingshan's younger brother, who was far weaker. And here he was now the other brother's equal. It was just too hard to wrap his head around how insane it was. What blew his mind, however, was the two monsters' one-stage gap in cultivation. So the two may be equal right now, but Zhuo Fan's potential was inhumanly above Huangpu Qingshan's. It was hard to fathom what the future held for the man. In 5 years, no, just 3 years, Zhuo Fan may very well be able to wipe the floor with Huangpu Qingshan. Such prospects were so ridiculous, even Fang Kyubai had to do a double take. It's all so obvious now why the kid was so carefree when accepting this mission. He is confident of victory. As long as he comes out alive from this battle, he will grow into the #1 overlord of Tianyu. Not even Regent Estate's 1,000-year-old legacy will be of use then. Ha ha ha, Fang Kyubai sighed. Leng Wuchang and Huangpu Tianyuan had reached the same dreaded conclusion. Zhuo Fan had now risen to the level of biggest threat on their list. He must be stopped at all costs. The kid can already cause upheavals, throwing the 7 houses into turmoil. If allowed to grow for even a second more, no matter how much power the 7 houses bring out, it wouldn't be worth a damn. Huangpu Qingshan stopped his skidding, looking at Zhuo Fan in astonishment. He couldn't believe what just happened. One of his peers actually had the power to fight him. Zhuo Fan had so far been a thorn in his side through his cunning and sinister arts. But this clash proved they were equals, a truth he wasn't ready to accept. The majestic and royal regent estate's eldest young master, who had been uncontested all his life, had now found his nemesis. Perhaps the one to rob him of his birthright to rule. A deep sense of danger had taken root into his heart, something that had never happened before. It only worked to fuel his thirst for murder as he roared. Zhuo Fan, today you must die. Huangpu Qingshan, pay with your life. Zhuo Fan roared back. The lightning crackled as he charged, and Huangpu Qingshan did the same. Boom tilde, the sky exploded in lightning as the earth was scorched. The two forces of nature in the shape of body cultivators clashed blow by blow, tearing the world asunder and spreading death. The fallout of every clash was like a bomb, which caught the hapless fools from the vassal clans, reaping their lives in the most agonizing way possible. Oi, you two, we aren't collateral damage here, you know. You both have a strong arm to take the punishment, but we are normal people. Show some compassion, will you, and leave us out of it. The two were too far gone. Zhuo Fan consumed by vengeance, and Huangpu Qingshan consumed by having his status under real threat. They had no time to mind the petty ants, constantly clashing and constantly moving. 200 blows later, the two had no scratch on them. Though one couldn't say the same about the unfortunate souls surrounding them, what was supposed to be an ambush was now culled by the aftermath of these monsters. The number of casualties tallied to 5,000 at the least. It was a total tragedy, genocide. Yu Yushin's group of 3 was shaking in their boots and sweating like pigs. They looked into each other's eyes. Should we leave? If anyone else heard them, they'd be floored. What the hell, man? If even the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix are scared of the two's fallout, what about us? Are we supposed to sit here and die? As the two's fight escalated, it had put the lives of even these 3 in danger. The decision was made for them, as the frail balance between the 2 monsters had slowly tipped. Huangpu Qingshan's golden dragon claw grabbed at Zhuo Fan's throat. The power behind it made Zhuo Fan flinch and lean away. Huangpu Qingshan snickered. His attack changed as he struck down. Zhuo Fan felt an immense pressure burying him a meter into the ground. He, die? With a sinister and gleeful grin, Huangpu Qingshan's claw shot for his throat. 9 Dragon's Diamond Body, Dragon-Empowered Claw, Chapter 315, Seal. Rip, the space itself cracked as the golden dragon claw pierced at Zhuo Fan. The sharp gale cut at one's face. Squinting, Zhuo Fan was shocked inside. The feeling of this power told him that this martial art was at the limit of surpassing profound rank level and entering the earth level. The consequences would be dire if it struck. The audience beyond the national elemental stone were equally shocked. Huangpu Qingshan's arsenal wasn't limited to just the imperial tyrant body art. Zai Tiancheng and his allies were the only ones who recognized that claw. Huangpu Qingshan had used the same claw on them once before, but that time paled compared to the one he showed today. Yet even that weak claw was enough to force them into submission. Witnessing Huangpu Qingshan going all out, it dawned on them what a deadly move it was, that it could crush mountains. Fang Qiubai watched it all with a critical eye. 9 Dragon's Diamond Body. I never thought I'd see this Earth-ranked cultivation method appear again. What? Sir Fang, did you say Earth-ranked? Gasping, the rest couldn't believe their ears. Grandmother cried out, is this the fabled imperial families? Fang Qiubai nodded. It is precisely the Earth-ranked cultivation method the imperial family used at the time they founded Tianyu. 9 Dragon's Diamond Body. With the cultivation method being so brutal, the pinnacle of body cultivation, one needed remarkable talent coupled with a staunch body, lest they would die a gruesome death. At the founding of the empire, the imperial family could only train in the first stage, but even that proved to be too much for some. The dragon power ran rampant throughout their body, bursting their vessels and ultimately their bodies. I would have never guessed Huangpu would attain great ancestors' power, more so as Fang Qiubai squinted at Regent Estate. His training of the first stage is sublime and is very likely to go beyond it. Eyes turned to Regent Estate with horror. It was bad enough that Regent Estate was the strongest of the houses, but now their future estate lord had the talent to wield an earth-ranked cultivation method. Who was there left to face them? Regent Estate was clear on this, sticking out their heads in pride. As if to say, now you know our power. Be good and wait. See how we deal with anyone who opposes us. Grandmother and her 2 allies' moods sank. There was always a gap in the 7 houses' power, but that would usually be bridged with their inherited profound ranked martial art. That gave them a fighting chance. Yet with Regent Estate using an earth-ranked martial art, they had left the other houses far behind, a level they could never reach. The 3 houses began to lament about their future. Was it perhaps a mistake pitting ourselves against the Regent Estate? Even their greatest hope of this generation, Zhuo Fan, was about to be culled. He only knew profound ranked martial arts. His talent was great, but how was he to rise up to Huangpu Qingshan wielding an earth-ranked martial art? They turned to the national elemental stone with a shake of their heads, assured that the worst outcome was nigh. Only Chu Qingchang and Luo Yunchang begged to differ. In fact, they weren't thinking at all. Their minds and hearts were filled with worry for Zhuo Fan, trapped there all alone and waiting for Huangpu Qingshan to strike. Die, Zhuo Fan? Huangpu Qingshan cackled. Victory was at hand. Zhuo Fan couldn't budge, but his eyes flashed golden. The one to die is you. Divine Eye of the Void's first stage, shift, Zhuo Fan vanished into thin air. Huangpu Qingshan's claw gouged 1,000-meter deep hole into the ground. Eyes trembling, Huangpu Qingshan wailed. He was about to get up when a relentless force smashed into him. A purple lightning-empowered fist rammed into his back. The rampant purple lightning rained havoc to his insides, tearing at his heart. No matter how tough Huangpu Qingshan was, he was not invincible. He spat crimson blood and was sent barreling into the hole he had just made, deepening it by another 1,000 meters. Such a radical change happened too fast for anyone to comprehend or react. None saw how Zhuo Fan had dodged, only registering how his fist buried Huangpu Qingshan. They were dumbstruck, Minds blown, few knew about Zhuo Fan's new abilities, with only the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix having seen him using it. But now, everyone had gotten a taste of what he was capable of, and all they could do was stare bug-eyed. Fang Qiubai shivered, blinking in confusion. Not even this guy, peak radiant stage expert and glorious divine dragon of Tianyu, had any clue about how Zhuo Fan had pulled it off. What just happened? Is there a martial art in this world that I don't know of? I know all that came from Tianyu, so how? Fang Qiubai shook his head in the end, praising the kid to new levels. He always liked taking people by surprise. Grandmother and Long Yifei's eyes lit up. Under the imminent threat of Huangpu Qingshan's Earth-ranked martial art, Zhuo Fan escaped unscathed and even retaliated. Their hopes of winning against Regent Estate were rekindled. The kid doesn't disappoint, ha ha ha. The trio laughed to themselves. Huangpu Tianyuan watched it all with a thin smile. He spoke calmly to Lang Wuchang, but every elder heard it too. Qingshan is no match for the little monster. We can only depend on Sir Lang's plans if we are to ever defeat him. Worry not, estate lord. Everything is going according to plan. Knowing the man aimed to curb the elder's view of the eldest young master, Lang Wuchang merely nodded. Huangpu Tianyuan smiled and enjoyed the show. From the cloud of dust hovering above the hole, Huangpu Qingshan burst out, quite a sorry sight. He wasn't able to get his footing straight, though, as a sharp wind approached from behind. Huangpu Qingshan flashed around, face to face with Zhuo Fan's bloodshot eyes. The sharp lightning wings traced his face, leaving a bloody gash. Huangpu Qingshan's heart was wrecked with fear, his body shaking. That was too close. Thanks to his quick reaction, he had kept his head from being impaled. It was his first time being in actual mortal danger. As he grew increasingly cautious, Zhuo Fan's bloodthirst only rose. Zhuo Fan was the only one to pose a threat to his life. Huangpu Qingshan grabbed the outstretched wing and punched Zhuo Fan with the other hand. The blow shot forth with such might. It aimed to explode his head. Zhuo Fan wasn't worried, using the golden halo in his eye to whisk away right before it touched him. Huangpu Qingshan once again found himself getting struck from behind. Zhuo Fan used his wing to whip the man's back and leave a nasty gash. Purple lightning singed through the skin and forced another cough of blood out of him. Zhuo Fan pressed his advantage, following with more blows. Huangpu Qingshan tried to put up resistance, but he couldn't muster the strength. Zhuo Fan was an enigma. He couldn't get a read on his next action, and was caught by surprise each time. The scene turned odd, to say the least. Zhuo Fan hounded Huangpu Qingshan like a ghost, whipping him from every direction. Every strike left bloody wounds on Huangpu Qingshan's body while he was coughing blood, yet not once could he fight back. It was more along the lines of him wanting to, but being unable to find his target. The man moved around like a ghost, covering his tracks. Huangpu Qingshan found himself in his most humiliating moment, as if he was Zhuo Fan's punching bag and received all the man's lashing. Fated to take it all but could never lash out himself, the audience was speechless. How come the head of the 6 dragons was reduced to being flogged? By contrast, Zhuo Fan was having the time of his life, consumed by the thrill of revenge. Huangpu Qingshan had had enough at this point and roared, "What the hell are you guys gawking at? Activate the array!" "But eldest young master, didn't you say we should wait?" Yu Yushin mumbled. Huangpu Qingshan barked at him. "I can't wait any longer." "Do it." Yu Yushin saw the eldest young master had lost his poise and grace. He knew time was of the essence and signaled the men in the forest. The battlefield was then shrouded in a barrier. Zhuo Fan was just about to change places again when he was frozen stiff, unable to control space anymore. A sealed space? Zhuo Fan frowned and snorted inside. He finally understood what unwanted contriver had cooked up. The mastermind saw even through his divine eye of the void. Chapter 316, Limit Release. "It's too soon to use it." Lang Wuchang sighed. "As far as I know, the kid is quite an expert in arrays. The longer the sealed space's activation is put off, the better, as it would catch him off guard. But Qingshan can't hold on till then." Huangpu Tianyuan smiled. Sir Leng, does the punk have any chance of coming out of the array now that it's activated? Leng Wuchang shook his head. Even as an array grandmaster, his odds are slim at best. It's fine, then. You're just worried that with enough time he'd see through the array. Since his chances are mostly non-existent, what's there to be afraid of? Huangpu Tianyuan said. No, when I move, I make sure to rob even the most minute chance of victory from my enemy. It goes double for increasingly dangerous opponents. Leng Wuchang's eyes held a savage glint. Huangpu Tianyuan laughed mirthless. A clash between schemers is far crueler than any cultivator's fight. Microcosmic orbit array. Zhuo Fan noticed the 365 profound heaven experts around him holding their hands in prayer and sitting down where the core of the array was. This was the 6th grade sealing array microcosmic orbit array. Its only function was to seal off space. Set up according to the heavenly directions, a miniature world was formed, trapping anyone within. Entering it, one would find himself in another world. The only way to escape was by employing dominating might to crush the heaven and earth of this miniature world. Anything less, and it could keep even a radiant stage expert sealed inside for as long as the controller wished, no matter how much the victim raved. With space sealed up, Zhuo Fan's shift was under lock and key. It was the first time since the start of his battle with Huangpu Qingshan that he felt danger. This battle was now inevitable, and only one outcome was viable, winning or dying. All other choices were now moot. Huangpu Qingshan? Zhuo Fan's malice was directed at the snickering man. His fists clenched and purple lightning flashed as he charged. Huangpu Qingshan did the same. Confident now that his plan was successful in sealing shift. His eyes glinted sinisterly, meeting his enemy head-on. The two were at a stalemate again, but Huangpu Qingshan felt at ease. The earlier lashing had been miserable, robbing him of any chance to fight back. But now that he could display his overbearing might, he was filled with utter joy. The two clashed for 200 more rounds, with Huangpu Qingshan becoming increasingly bolder and Zhuo Fan finding himself strained. The audience was stunned. Weren't they equals? Why is Huangpu Qingshan holding out strong after all this time, yet Zhuo Fan looks to be reaching his limit? Was Huangpu Qingshan holding back from the start? Worry wormed into their hearts. Zai Tianchang sighed. Huangpu Qingshan is dreadful to hold back even against Zhuo Fan. But then a laughter resounded. Ha ha ha, he hadn't. Zhuo Fan is the one who used too much stamina and had long surpassed his limit. All eyes turned to Fang Qiubai. Don't you see? The purple lightning has dimmed, and his body is starting to give. He must have been relying on the purple lightning to raise his power when clashing with Huangpu Qingshan. But the toll exceeds the limit his body can bear. That strange art of his allowed him to fight back, but now that it is sealed by that array, he is on the ropes. He may seem to be meeting Huangpu Qingshan at every blow, but he's spent. The outcome is a foregone conclusion by now. Fang Qiubai sighed in regret. Being pointed out, the others looked closer and noticed how Zhuo Fan was growing frantic. Wounds riddled his body, and his blood was being added to the soaked mud. He couldn't take much more punishment or his body would break. While Huangpu Qingshan was getting more and more savage, his power was unbreakable. Soaring demonic dragon has no chance against heaven-shaking dragon lord. This is providence, everyone shook their heads, yet the one on the receiving end didn't seem to care. Zhuo Fan still met Huangpu Qingshan head-on, driven by the thought of killing his enemy even at the cost of his own life. His effort had earned him the audience's respect. It looked like a typical case of fighting against impossible odds, but everyone took it as the eulogy of a tragic hero. Regent Estate snickered at Zhuo Fan's plight. Zai Tianchang held his sword, filled with battle lust. He was itching to fight alongside Zhuo Fan. Chu Qingcheng and Luo Yuncheng had been crying all this time, their hearts gripped by pain. Zhuo Fan's mind is drowned in thoughts of revenge, fighting savagely with total disregard for his own safety. After another 100 clashes, the lightning scattered from Zhuo Fan's body. Huangpu Qingshan availed himself of the enemy's rare moment of weakness and let out a dragon roar as he smashed an empowered fist into Zhuo Fan's face. Imperial tyrant body art? Boom. After an ear-splitting explosion, Zhuo Fan was knocked into the ground for the first time. He spat blood as the earth splintered over 1,000 meters. Yu Yushin's side was bewildered. Zhuo Fan had taken those punches before, but this time he actually spat blood, like he had suffered a major wound. Why now and not earlier? Huangpu Qingshan was the only one who understood, stepping on the powerless Zhuo Fan's chest as he mocked. Humph, prick, where's all your power gone to now? Don't you have a bag full of tricks? What's wrong? Take them out. He. You think I couldn't tell that the purple lightning was giving you power while eating you from the inside? You did this to yourself, not me. You never were my match. Huangpu Qingshan pressed harder and Zhuo Fan spat blood and gore, yet no sound escaped his clenched teeth. Luo Yunchang and the women cried in pain, while the rest sighed how the soaring demonic dragon was on his deathbed. With his cunning, Huangpu Qingshan would never be his match in a one-on-one fight based on how many tricks he had. A darn shame he lost his mind and now had fallen for Huangpu Qingshan's ploy. Zhuo Fan needed but days and he'd surpass Huangpu Qingshan many times over. But that ship had sailed, and so too would his life. Huangpu Qingshan squinted at Zhuo Fan's puny attempts, deriding him. A pity, really. With your talent, if you had fought for any longer, the true king might have been another. But you moron, lost yourself over a dumb girl. This proves that you are unfit to be king. The only true king in this world is me, Huangpu Qingshan. He punctuated with a stomp on Zhuo Fan's head as he roared his victory speech. Since you are so consumed by love, I'll send you off to join that dumb girl. You wanted revenge? Humph, you won't have it even in your next life. For that wretched girl's death to drag you down like this made killing her all the more sweeter. Ha ha ha. Huangpu Qingshan's cackle jarred the ears of everyone. He raised his leg, ready to burst Zhuo Fan's head as people's hearts seized and they looked down. The women's tears ran in streams. But then, a flicker of lightning stopped Huangpu Qingshan's raised leg. Huangpu Qingshan was in shock, finding his leg gripped in an iron vise with purple lightning streaking over it stronger than ever. Heart-seized, Huangpu Qingshan realized that he couldn't stomp no matter how much he tried. Huangpu Qingshan, you will never kill me. The grim and eerie voice sounded like it came from hell. Under Huangpu Qingshan's shock, the grip flung him into the air. He couldn't do anything to fight it. When he picked himself up, what he saw froze him. How does he still have so much power? Huangpu Qingshan watched the dazzling lighting and gulped. The others were dumbstruck. In the middle of the lightning storm, Zhuo Fan rose to his feet, his eyes bursting with bloodlust. Although soaked in blood himself and riddled with wounds, the boundless might exploding from him hammered into the hearts of all onlookers. Huangpu Qingshan turned grave. Just how much power is this punk hiding? Zhuo Fan's eyes were dead cold, uncaring of all the wounds all over his body. His hatred for Huangpu Qingshan was on full display. It was so thick that even the audience beyond the national elemental stone could feel the chill in their bones. Huangpu Qingshan, I will send you to hell even if I have to drag you down with me. Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth, his face twisted. Divine Eye of the Void, limit release. An even stronger purple lightning burst from his body. Zhuo Fan had unleashed all the purple lightning he absorbed back in Lightning Canyon. Chapter 317, Bashing of a Regent. Roar, a wail of anger mixed with pain reached the clouds. Zhuo Fan's power exploded, purple lighting gushing out of him like a flood. His madness increased as well. The overpowering might left others gasping and shivering in fear. Huangpu Qingshan recoiled as well, fear obvious in his eyes. He had never seen one man capable of unleashing such a raw display of power, until now. What was even more astounding was that the said man didn't blow up from the strain. The viewers beyond the national elemental stone weren't there to feel it, but the sight was shocking enough. Fang Qiubai squinted. The kid was hiding such a move. But can he take it? The blood on Zhuo Fan's body only grew thicker. Just like a dead tree, he was pushing towards collapse. Fang Qiubai frowned, worried. Chu Qingchang and the other women's hearts went to the man suffering. Their tears flowed for him. It was obvious that Zhuo Fan's trump card was a life for a life. Zhuo Fan from before would have never resorted to such desperate means unless it was a matter of life and death. But now, for the sake of killing Huangpu Qingshan, for revenge, he threw it all away. With a cry of pain, Zhuo Fan's surging power had reached a plateau. Purple lightning bathed his body, his wings turned purple as well. They crackled with lightning, releasing waves of power. Zhuo Fan panted, his body bloodied from head to toe. The bones of his legs were visible as the tyrannical might of the purple lightning ate through his flesh. The pain was excruciating, but his eyes only grew more sinister. Huangpu Qingshan's heart seized looking at the purple lightning show, but he still found in him one last mockery. Zhuo Fan. I was wondering what great and all-powerful ace had you been keeping all this time, only to find out it is a dumb, crippling move to gain the power to beat me. Your body is so wrecked you can barely stand. You may have obtained the power now, but it's still not enough. Whoosh! The lighting storm flashed in his face in the form of a palm. It flung him 1,000 meters away with a bang, burying him deep into a cliff as it collapsed over him. Zhuo Fan now took his earlier place, arm outstretched and a cold glint in his eyes. Be it the survivors or the viewers, everyone gasped. They knew Zhuo Fan had the power, but the sheer speed with which he moved was mind-boggling. Not even that monster, Huangpu Qingshan, could see him coming. Rumble. Huangpu Qingshan pulled himself out of the debris with a bloody nose. He didn't have the time to care, finding it more important to stare at the cold figure in shock. What was that was too fast? And what was that power? The punk is clearly on his last leg, so why does he have so much power? He's even stronger than when the battle started. For the first time ever, Huangpu Qingshan's heart was in fear's grip. Huangpu Qingshan shook it away. He was undefeated, conceited into thinking he was heaven's walking gift on earth, its rightful king. How could such a lofty being ever know fear? Gnashing his teeth and forcing himself to remain calm, Huangpu Qingshan's eyes regained their battle spirit as he looked ahead, only to find no one there. Huangpu Qingshan had yet to make sense of it as a shocking force slammed into his back, a purple lightning out of the blue. Boom! The ground caved in for miles on end. Huangpu Qingshan was in the middle coughing up blood and getting the shock of his life. When did he? Get behind me! He turned his stiff head back only to meet Zhuo Fan's icy stare and the purple lightning-infused fist into his back. Humiliation. Being bashed around twice now without the slightest chance at retaliation was a clear and naked insult to Huangpu Qingshan. The shame only grew when he realized he was actually the weaker of the two. This was his complete and utter defeat. In his 20-plus years alive, Huangpu Qingshan had never ever thought it was conceivable. It went without saying, but he was in denial now. Huangpu Qingshan's veins popped, anger overriding his heart, and the bloodthirst in his eyes grew. Zhuo Fan must die. Roaring his frustration, Huangpu Qingshan bore through the pain and slapped the ground to whip around and break free from Zhuo Fan's fist pushing down on him to get some altitude. He then clawed at Zhuo Fan's face. 9 Dragon's diamond body, dragon-empowered claw. Rip. Huangpu Qingshan's mighty claw made eerie sounds as if it tore into space itself. Nothing could stand in its way. Even before it landed, the ground caved 100 meters. Zhuo Fan merely stood there, taking the pressure like it was nothing. Yu Yushin's group had been worried for Huangpu Qingshan, but they now cheered. It's the Earth-ranked martial art, 9 Dragon's diamond body. Ha ha ha, the punk is dead for sure. Yu Yushin laughed. Yan Bangui's face split into a grin. If not for that fancy art he used before, the punk would have been dead for ages. Now he is trapped in an array and won't escape no matter what trick he pulls. The rest of the survivors nodded thrilled. They could practically see Zhuo Fan's head rolling. The dragon's clash was about to reach its end, and everyone was excited to see it happen. Chu Qingcheng was more worried than ever. Huangpu Qingshan's Earth-ranked martial art wasn't something one could just take head-on. Zhuo Fan had bolstered his power, but in his wounded state, she feared he wouldn't be able to take it. Everyone watched nerve-wrecked for Zhuo Fan's fate to end. Ha ha ha, die you prat. Huangpu Qingshan cackled, his claw landing on Zhuo Fan's head. The hearts of everyone stopped for a second. Only Zhuo Fan stood calm, unaffected by the pressure. But when the claw was on top of him, his fist tightened, purple lightning gathered and struck. Bam! The fist and claw met, releasing a terrible sound, but just as they touched, Huangpu Qingshan's claw was flung away. Zhuo Fan's purple lightning-powered fist astonishingly smashed the man's face. PFF. Huangpu Qingshan was flung into the sky, blood trailing behind him from his nose. Zhuo Fan was still calmly standing in the same spot, his fist held high. The yapping around instantly grew to a halt, and the people looked at the imposing figure in fear. Dude, that's an Earth-ranked martial art, you know? Personally delivered by heaven-shaking Dragon Lord. Aren't you perhaps just a little bit condescending, flicking it away with a meager fist? Everyone gulped, unnerved. They wrote Zhuo Fan off at first, thinking the Earth-ranked martial art had rooted him in place. But now they knew he was looking down on it. Too strong. Zai Tianyang's blood was boiling with excitement, seeing the two dragons fight. My life was worth it tuning out the senseless chatter. Zhuo Fan looked at the man he had sent flying, hovering in the air. His eyes glinted and he jumped. In but an instant, he was upon Huangpu Qingshan. Huangpu Qingshan was startled. He didn't get to feel the extent of his wounds as Zhuo Fan came with a kick in the gut. The blow was so fierce and brutal that even if he wasn't heavily injured before, he was now puking his guts and blood from the pain. Whoosh. A flash of light smashed towards Yu Yushin and the other two. The trio was taken in by Zhuo Fan's ridiculous power display, but seeing Huangpu Qingshan come crashing down, they panicked. Take cover! Every man for himself. Nobody wanted to get anywhere near this battle, not that they had the time. Boom! Huangpu Qingshan slammed into the ground, picking up dust and releasing a devastating shockwave. It blew apart 400 hapless people too slow to get away. The ground was now littered with pieces of them. Yu Yushin's trio watched from the air and gulped in fear. Why did they get the feeling that this plan to do Zhuo Fan in was in fact digging their own graves? Forget about that fiend, look at us. Our side is about to collapse. Even their strongest, heaven-shaking Dragon Lord was getting his ass handed to him. Looking into the distance, Zhuo Fan's cold and aloof image was that of a thunder god. Yu Yushin's trio's courage faltered, damn it all to hell. How do you beat that? Chapter 318. Dragon Vein Soul, who till the fierce wind picked up the dust and blocked everyone's sight. When it settled, they witnessed a bloodbath, dismembered bodies and mangled limbs. The four houses' vassals participating in this ambush numbered 10,000, yet now less than a tenth remained. Even then, the lucky survivors were traumatized, running all over the place in fear, trying anything as long as it got them away from this hell. A shame there was no way out, not unless the 365 profound heaven experts opened the microcosmic orbit array. With a bang, Huangpu Qingshan jumped out of the rubble, face bloody and enraged. Zhuo Fan was so heavy-handed that he had caved in the man's nose. People all around sighed. They had never seen the Grand Regent Estate's eldest young master beaten to such an extent, to the point he couldn't muster an ounce of strength to fight back. It was unprecedented. Everyone turned to Zhuo Fan in fear. Perhaps only soaring demonic dragon was capable of doing so much damage. Their dread only rose. Those geniuses from the 7 houses had it worse. Ever since Zhuo Fan showed up, all he ever did was bash these arrogant young masters and misses. They accepted Huangpu Qingshan being the strongest, since he was from Regent Estate and all, the head of the houses. He was a monster through and through. While Zhuo Fan, well, the guy came from a third-rate clan. Yet he was the one who trampled all standards and obstacles with his power. It was the greatest form of ridicule. Long Jai and Long Kui were the most bitter. The first time they met him, they recognized Zhuo Fan's talent but looked down on his status. Regardless of how God-sent one's talent was, without a house behind him, he would never surpass them. Yet now, Zhuo Fan created miracles wherever he went. His current project involved brutalizing the strongest genius of the 7 houses, Huangpu Qingshan. His display gave each of them a resounding slap to the face, informing them who was the real hero here. Huff Tilda panting, Zhuo Fan's eyes steeled. He looked invincible in the eyes of others, but he knew himself best. Releasing all that purple lightning ate away at his body, and he was now seriously hurt. It was highly likely that he was going to collapse before he finished Huangpu Qingshan off. Eldest young master. Yu Yushin's trio went to their master and helped him up. Seeing his disfigured face, they cried, "Eldest young master, the punk's power is out of this world. We have to fall back. He will kill us all at this rate." Bullshit. Flinging his arm to make his way through the trio, Huangpu Qingshan's rage grew stronger. "As long as I'm here, failure is impossible. I've never known defeat in my entire life." The three felt conflicted and their faces fell. All they could do was shake their heads at the pig-headed Huangpu Qingshan. "Dude, take a good look at yourself and don't force the issue. So what if you always won? You are losing now when it mattered. What else can you do when even the Earth-ranked martial art has failed? That punk is a monster among freaking monsters. How is he so powerful?" Of course, they knew to keep their thoughts to themselves, lest they poke Huangpu Qingshan's ego and end up a smear on the ground along with the countless others. One thing was certain, though, the man's imposing air was gone. Zhuo Fan was too strong for them to cope with. Taking a deep breath to calm down somewhat, Huangpu Qingshan's eyes pondered. Then he came to a decision as he muttered, "No choice but to use that." "You still have a way, eldest young master?" the trio asked in unison. Huangpu Qingshan hesitated for a second, but the sight of the proud maniac who had reduced him to such a low state steeled his decision as he spoke defiantly. "I am invincible. No one can beat me. And you are no different." Huangpu Qingshan released a sound that shook the world. A golden dragon image flew out of his body and circled above him. Yu Yushin's trio cried out, What is that thing?" Long Xingyan cried out, This thing again. What is Huangpu Qingshan growing within himself?" He recalled perfectly how twice they had trapped Huangpu Qingshan, but this damn golden dragon ruined all their attempts. They took it for a martial art, but after careful inspection, they found it to be something else. Fang Qiubai felt it was oddly familiar. He saw Huangpu Qingshan use it earlier when dealing with Chu Qingcheng's trio, but that was in defense and it had only appeared for a brief second. Even he took it for a martial art, but seeing it circling above like a real dragon, he began to pick up on the clues. Damn that bastard. Is he out of his mind bringing it out for everyone to see? Huangpu Tianyuan clenched his fists and raved. Regent Estate's elders were wiping their brows, looking around in fear of being overheard. Sighing, Leng Wucheng shook his head. He won't be able to kill that freak otherwise. I only hope its appearance after 1,000 years won't have anyone here capable of recognizing it. The other Regent Estate clansmen nodded and rejoiced inside. Not for long, though, as Zhuo Fan's cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Dragon vein soul?" Frowning, Zhuo Fan turned grave. Huangpu Qingshan's face twitched and he cursed inside. "Damn rotten punk, you actually recognize this 1,000-year-old relic." Regent Estate's elders almost spat blood. They wished nothing more than to get in there and kill him on the spot. Blast it. How did a twerp like you find out about it? This is ridiculous. That was all Fang Qiubai needed as he slapped his head. He and Dugu Zhanshan shared a shocked look and barked, "Huangpu Tianyuan, your insolence knows no bounds. The imperial family ordered you to protect caged Dragon City, yet you secretly took out the dragon vein soul from the imperial family's dragon vein. Are you planning on revolting?" The people panicked. They had never seen Jade Flute Divine Sword so outraged. The words dragon vein soul had landed on deaf ears for many small clans, even a few first-rate ones. As for the leaders of the 6 houses, they paled and turned to Regent Estate in mute shock. Others next to them had no clue how dreadful the dragon vein soul was, but being from the elite houses, they understood its importance. And that was what gave them the biggest shock. Regent Estate had the nerve to move a dragon vein soul. Sweating buckets, Huangpu Tianyuan's heart was in his throat. Dragon vein soul was the imperial family's lifeline. It nurtured and brought prosperity to the Tianyu Empire. It was of national importance. Moving the dragon vein would bring about a huge change in the world. Even the third pillar, parish's high priests, said those wielding the dragon vein held the fate of the land in their hands. This was why the regent estate was tasked with defending it. First, because the regent estate and Tianyu's imperial family were related, worthy of trust. Secondly, only the 7 houses had the power to defend it and prevent any riots appearing from vying over it. But Huangpu Qingshan took it out before the whole crowd. That was the same as declaring the regent estate planned on using it for themselves, replacing the imperial family. This was a clear act of treason, and divine dragon Fang Qiubai had the right to destroy them where they stood. Regent estate had yet to unite the 7 houses, and their power wasn't yet up to the challenge of facing the imperial family. If a war broke out, the regent estate was done for. Huangpu Tianyuan gnashed his teeth. Damn bastard. You're so blind to see the real picture, and yet you want to steal my position. How can you condemn the entire house over your disgrace, even if you lost against that freak? That still doesn't give you the right to release the dragon vein soul. Regent Estate's elders were on pins and needles. Huangpu Tianyuan took a deep breath and was about to bullshit his way out of this, but didn't get the chance. Leng Wucheng spoke calmly. Sir Fang, you are wrong. The dragon vein soul is the foundation of our nation, but this does not, by any means, prove we wish to rebel. We are only following our duties based on His Majesty's decree. Did His Majesty tell you to take out the dragon soul for your own selfish use? Fang Qiubai spat. Humph, Sir Leng. I know your mind is sharp and cunning, but you better give me a damn good reason why I shouldn't decorate Dragon Cloud City with your heads. There was widespread shock, with those in the dark of the importance of dragon vein soul even more so. The mighty divine dragon was going to slaughter the regent estate. Was the emperor going to fight the 7 houses and plunge the nation into turmoil? Regent estate's elders felt weak in their knees. Only Leng Wucheng was the picture of calmness. Chapter 319. Demagogue. Leng Wucheng twirled his beard as his eyes swept the crowd, ultimately stopping at Fang Qiubai. Sir Fang, do you know what Regent Estate's duty is at Caged Dragon City? To protect the dragon vein. Fang Qiubai gave a flat reply, smiling. Leng Wucheng sneered. Do you know why we guard it then? Out of fear of being stolen, perhaps. Fang Qiubai stared back at him in silence. Huge Changfeng smiled. Tianyu's 9 dragons' dragon vein was sealed in Caged Dragon City by the first high priest himself, for the future of the empire and posterity. But the dragons within the dragon vein are a relentless force, and once they break the seal, they would unleash endless death and destruction. The people would suffer, and chaos would thrive. That is why Regent Estate was tasked with defending it. Rather than say it was to guard against greedy people, it was more in line to stop the dragon vein's collapse and ensuing devastation. The Prime Minister is precisely right. Leng Wucheng gave Zhuge Changfeng a half-bow, then turned to Fang Qiubai. The dragon vein is tyrannical. Only Tianyu's great ancestor could make one of the dragon souls accept him. After the great ancestor's death, none could make them submit, ultimately getting sealed in Caged Dragon City. Over the course of the millennium, there were many lusting for its power, but were devoured instead. Sir Fang stated that we have taken it out for our private use, which is absolutely ludicrous. If we were to give it to Sir Fang, would you accept it? In your capacity as a divine dragon, the peak of Tianyu's power, how confident are you of success? If not even Sir Dares, how could we? Anger rose within Fang Qiubai, but he remained silent. The dragon vein soul was a heaven and earth spiritual being that chose its master. Anyone that tried to claim it instead would find a swift and cruel ending, devoured whole. In other words, the Regent Estate had no reason to take it out. And yet, glancing at the dragon soul next to Huangpu Qingshan, Fang Qiubai's eyes glinted. Then, Sir Leng, explain to me why your dear eldest young master is currently in possession of it. Squinting, Leng Wucheng peeked at the national elemental stone, then smiled. What's to explain? The dragon soul has chosen its master. Isn't it obvious? You! Fang Qiubai clenched his fists, boring holes into Lang Wuchang with his glare. Lang Wuchang's smile never faltered. Regent Estate has always had peaceful and righteous people, facing any difficulties by ourselves, not willing to let the world see our suffering. But since Sir Fang insists on knowing, I will oblige you with explanation as to dispel any further misunderstandings. Lang Wuchang let out a pained sigh. It all began 24 years ago with 9 dragons' insurrection. Our venerables were unable to stop them, suffering heavy casualties. But we were blessed with an eldest young master that had outstanding talent. The dragon's soul chose him as its master, sparing the world of its ire. Later we realized that it was impossible to seal it back again, and since it was calmly staying within the eldest young master, we simply let it be. If we forced it back into the seal, we feared the other 8 dragon souls would use this chance to escape as well, and that would spell doom for Tianyu. Lang Wuchang's speech was heartrending, subtly shifting the blame on the dragon soul's escape. He even embellished with the Regent Estate suffering heavy casualties in an attempt to stop it. Thus, in a wonderful and convoluted way, he turned their treason into martyrdom. They had sacrificed so much to keep the dragon vein sealed, it would do them heavy injustice if the emperor would strike them in response. Fang Qiubai gnashed his teeth. What dragon vein insurrection? Am I to take your word for it? Who else but you know what the hell truly happened back then? You can say whatever you like at this point. It was because of this that the Regent Estate stuck to their statement it's all the dragon soul's fault, that they always only had the empire's safety at heart, but ended up unable to seal it back. Fang Qiubai couldn't do shit to them now. If the Regent Estate was wiped out regardless, they would incur the wrath of the common people. And no one ever wanted to take responsibility for a possible civil war, now did they? Fang Qiubai took a deep breath. Why weren't we informed? Informed? Lang Wuchang sneered and sighed. Sir Fang, as a court official, couldn't you tell? It would invite suspicion, and who knew how twisted the truth would become. The circumstances today had forced me to reveal it to Sir Fang. We hope to have endured this disaster in silence, and only mourn our heavy losses in our hearts. We'd rather brave through the pain and torment than receive suspicion and undue disrespect for what was only expected of us. PFF, Huge Changfeng slipped a giggle and shook his head. Lang Wuchang was a true wordsmith. He showed they were ever devoted, bearing through any pain, while also cursing the emperor on the sly for casting suspicion on its loyal subjects. Harming them now would make the imperial family the bad guy here, and criticized for harming their patriots. It would ultimately end with the imperial family losing the people's favor, and that wasn't even half of it. Lang Wuchang twisted it all up by saying that the dragon soul broke the seal and accepted Huangpu Qingshan as its master. That was the same as saying he truly was God-sent as the world's rightful king, with the only man in Tianyu's history capable of having a dragon soul being none other than Tianyu's first emperor. That lifted Huangpu Qingshan to the same status. What further proof was needed? It also worked to plant the seed in the hearts of the people that the Huangpu clan of Regent Estate would replace Tianyu's Yuan clan in ruling the empire. But with Lang Wuchang not stating it, Fang Qiubai couldn't exactly point it out either. His only choice was to seethe in silence. Regent Estate elders' worry was now replaced with full-blown conceit, arrogance, being stuck up, the usual. Sir Lang is a true demagogue. Fang Qiubai snorted. Lang Wuchang raised his head and waved. You give me too much credit. I am only stating the facts, ha ha ha. Fang Qiubai faltered and turned to look at the arrogant figure within the national elemental stone with killing intent. Lang Wuchang may have preached all he wanted, but Huangpu Qingshan's death was guaranteed in his eyes. The third pillar's prophecy had never been wrong. The one to have the Tao dragon would have the world. Since the brat has a dragon soul, then he might obtain the whole dragon vein. That will spell the end of Tianyu's imperial family. He noticed how the eyes of the rest changed when they looked at Huangpu Qingshan. They may even be hailing him as their rightful king. A bad sign indeed. Only Luo Yunchang and the rest stared at the national elemental stone with worry. Huangpu Qingshan had the dragon soul's help, Providence, as he said, by his side. Zhuo Fan may be stronger, but how was he going to defeat the king handpicked by fate? Huangpu Qingshan was under the dragon soul's protection. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan stared at his opponent, knowing this as well. Just that he didn't place 2 cents on some flimsy reason as Providence or what not. Moreover, his blood infant wasn't the least bit inferior to the dragon vein soul, much better in fact, as blood infant had a far sharper mind. It was the symbol of a true king. With it roaming around Huangpu Qingshan and defending him, it's going to make things hard. PFF, spitting blood, Zhuo Fan frowned as his heart sank. He had released too much purple lightning and his body couldn't take it anymore. It was now or never. Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth and charged, all or nothing. Oh, you dare come at me knowing full well what dragon vein soul can do. Die then. Huangpu Qingshan saw Zhuo Fan ready for battle and shouted, "Not even father could subdue the dragon soul while I did it in my childhood." Do you know what that means? I am God's gift to the world. You are not fighting me but fate, heaven itself. The only outcome you'll have from it is death. Huangpu Qingshan spoke with such complete confidence, self-conceit and presence as if he was an emperor rebuking a peasant. Yu Yushin's trio by his side basked in the leftover pride, making full use of their connection. They were destined to be officials, those watching the national elemental stone side. With the dragon soul taken out, they had written Zhuo Fan off, who could fight against heaven. Zhuo Fan gave a snort instead. No wonder those blood crocs listened to you, so that's your spiel. Dragon vein soul is the lord over the earth that no one dares disobey. A king's right indeed, Providence even. Your point being. Purple lightning flickered all over Zhuo Fan as he gathered all his power and shouted, "I am soaring demonic dragon. I will ascend the 9 heavens if I have to. Don't ever think your puny earth dragon king, a crownless dragon, can stand in my way." This painted shock on everyone's faces. Providence declared through its agent, the dragon vein soul, who was king. But Zhuo Fan wasn't buying it. He would have disgraced his soaring demonic dragon title if he did. He feared nothing, not even heaven. Huangpu Qingshan shuddered, his eyes bloodshot. He could accept the earlier defiance, but now he had displayed the dragon vein soul's approval, and yet this ant still dared to look down on him. Huangpu Qingshan had long passed the limits of his patience. From an early age he knew that he was the one destined to have the dragon vein, the royal throne offered to him on a silver platter. Every man, including his father, had to bow before him. Zhuo Fan knew this and showed not an ounce of respect, enraging him further. The one thing his entire pride relied on was looked down at with such scorn that it was a heavy blow to his self-esteem. As if to say he was king above all, but always beneath Zhuo Fan. His fist tightened and he roared. "Then I shall take heaven's stead in eradicating the world of an ant daring to defy a king's authority." Huangpu Qingshan clawed. 9 dragons diamond body, earth dragon empowered claw. As the dragon soul took flight, the earth quaked, and a surge of incredible might rose up from underground. Chapter 320. Heaven-devouring thunder phoenix. Roar. The dragon roars might buckled the world itself, followed shortly by the dragon's soul ascending to the 9th heaven, then plunging back into the earth below. The ground quaked and beast roars resounded. The terrible power came from the souls and worked its way up into the body of everyone, scaring them in body and mind. Then a beast's head came out of the ground and swallowed them whole. Zhuo Fan frowned. The 9 dragons' diamond body was an earth-ranked martial art at its base, and the dragon vein soul was a lord of the land as well. With them combined, the martial art had its power doubled, truly capable of ripping the world asunder. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath, and the roaming purple lightning around him focused, ready for the final strike. Rumble? The earth literally exploded as the golden dragon 300 meters long shot from underground, aiming for Zhuo Fan. Its fangs and claws bared, setting itself up to tear into heavens themselves if it had to. Roar, with another dragon roar, the dragons might descended, reaching Zhuo Fan 1,000 meters away. The man was shocked. He had a guess it would be strong, but not this much. The dragon held enough power to write off any radiant stage expert on the spot. Gu Santong and divine dragons not included. The onlookers gasped, their very core shaking in fear. How can a pre-radiant stage expert hold enough power to destroy everything? Yu Yushin's trio were doing a victory dance as they laughed. Such power! I knew the eldest young master was heaven's greatest gift on earth. He is invincible beneath heaven. That punk can be all heaven-defying he wants, but not even he can match up to the eldest young master. Here, the punk is done for, ha ha ha. The trio were having the time of their lives with their early celebration. They had invested so much blood and sweat into this, lost so many men, and now it had finally paid off. Only Chu Qingcheng and company were shaking at the mighty display. Worry gnawed at their conscience as tears fell down unabated. Fang Qiubai's eyes shrank and he sighed. The dragon vein soul is a true match for an earth-ranked martial art. Such power makes the outcome obvious. Huangpu Qingshan truly is the first in his generation. The rest nodded as well. They turned in the direction the golden dragon was charging to see a man wrapped in purple lightning standing there with his back straight, his gaze hard. He was dauntless in the face of danger, earning no few sighs. Zhuo Fan would have beaten Huangpu Qingshan if they were going by talent alone. But the sudden reveal of Dragon Vein's soul of Providence's machinations left all taking his demise with pity. No mortal could defy heaven's will. The people were already lamenting, writing Zhuo Fan off as he was receiving the capital punishment for his transgression. Yet Zhuo Fan's eyes never lost their light. His fighting spirit burned hot against adversity. To him, the Dragon Vein soul was a mere spirit born of this world, albeit a pretty strong one. Yet it had no damn relation with Providence and the likes. Even if true Providence descended, as long as I am the stronger one, let heaven make you a god in this world, but it still won't save you from me. Zhuo Fan's eyes steeled and his hands made a sign. Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan, heaven made me king, the new world order. You dare go against me, and you shall die for defying heaven. You shall die just because I wish it. It is the will of heaven, your fate. Huangpu Qingshan cackled, drunk on power and megalomania. This nemesis that had defied him for so long would finally meet his end. Who wouldn't be happy? Zhuo Fan's face was cold, his eyes flashing purple, his hands making the signs as he shouted, "Screw you! I alone decide my fate. The one to die is you." Zhuo Fan then roared. Wraith-style third move, Necro Dragon Screech roar. An earth-shaking dragon roar pierced the clouds, and a pulse spread from Zhuo Fan's mouth. Huangpu Qingshan mocked. A trifling, profound ranked sound martial art. How can it stand up to my dragon soul and earth-ranked martial art? Humph, I get it. You are on your last leg, the desperate attempt of a hopeless fool. Humph, to deal with the Dragon Vein soul, a soul-based martial art is all I need. Not to mention, this isn't your average sound martial art. You think you're the only one who can boost a martial art. Zhuo Fan's grin turned sinister. Huangpu Qingshan doubled back, and before he could react, the damage was done. Zhuo Fan's roar moved slowly towards the golden dragon, only to explode 100 meters from it. When the sound dissipated, purple lighting surged in its wake, spreading like wildfire and taking the form of a 100-meter-long purple lightning bird. The purple lightning crackled in every direction, its power bearing down on the incoming golden dragon. Huangpu Qingshan cried, "What is that?" "Your doom." Zhuo Fan's face split into a grin as he was reeling, about to collapse. This last move had him spent, but it still couldn't wipe the savage smirk from his lips. While you used your dragon soul to add to your martial arts power, what stops me from infusing my entire purple lightning into the sound wave? Huangpu Qingshan's face twitched. How can purple lightning ever match my dragon soul? Dragon Vein soul is a king's symbol that no being in this world dares defy. Your purple lightning is nothing. It isn't even conscious. Dragon Vein soul, shred him? Roar. Huangpu Qingshan's words set the golden dragon into a frenzy, charging for Zhuo Fan. Its vicious face set to tear all who opposed it. The Earth-ranked martial art topped with Dragon Vein Soul actually had a mind of its own, following Huangpu Qingshan's order. Zhuo Fan watched it all with a sneer. Purple lightning is beneath the Dragon Soul. Humph, ignorant fool. Zhuo Fan didn't know where the purple lightning came from, but it had the potential to kill a sacred beast. Not to mention, Zhuo Fan had added a little something to it, a trace of azure flame. It wasn't as overbearing as the purple lightning, but it had a spark of intelligence. Each time Zhuo Fan was in dire straits, the azure flame would come out and shield him from harm. Zhuo Fan had done this so that the Thunderbird would gain the azure flame's awareness. Zhuo Fan pointed, his bloodthirst exploding in his roar. Kill him, Earth-ranked martial art. Heaven-devouring Thunder Phoenix? Correct, an Earth-ranked martial art. With the purple lightning and a bit of azure flame, the profound ranked martial art was forcefully upgraded to a new rank. The Thunderbird cried out at his order, shooting forth. Golden light erupted as the dragon roared and purple lightning scalded the heavens in an unbridled display of raw power. The people below saw a dragon and a Thunderbird clash in an apocalyptic explosion, ringing their ears. And then it happened. Under the Thunderbird's purple lightning explosion, the dragon began to crumble inch by inch as it dissolved into golden specks. With a cry of pain, the golden dragon's soul left the huge dragon and fled for Huangpu Qingshan. The purple thunder bird had scared the dragon vein soul off. How is this possible? Huangpu Qingshan's jaw hit the floor, his eyes bulged out. Others didn't fare any better. Holy hell! Dragon vein soul, you're supposed to be a lord of the land, its king. What are you doing getting scared of a silly flickering bird? Where has your rampant attitude gone? Your master had even bragged about you being his royal symbol. The scared dragon vein soul's reply to their thoughts would be a round of abuse. You know shit. I am the king of the land, but that thing is the king of the skies. What else am I to do but run, ignorant whelps? Stop spewing crap when you know nothing of the world's inner workings. I am born of the earth, but that thing is born of the world. We are light years apart, not that any side knew any of this, of course. It was just that their minds were blown away seeing the dragon vein soul running away with its tail between its legs. Their brains went out of commission. Dragon vein soul ain't so tough after all. Fang Qiubai watched it all bleary-eyed. Then he frowned, then he shook his head and lastly looked at Zhuo Fan astounded. Dragon vein soul wasn't weak, not by a long shot. It was the kid using a far deadlier attack. Even Fang Qiubai started praising. Just what are you, kid? With the dragon vein soul abandoning ship, the 300-meter-long golden dragon turned into an earth dragon. And an average earth-ranked martial art was no match for the purple Thunderbird, collapsing in seconds. What followed next was obvious. The Thunderbird flew at Huangpu Qingshan, its eyes filled with killing intent just like Zhuo Fan's. How could this be? Gnashing his teeth, Huangpu Qingshan was still in denial. The dragon vein soul, the cornerstone of his pride and joy, of his very existence, was scared off by some purple lightning. What is that lightning that is able to scare the king of the land? He didn't have the time to ponder such philosophical questions, though. The Thunderbird was coming in for the kill, Chapter 321, at death's door. Huangpu Qingshan's eyes showed fear for the first time. The dreadful aura of the Thunderbird posed a definite and tangible threat to his life. This hadn't been brought about before, not even when Zhuo Fan was bashing him around. Because he had a fallback, the dragon vein soul. He was destined to rule, heaven's gift on earth, with no man capable of defeating him. And yet, run! Yushin's trio knew the tables had turned. The Thunderbird was a very real danger to anything in existence. The 6 dragons and 1 phoenix were no exception, ending up as nothing more than bone meal. That prediction had them running frantically for their lives. Funnily enough, their grand boss was doing the same thing for the first time ever, not that it would do much good at this late an hour. They barely added 100 meters between them when the Thunderbird flapped its crackling wings and was upon Huangpu Qingshan. Huangpu Qingshan was traumatized. Facing this world destroyer and its all-powerful aura, all he could do was shout. Transformation, Earth Dragon Claw. A flash of golden light shone, and his entire right arm was enveloped in light among the dragon roars. It was at this instant that the Thunderbird ran into him. The berserk purple lightning pulverized anything it touched. Boom! The sky itself turned purple from the sheer magnitude of the blast. Purple lightning spread like wildfire, catching the three slowpokes and sending them sprawling, heavily wounded. The array holding Zhuo Fan prisoner began to shake for the first time. The 365 profound heaven experts spat blood at the same time, weakened. Everyone was shocked at how the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, the peak of power in the profound heaven stage, couldn't even take on the afterblast of the Thunderbird. The microcosmic orbit array, said to contain even a radiant stage expert, suffered under the tyrannical purple lightning. Every one of the 365 profound heaven experts controlling it were left with heavy wounds. The power of the Thunderbird was obvious. They all watched the thick dust, eyes widened. Not even Regent Estate could contain the shock they felt. Who could conceive it possible for Zhuo Fan to employ such power to annihilate everyone? What then of Huangpu Qingshan, who took the full blast? Everyone watched the screen with bated breath. PFF Zhuo Fan spurted blood, and the lightning faded from his body. Focusing all the purple lightning into one blow, and forcing a profound ranked martial art to go a rank higher, had left him teetering on the edge of collapse. His body was far too weak to handle an Earth-ranked martial art, or he'd have already trained in one. But to defeat Huangpu Qingshan, he threw caution to the wind and used every ounce of his strength. This left him on the brink of destruction. Zhuo Fan was now weaker than your average bone-tempering expert. Even after killing Huangpu Qingshan, he would still be in danger on Beast King Mountain. Though he wasn't of a mind to care. As long as Huangpu Qingshan was dead and done, nothing else mattered. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and moved slowly towards the cloud of dust. All that purple lightning did a number on his body, with no less than 20 wounds on his body deep enough to show the bone. His staggering walk was that of a demon from hell. Yu Yushin's trio were shaken to their core. They tried to get away, but any movement only aggravated their injuries. They were going nowhere fast. They could only stare at the demon trudging towards them. Damn it! The 300 people outside, release the damn array and come save us! Yu Yushin shouted. Yan Bangui and Lin Xuanfeng did the same. Release the array already. The hellish image had them traumatized and horrified to the point of peeing themselves. The viewers watched it all in heavy silence. At the end of it all, the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix were mere men, fearing death and clinging to life. All that metal they had was now gone. All of Tianyu held the 7 houses in reverence, practically worshipped them. But if there was one thing the esoteric debate showed, what Zhuo Fan's fight showed, was that the grand disciples of these houses were nothing but disgraces. The effect was immediate. The surviving clans had their opinion of the 7 houses sharply diminished, while towards the Luo clan they held no little amount of respect. In this great battle, the Luo clan rose above the masses through their acts. Their steward even more so, fighting adversity without a hint of fear, his tall and imposing figure facing heaven itself. It got everyone's blood pumping. Everyone dreamt to be a hero at some point. Everyone yearned to fight back the authority breathing down on them, but none had the nerve to do it. Yet Zhuo Fan, a mere third-rate clan steward, did it for them, fulfilling their wish and brutalizing the 7 houses' experts. It had gone beyond mere fighting oppression as he went against Providence itself, against the heaven-made king, Huangpu Qingshan and his kingly symbol, dragon vein soul. Not even a destined king was infallible, dead just the same before the third-rate clan's Zhuo Fan. Everyone turned to the weakened Zhuo Fan with eyes filled with respect. Even the vassals of other houses had their views changed. Lang Wuchang noticed and clenched his beard, even pulled a hair. But he was too engrossed in his scowl to notice. Fang Qiyubai sported a big smile. By defeating Huangpu Qingshan, Zhuo Fan had cut the 7 houses' prestige in one fell swoop. His Majesty would be ecstatic at the news. The Emperor had planned for Zhuo Fan to cut down the Regent Estate's momentum. but the man had gone leagues beyond his duty. Zhuo Fan had passed his mission with flying colors. Regent Estate's very reputation was severely affected. It was a great help for when they had to quell the 7 houses. Fang Qiubai smiled and nodded. Having the dragon vein soul doesn't mean a thing. Huangpu Qingshan was still dragged through the mud before everyone. He won't have the gall to be cocky now. I forbid it. Fang Qiubai's bright smile faded. While Leng Wuchang and the rest of the Regent Estate watched their vassals tense up, as a cold voice came from within the dust cloud. Rumble. Zhuo Fan couldn't fight the shudder. His face darkened as he looked ahead in stunned silence. Yu Yushin's trio looked as well, with tears of joy welling in their eyes. Eldest young master, lives, this can't be. Fang Qiubai was aghast. He suffered the brunt of all that raw power no radiant stage expert could take. How the hell? The dust scattered and revealed a bloody and panting Huangpu Qingshan with his entire right arm turned into a dragon claw, like a true monster. It was this claw that ruined Zhuo Fan's mighty blow. Transformation. Fang Qiubai and Zhuo Fan cried at the same time, and color drained from their faces. The act implied changing one's soul and body. Special cultivation methods could turn one into a merciless beast when trained to perfection. And Huangpu Qingshan, who had the dragon vein soul, would ultimately turn into a dragon. Huangpu Qingshan only had a claw, but it was a true dragon claw, an earth dragon's claw. Tough beyond imagination, leaps above even a 6th-grade spiritual weapon. How? To reach transformation, he had to have trained 9 dragons' diamond body to perfection, but he's still in the 1st level. How did he do it? Fang Qiubai was incredulous. Not even Tianyu's founding emperor could do it. Leng Wuchang sighed, seeing Huangpu Qingshan safe, and smiled at Fang Qiubai. Ha ha ha, it's a simple matter of talent. Fang Qiubai was overwhelmed. Has Huangpu Qingshan's talent reached such a monstrous level that he could transform before training 9 dragons' diamond body to completion? That made him the most dangerous being in existence. When he finished 9 dragons' diamond body, not even Gu Santong could face him. It will mark the day when the Regent Estate will become the ruling family. Leng Wuchang easily gleaned into his thought process, looking at the national elemental stone with a smile. The true winner has finally been decided. Whoosh! Huangpu Qingshan sprung at Zhuo Fan, clawing at him. Zhuo Fan panicked. Try as he might, he was too weak to even dodge. But he was still defiant, gnashing his teeth and gathering the last vestige of power. Wraith Styles' second move, Ghostly Dragon Claw. Roar. A dragon roar began but was cut off. Huangpu Qingshan's own claw had a firm grip on the enemy's claw. Not a chance. Zhuo Fan's last act scared him. Huangpu Qingshan no longer looked at Zhuo Fan with the usual haughty attitude. Instead, he looked at him with fear. Zhuo Fan was the first to ever shake him so much. So for the first time, he went all out. He felt Zhuo Fan was at his weakest moment on his deathbed. But against Zhuo Fan, he would never feel safe until the very last breath left his body. Ah! Huangpu Qingshan wailed and ripped Zhuo Fan's right arm clean off. Blood spurted like a fountain, and Luo Yunchang cried in fear. Zhuo Fan's eyes bulged out and his features twisted. But he pushed through the pain and pierced at Huangpu Qingshan with his wings, despite how hopeless it was. Chapter 322. Fleeing. Clang! A metallic screech was heard as the lightning wings struck the claw Huangpu Qingshan easily used to defend. Panting, Huangpu Qingshan tightened his claw, staring Zhuo Fan in the eye. Zhuo Fan met his gaze, bewildered. Why couldn't the lightning wings pierce it? I told you. You have no chance. Huangpu Qingshan's face twisted with savagery and tore off one of Zhuo Fan's wings. Blood spurted from his back and Zhuo Fan broke out in sweat, falling down. The pain in his back blinded him for a moment, but he gnashed his teeth through the pain. Ah! Luo Yuncheng cried out, tears falling like a river. The other women turned their heads away. They couldn't bear to watch. Yet their eyelids never stopped trembling. Zhuo Fan shook from the pain. He made a fist, wanting to get up with his only arm, but Huangpu Qingshan stomped on his other wing. Looking down on him, the savage dragon claw slowly lifted him up. Game over. The punk is done for. Lang Wuchang sighed, despite the stunned face he pulled. That was too close. I didn't foresee the punk having so much of that strange purple lightning. If not for the eldest young master having that last move, I fear everything would have been in vain. Regent Estate's glory would have hit rock bottom and the vassals would no longer worship us. He saw that the others now looked at the crippled Zhuo fan with worry and lamentation, as if to say, fighting Regent Estate was fighting heaven. The only outcome was death. Lang Wuchang was pleased. This was exactly what he wanted. Zhu Changfeng looked on with regret. A pity. With the kid's power, if he just wasn't so hot-blooded and lost his mind, he would have had an even chance at victory. Ha ha ha, Prime Minister, is this how you work? There are no ifs in this world. Failure means annihilation. Lang Wuchang smiled at him. Zhu Changfeng's eyes glinted. I only mourn the loss of a talent. A pity for him to go down this way. Naturally, he only has himself to blame for this outcome. The Prime Minister is most right. We, the schemers, fear becoming berserk ourselves and digging our own graves. Lang Wuchang and Zhu Changfeng shared a look, then laughed. On the battlefield, a shadow watched it all from a corner, finding himself at an impasse. Out of Zhuo Fan and Huangpu Qingshan, he only wanted the strongest. And although they were equally powerful, Zhuo Fan had the greater potential. But now Zhuo Fan had lost and was about to die. Should he go save him? Sigh, everything's so twisted. A headhunter feared not searching the world for thousands of miles yet to come out empty, but being forced to choose one of two prized horses. It's too vexing. But soon, the shadow came to a decision. He wanted the strongest that hadn't changed. Zhuo Fan had the greatest potential, but defeat spoke by itself. He didn't pity him regardless of how great the kid was. Zhuo Fan and Huangpu Qingshan were panting, staring at each other in hatred. They both were spent of Yuan Kai, body riddled with wounds, but it was obvious that Zhuo Fan was far worse for wear. Zhuo Fan, your very existence is a threat to me. You must die. Huangpu Qingshan moved a trembling dragon claw and aimed for Zhuo Fan's chest. Squinting, Zhuo Fan's blood bubbled from his right arm and his back, his face ashen, but the fire in his eyes burnt strong. Huangpu Qingshan, you will die for touching Ninger. Oh, really? And how are you going to do that from under my heel? Huangpu Qingshan mocked. Huangpu Qingshan's heart seized the next second. He could see Zhuo Fan had no intention of dying, but he looked back like a wild animal ready to tear into him. There's still some fight left in him? Huangpu Qingshan's unease only grew. Even if he dismembered Zhuo Fan, as long as the man's eyes burned, the threat still existed. With a roar, Huangpu Qingshan stabbed his claw at Zhuo Fan's heart. Ah! With a cry, Luo Yuncheng could no longer bear to watch. Fang Qiyubai squinted, overwhelmed by anxiety. Zhuo Fan's death proclaims the Regent Estate as the winner. It will only make them stronger. Kid, you must live at all costs. Fang Qiyubai shouted inside. Divine Eye of the Void's second stage, Void Annihilation. As Huangpu Qingshan's claw inched forward, Zhuo Fan's right eye flashed with two golden halos and space warped. Huangpu Qingshan's claw would take Zhuo Fan's heart at this rate, but so too would Void Annihilation punch a hole through the enemy's chest. It truly was a life for a life. But Zhuo Fan still had Blood Infant. As long as Blood Infant was in his blood, even without a heart, he wouldn't die. For him, it was more of a heavy wound in exchange for a life. Even though Huangpu Qingshan was oblivious to these subtleties, he still didn't find it worth it to go down like this. Startled by the warped space, Huangpu Qingshan dodged and his claw stabbed the ground next to Zhuo Fan. They both get to live a while longer, yet Void Annihilation brushed past Huangpu Qingshan's left arm and peeled his flesh. Blood oozed out like water. Huangpu Qingshan had no time to react as Void Annihilation continued on its path and smashed into the array. Boom! Like a hole punched through the sky, the 6th grade array, Microcosmic Orbit Array, shattered. The 365 Profound Heaven experts acting as the core of the array died on the spot. They spurted up blood, their eyes rolled into their heads and they breathed their last. What just happened? Huangpu Qingshan looked at the wound on his arm, then at the crumbling array, but was left dumbfounded. He had no idea what had occurred. All that he knew was that Zhuo Fan landed a sneak attack on him. But how could a mere sneak attack be so powerful? Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth in hatred. He's still alive. Since he had failed, Zhuo Fan knew Huangpu Qingshan had to be on guard and a second chance wouldn't come. With his last attempt failing, he was all out of means to catch Huangpu Qingshan unaware. I have no choice but to use my last plan. Humph, Leng Wucheng, I didn't think it was you in the end who managed to outplay me. You may be the unwanted contriver, but not even you could foresee my last resort. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed, and he ignored the pain as he moved, ripping his last wing that Huangpu Qingshan had pinned down. Huangpu Qingshan cried inside. He wants to run. And he pierced the dragon claw at Zhuo Fan's throat, just as Zhuo Fan vanished through the use of shift. With the array gone, Zhuo Fan had regained his freedom, and no one could stop him now. Void Annihilation overcame the flaw of Divine Eye of the Void's first stage by breaking any restrictions. Zhuo Fan didn't use it all this time because he had no intention of escaping, hellbent on finishing off Huangpu Qingshan. The array had him trapped, but so too was Huangpu Qingshan. He could have run away anytime anyway. Something that Huangpu Qingshan wasn't privy to, and not even Leng Wucheng predicted this. It was unclear at this point who played who. Whoosh tilde Zhuo Fan flashed 1,000 meters away and took out Kaior from the ring. He had it carry him as it flew away. Not a moment too soon as Zhuo Fan blacked out. Huangpu Qingshan took a few steps after him and spat blood. He glanced at the flesh gouged from his left arm, seeping blood, then at the hellscape around him, littered with broken corpses. They had 10,000 men paid such a heavy price and still couldn't finish the job. The frustration fueled his raging howl. Fang Qiubai eased his breath. No one expected the kid to break the array. He had them scared. Leng Wucheng was stunned and sighed. The kid is far more treacherous than I gave him credit for. Sir Leng, it seems to me the kid has escaped with his life and your meticulous planning failed. Ha ha ha. Zhuge Changfeng laughed. Leng Wucheng shook his head. He didn't look too pleased, yet his voice was calm. Prime Minister, I thank you for your concern. The kid had exceeded my calculations, but I have taken this outcome into account. With him on his deathbed, he is like a fish in a barrel, waiting to be squashed. Don't get so confident, Sir Leng. The kid is a true miracle worker, ha ha ha. Zhuge Changfeng mocked. Leng Wucheng fell silent, but his eyes were completely focused on the national elemental stone, waiting for the next plan to come into play. Chapter 323. The future is ours. Caw tilde in the glow of the twilight sun, cawing entered the ears of the people there, as a murder of crows circled the bloodbath. Huangpu Qingshan stared in Zhuo Fan's last direction, panting and frustrated. He had prepared the ambush, put so much effort into it, only to be routed and failing to take Zhuo Fan's life. Such disgrace lowered his royal prestige in the public's eye. What right did he have now to go vie for his father's position after such a gruesome slaughter? Ah. Huangpu Qingshan vented his frustration by wailing. The regret and anger only festered in his core. The crows landing nearby flew away startled. Yu Yushin's trio was grounded and unable to move. Watching Huangpu Qingshan's irritation, they knew when to keep to themselves, afraid they'd direct his anger on themselves. Eldest young master? A weak voice ventured. Looking over, they saw Yan Fu bringing a dozen survivors of vassal clans, fear clearly painted on his face. Snapping his eyes on him, Huangpu Qingshan spat. Humph, such fortune upon you. So many have died along with hundreds of profound heaven experts, but you, bone-tempering fools, and Yan Fu, the ants still breathe. Yan Fu and the others shuddered, but he was the first to fall to his knees, followed by the rest. Their heads lowered, silent as the grave. Eldest young master, forgive us. That monster put fear into us, and we escaped before the array was activated. So you lived? Huangpu Qingshan sneered. Yan Fu trembled, nodding stiffly. Huangpu Qingshan only had contempt for them, but Yan Bangui's round of abuse cut him off before he could continue. Yan Fu, you are the stain of Pill King Hall. That monster killed your master, and when you had the chance to ambush him, what did you do? You chose the path of a sniveling coward. Eldest young master, I failed to teach my junior brother proper manners. If you want to punish him, you may go ahead and even kill this disgrace to avoid shaming us further. Yan Bangui barked. Yan Fu gulped, shivering from fear yet hatred growing inside him. It wasn't as much chastising, but more for the sake of the audience of Hall Lord Yan Bagong. With everyone running away in fear just now, if Huangpu Qingshan were to think of killing them, who was there to stop him? Even if they were killed out in the open, would Pil King Hall seek Regent Estate for justice? Absolutely not. That in turn would make the world look down on Pil King Hall, and this was where Yan Bangui's words came into play. By mocking Yan Fu, he saved the face of Pil King Hall, letting Huangpu Qingshan vent while also giving Regent Estate a resounding round of ass-kissing, showing his endless devotion towards Regent Estate. In the case Huangpu Qingshan killed Yan Fu then and there, he'd be safe, since Pil King Hall now authorized Huangpu Qingshan to deal with the main offender. Regardless of the outcome, Pil King Hall's honor was safeguarded, and the two houses would never be closer. All at the low price of throwing Yan Fu to the wolf, and that wasn't even the best part. Yan Bagong would definitely reward him for having saved Pil King Hall's honor. Yan Fu's rage only grew inside him, but he still laid there waiting. Huangpu Qingshan glanced at Yan Bangui, aware of his ploy, then smiled. It's fine. We have lost too many in this battle, and we need all the help we can get. We can't just have Yan Fu, a rare alchemist, killed. It will be of great help to us now that he's alive. Eldest young master's mercy knows no bounds. Let me express 1,000 thanks in my junior brother's stead. Yan Bangui put on the good guy act, then berated. Yan Fu, what are you gawking at? Thank the eldest young master for his mercy. It is all thanks to the eldest young master's infinite generosity that I don't have you punished as well. Yan Fu groaned, wishing nothing more than to give the man a few slaps. You threw me away, my own clansman, not even pleading for me, and now you're acting the savior. Even going as far as asking me for thanks. As if Huangpu Qingshan respects you so much that he spared my life. Humph, just you wait. I'll be sure to return the favor, don't you worry. And yet Yan Fu's face was filled with respect and gratitude. Thank you, eldest young master, for your mercy. Thank you, senior brother, for your care. Nodding, the two accepted in glee, putting on the face of chastising naughty children. What are the rest of you standing around for? Look after their injuries. Huangpu Qingshan pointed at Yu Yushin's trio. Yan Fu nodded, taking first a pill for Huangpu Qingshan, then he and the rest went to nurse the other three. Huangpu Qingshan nodded at Yan Fu's meek figure. The kid has good eyes to know who gets the first pill. But then Huangpu Qingshan sighed over the biggest worry, letting Zhuo Fan escape. It would be hard looking for him in the wide expanse of Beast King Mountain. Huangpu Qingshan scowled and took out a jade slip. It was the last jade slip Lang Wuchang gave him, warning him repeatedly to never open it unless he ran out of options. The state he was in wasn't just out of options. Even with 1,000 ways, he still wouldn't have anything remotely good he could use. With Zhuo Fan's cunning, the same trick wouldn't work twice, not to mention he had no clue where to even begin the search. Sighing, Huangpu Qingshan paused in hesitation, then ultimately read the jade slip. Just what could Sir Leng have prepared in this late hour? What ingenious trick could we use? Finished reading the jade slip, his eyes shined and he laughed. I see it now. Sir Leng is a true mastermind to take even that into account. Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan, no matter how sly you are, you shall never escape my grasp. A brimming sacred pill? The faint sound behind him caught his undivided attention. Huangpu Qingshan whipped his head to see Yan Fu trembling and facing away from everyone. The excitement got to him as he shouted, Yan Fu, what are you doing? And nothing. Yan Fu stiffly turned around to show a painful smile while hiding his hand behind him. Squinting, Huangpu Qingshan said coldly, What are you holding? Show it to me. Sweating buckets, Yan Fu hesitated for a long time before putting on a smile and presenting a storage ring with both hands. Congratulations, eldest young master. I found the brimming sacred pills, all 4 of them. Where? Huangpu Qingshan's eyes shined as he snatched the rings. Emptying them, he was looking at 4 vials in his palm, the brimming sacred pills. Yan Fu pointed at an arm soaked in blood. I took it from that arm. I thought, isn't that Zhuo Fan's arm? Huangpu Qingshan stared Yan Fu down. You found it quite fast and even knew it was his. Were you perhaps watching our fight, waiting for the right moment to steal our things? Eldest young master, I would never even dream of it. Yan Fu fell to his knees in fear. Wouldn't dream of it. Huangpu Qingshan had a sinister smile as he eyed the 4 vials. Then how do you explain the missing seals from all 4 of the vials? Did you plan on switching the pills? Is that it? Huangpu Qingshan used discerning field on the spot, only relaxing when he found the genuine goods in the vials. Yan Fu was scared to death and pleaded, Eldest young master, please, I only wanted to confirm they were real. As an alchemist, I just couldn't help but want to see an 8th grade pill. The hard stare was making him sweat buckets. Huangpu Qingshan spoke. Listen here, leave the others' possessions alone for now. The only items you are ever allowed to use are those I give you. You aren't even allowed to look, understand? Why, yes, I shall take it to heart, eldest young master. Yan Fu bobbed his head. Grinning, Huangpu Qingshan gave a pleased nod. Then he turned to the somewhat recovered trio and showed them the pills. See that? I told you. All the pills I lost will one day return to me. Brimming sacred pill? The 3 perked up. Huangpu Tianyuan was moved. He was worried that the rotten bastard would only go after one, but instead he had obtained all 4. With such a fortune, he, the estate lord, would surely get one as well. The smile had yet to reach his eyes as he watched Huangpu Qingshan share the 3 pills with his allies. The 3 looked at him puzzled. Huangpu Qingshan snickered, Take it and let's go hunt down Zhuo Fan together. What? The 3 were stunned. The brimming sacred pill was as rare as it got. Yet Huangpu Qingshan was just going to hand it over. Huangpu Tianyuan went slack-jawed. Since when is that brat so generous? You should keep them to yourself when it counts the most. If you ever feel like being generous, do that in your own house, not with some brats. Snorting, Huangpu Qingshan could tell what they were thinking and said, Remember this well. The future of the world is ultimately ours. Chapter 324. Every trick in the book. The future is ours. Those simple words had their ambition grow unchecked. Yu Yushin's trio looked at Huangpu Qingshan's smile and felt the brimming sacred pill in their hand heavy as empty. Tai. The pill and those words were the perfect sales pitch. He said the same thing to all 6 dragons and 1 phoenix before the wood exit, that they held the future in their grasp. They would soon surpass their own house lords and their glory. And now that they took his offered pill, they agreed to be wholly on Huangpu Qingshan's side. They would follow him blindly from now on, and the house's structure and interests would change as a result. This implied that when they became house lords, they would still align with Huangpu Qingshan and listen to his orders. This single brimming sacred pill represented not just their allegiance but their houses as well, and everything that came along with it. Their forces, their wealth, their souls. Huangpu Qingshan's plan of roping in the 3 future house lords was far more ingenious than how Huangpu Tianyuan earned the current house lord's favor. As long as the 3 held him in the highest regard, so too would the future 3 houses. Whether or not the 3 current house lords would object by writing them off as inheritors, Huangpu Qingshan wasn't the least bit worried. Once these 3 became his men, they would have Regent Estate behind them. And Regent Estate would do all in its power to get them the house lord position. If those geezer were tired of living, they were most welcome to refuse. Yu Yushin's trio looked at each other in sorrow, feeling the weight of the pill growing by the second. They were over the moon having gotten the brimming sacred pill, albeit at the price of betraying their own house. But if they refused, how would Huangpu Qingshan react? The 3 were pulled from 2 directions, but soon came to a decision and bowed. We thank the eldest young master for his generosity. Today's decision had sealed the fate and future of their houses in one direction as vassals. But refusing it would most likely end with them buried on this mountain. Tallying up both choices' ups and downs, the three favored satisfying their own interests. So what if they defected their clans in front of everyone? As long as the regent estate had their backs, their own house lords and elders wouldn't even touch them. Not to mention their house lord position was guaranteed. It was just about being Huangpu Qingshan's loyal dog. How bad could it be? Then again, they'd be below one man but lords over the masses. At that time, a mere hint of accusing them for this decision would earn the offender a quick trip 6 feet under. That worked to calm their worries, and they showed pure respect. Huangpu Qingshan nodded and laughed. Ha ha ha. Twitching, Huangpu Tianyuan watched the wise and powerful son of his, while cackling with a mask of rage. Looking at the three house lords, he saw the glum hanging heavy on their faces. Huangpu Qingshan not only carried out the regent estate's plan to unify the houses, but spurred the juniors to fight for their elders' power. Even a blind man could see Huangpu Qingshan was strengthening his position when the time came to take his father's place. Be that as it may, regent estate's plan to unite the houses without conflict was of far greater benefit. Regent estate's elders were totally for it, evident by their prideful looks. Regent estate's house lord status was reserved for the most capable. The father and son could fight all they wanted, as long as the future lord worked for the better of regent estate. And watching Huangpu Qingshan employ hidden schemes and tricks along with the power invested in him, just like a true emperor, the elders loved him even more. Who would blame him now for calling them geezers? As long as you can make the regent estate thrive for thousands of years, you can even call us a bag of bones. Huangpu Tianyuan eyed the prideful elders behind him and sighed dejected. If this keeps up, the brat will soon come back with Zhuo Fan's head and earn great merit. Higher than anyone. And what will become of me then? Squinting, Huangpu Tianyuan could no longer bear the stress and frustration and said, Sir Leng, how sure are you of your plan to finish Zhuo Fan off? If it were anyone else, I'd guarantee it right away. But with how crafty he is, I can only go as far as 90%. Leng Wucheng spoke lightly. Huangpu Tianyuan's heart froze. Such assurance is insane. The man was now worried for Zhuo Fan's fate, and for the first time resenting Leng Wucheng's sharp mind. Just what plan do you have to be so certain? Is there anyone out there able to survive you, an ant perhaps? Sighing, Huangpu Tianyuan's mood sank into the pits of despair. Leng Wucheng smiled inside. He knew fully well the thoughts this house lord had, but didn't mind them in the least. His genius mind was a rarity in this world. No matter what house lord took office in regent estate, it wouldn't change a thing. He would still be their right-hand man or left-hand man, all because of his strength. This was why he did not care what Huangpu Tianyuan thought. Zhuo Fan was the only one on his mind right now. Zhuo Fan was the first ever to have escaped his foolproof plans. He found it impossible to gauge Zhuo Fan's actions, and this unwanted contriver felt the same threat he felt from Zhuge Changfeng. In this, Huangpu Qingshan and his interests were aligned, to end Zhuo Fan. All right, now that you've made your decision, hurry and take it. After you enter the radiant stage, we will go hunt that pest down. Huangpu Qingshan smiled at the trio. They were all puzzled, and Yu Yushin was the first to inquire. Eldest young master, we do not know where to start. Do you perhaps know his location? But even so, why don't we go after him this instant instead of waiting to break through? Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan is bedridden and he'll make sure to hide where no one can find him. Not even me. But Sir Leng knows he will sooner or later appear at one place, and that is where we'll wait for him. With him licking his wounds, we won't be disturbed for a while. It is our best chance to bolster our power. When everything is set and we ambush him, he will have no room to escape. Huangpu Qingshan laughed. The three nodded amazedly. If Sir Leng said it, it must be so. The three placed a simple defensive array around them and ate the brimming sacred pill. Huangpu Qingshan smiled, placing Yan Fu and the others as guards. He placed his own defenses around and ate his own pill. The four of them were peak profound heaven experts, soon to be radiant stage experts, courtesy of brimming sacred pill. Huangpu Qingshan's soul's strength would be multiplied tens of times, and not even Zhuo Fan with his shift would be able to escape his grasp. Zhuo Fan's end was nigh. In another place, a purple lightning bird stood before a dark cave. The crackling lightning was enough deterrence for any approaching spiritual beast. A man covered in blood laid in the cave, unmoving. With his wings and arm ripped away, it was the first time Zhuo Fan had been in such a dangerous state. Kaior sometimes looked back in worry. It wanted to get Zhuo Fan some food and water, but was worried it would come back to find a spiritual beast gorging on his body. So he stood watch. 10 days came and went as man and beast monopolized the cave in complete silence. Only on the 15th day, a groan came from Zhuo Fan as he opened his eyes. The blinding sunlight coming from outside made him squint. Shriek Tilda Kaior flapped its wings and cheered. With a smile, Zhuo Fan forced himself up and said, "Don't worry. As long as Blood Infant is safe, I won't die." "How long was I out, Kaior?" he asked. Shriek Tilda Kaior flapped its wings and cried out. Zhuo Fan frowned and smiled. "Half a month, just in time. Come, it's time for us to settle a debt." Shriek Tilda Kaior barred his way, anxiously flapping its wings. "You'll die if you go now." Smiling, Zhuo Fan patted its head. "Don't write off your old man just yet. I've got more than just a strong arm, a sharp head on my shoulders. Kaior, by my reckoning, I won't even have to lift a finger to kill them all, he. Kaior cocked its head, unable to read between the lines, but seeing the crafty smirk, it dawned on the bird. "I didn't lose my right arm for nothing." Touching the stump, Zhuo Fan's eyes glinted. Chapter 325. No, you lost. A lonely and lazy figure was approaching the water exit in Beast King Mountain. From the empty right sleeve, it was clear he only had one arm. Zhuo Fan. The people beyond the National Elemental Stone had been waiting for him to show up for 20 days. After the fight back at the Earth exit, Zhuo Fan had vanished, only appearing before another exit now. Zhuo Fan's coming had them gasping. He's still alive. But the pale face and the wobbling gait let them know he was far from healed. Being in such a damaged state, it would have been common sense to look for a quiet corner somewhere to lay low and lick his wounds. Yet here he was, walking around. It made no sense. Luo Yunchang's eyes moistened. "Why must you?" Uncaring of the audience commenting on his appearance, Zhuo Fan walked forth. When he was 100 meters off of the water exit, he stopped. He looked down at the empty ground and sighed. Everyone was startled. What's he doing? Only Chu Qingcheng and Luo Yunchang knew. Zhuo Fan paid homage to Zhu Ningxiang. This was where she died 20 days ago. Taking a deep and long breath, Zhuo Fan forced back his sadness and grief. "Ninger, don't worry. Big Brother Zhuo will soon make everyone follow you for what they did to you. May it bring you peace." "Ha ha ha, bold words. How are you going to get revenge with that weak and crippled body? Are you a comedian now?" A whistle reached his ears. 4 people now stood before Zhuo Fan, Huangpu Qingshan and his allies. Then a dozen people walked out of the woods to surround him. Yan Fu and the surviving vassals. What was truly shocking was Huangpu Qingshan's group had entered the Radiant stage in preparation to deal with Zhuo Fan. Everyone knew they got the brimming sacred pill and that they had a good chance of advancing, but seeing it was another matter entirely. Seeing the 4 practically reborn, bolstered in power and speed, the people feared for the worse. In the long history of Tianyu, there had never been anyone entering the Radiant stage before the age of 30. But now there were 4 of them, shocking the masses. Huangpu Tianyuan was the one suffering the most. If his son had brought just one brimming sacred pill home, the House Lord would have achieved his lifelong dream of entering the Radiant stage as well. But this wretched son of mine would rather leave his old man to die. Damn you. It was because of this he knew that when the 4 would return, their Radiant stage cultivation would be a threat to every House Lord, ultimately to be replaced. The 4 House Lords looked at each other crestfallen. Chu Qingcheng was worried sick, choked with emotion. How was Zhuo Fan going to survive being wounded like that and up against 4 Radiant stage experts? Fang Qiyubai and Dugu Zhanshan shook their heads. Fate has caught up to the kid. He has nowhere else to go. Leng Wuchang was the only one with a smile on his face, like everything went according to plan. Zhuo Fan looked at the four, yet people found it odd how laid back he was about this whole trap thing. All he did was mutter, "Ninger, do you see? Everyone who hurt you is here. Big brother Zhuo will avenge you." Yu Yushin looked puzzled. "Zhuo Fan, have you lost it? There are 4 radiant stage experts here while you aren't even healed. There is a huge gulf between us, and yet you dare spout things like revenge. Humph, you have lost in all aspects," Lin Xuanfeng shouted. Frowning, Zhuo Fan glanced at him, then showed a vague smile. "Ha ha ha, no, it's you who has lost everything. Cut the crap, you lunatic. Even the blind can see we 4 are invincible. Wake up and smell the roses." Lin Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed as he cursed, but Zhuo Fan's odd, mirthless smile unnerved him. Huang Puqingshan felt the same. With how sly he is, what did he plan to remain so calm in front of us? Huang Puqingshan looked around for clues. But nothing was picked up when he released his soul, and his worry only grew. Is he bluffing? Leng Wuchang was also frowning. Zhuo Fan was becoming more and more of an enigma. With a mocking smile on his lips, Zhuo Fan sighed. "Leng Wuchang sure is something. Able to guess I'll stop by to pay my respects to Ninger before leaving Beast King Mountain. He even had you set up an ambush. Truly a feat only unwanted contriver can pull." "What? How can you know everything?" Huang Puqingshan cried. Leng Wuchang's eyes tightened and his aged hand clutched his beard. Shaking his head, Zhuo Fan said, "I know nothing really. But one thing I do know, every move we make is part of Leng Wuchang's grand design in some way or another. He'd been watching me for too long, and I must say, he knows me better than I do myself. Since nothing I do will escape his plans, why not let nature run its course?" Huang Puqingshan looked hard at him, then sighed as he probed, "Are you giving up?" "No, didn't I tell you already? I came for all your lives." Zhuo Fan's lips broke out into his trademark evil grin. Seizing up, the 4 were totally oblivious to Zhuo Fan's meaning. He knows he can't escape Leng Wuchang's predictions, so why is he playing the winner? Does he have a way to turn it all around? It was easy for Zhuo Fan to guess what was on their minds. "Ha ha ha. I have indeed fallen for Leng Wuchang's ploys, but to be fair, Huang Puqingshan, haven't you fallen for mine as well? With Leng Wuchang in the background, when it comes to you and me, I come out on top." Huang Puqingshan shuddered, not knowing whether to believe him or not. Is this mere grandstanding, a bluff? Leng Wuchang shot to his feet, his face changing color in seconds. His eyes swirled around, his mind fast at work. Then he looked up and cried. "Did the punk know he can't escape my plans, so he went on the offensive to lay a trap for eldest young master? But when did he?" Leng Wuchang's mind had guessed it, just that he didn't know the specifics, and his face paled. Zhu Changfeng eyed this unwanted contriver and grinned. "Avoid a ready enemy and only fight when he is weary. The kid sure is sharp. He knows he can't beat you in this mind game, so he chose to accept everything you did to him and fight your eldest young master. Sir Leng, you are not there by your lord. His scheming mind pales in comparison." Zhuo Fan's eyes sure are vicious, ha ha ha. Words failed Leng Wuchang. All he could do was stew in his anger. What did this punk do to Huang Puqingshan to act so confident before 4 radiant stage experts? Not even Zhu Changfeng could figure it out, least of all him. Is this young pup able to turn the tables? He didn't believe it. He didn't want to believe it. Zhu Changfeng was looking at the national elemental stone in anticipation. This prime minister wanted to see what godly scheme could he pull off to turn all of it around. Huang Puqingshan stared hatefully at him. "Zhuo Fan, stop lying. I don't believe you. With your weak body, what can your meager attempts possibly do against 4 radiant stage experts to reverse this situation?" "Ha ha ha, you're wrong. To be honest, it's not me who will do it, you will. You will give me victory. In fact, I won the instant you guys entered the radiant stage." Zhuo Fan snickered, Huang Puqingshan roared. "Cut the bull. You're clearly faking it. I will personally turn you to ash and see you mock me then." Huang Puqingshan pounced, aiming for Zhuo Fan's head. With how weak Zhuo Fan was, his head would crack like an overripe tomato. Luo Yuncheng cried out and turned away. Chu Qingcheng was deeply troubled by what was coming, while only Zhuo Fan's smile never faltered. Like the incoming fist wasn't even there. When the fist was about to touch him, he made a sign. Rumble. For no apparent reason, Huangpu Qingshan found his body stopping dead in its tracks. He couldn't control his body. Looking up at Zhuo Fan, he found the man's grin spitting on his face. Chapter 326. Zhuo Fan's Deceit. Eldest Young Master. Yu Yushin and the other two cried out, seeing Huangpu Qingshan frozen in place. Huangpu Qingshan was sweating buckets. I can't move. What are you standing around for? Do something? He knew Zhuo Fan must have done something, though he didn't know exactly what. Never for the life of him did he think it possible for Zhuo Fan, on his deathbed, to be hiding such an eerie trick. The fear of not knowing how he did it only amplified the dread. He was now stuck in place, waiting for the axe to fall even as his heart was beating out of his chest. His three allies knew time was of the essence and sprung on Zhuo Fan as well. The three mighty radiant stage powers slammed into Zhuo Fan. He was forced 2 steps back, but he was not in the least bit panic, going by the wide grin. Stop! Making the same sign, Zhuo Fan mocked. I told you, you already lost. Rumble, just like Huangpu Qingshan, the three stopped as well. Bug-eyed, they looked at the grinning Zhuo Fan in fear. They couldn't move as well. The viewers cried out in shock and doubt. Zhu Changfeng and Lang Wuchang were also astounded. What did the punk do to gain control of them? They knew Zhuo Fan had the 4 in the bag. As for when the bag opened and the 4 were shoved in, no one knew, not even the 2 greatest minds of Tianyu. The most aware of it all were the victims. Huangpu Qingshan watched Zhuo Fan in shock. What did you do to me? Zhuo Fan only giggled and looked around. Once he had the 4 riled up and the dozen vassals scared out of their minds, he spoke. Eldest young master, you are fated to rule. Providence made you king. Can it be that your elders never told you when you were a child not to take candy from a stranger? What? What did we take? Huangpu Qingshan was stunned for a second, and then it all came crashing down. The pills. Nodding, Zhuo Fan showed the same smile. We have a winner. The very same 8th grade pill, brimming sacred pill. I left a little something inside it, you see. So when you entered the radiant stage, you had already lost. This can't be. Huangpu Qingshan and the other 3 felt a chill crawling up their spines. The pills they got that boosted their power were spiked. That meant they were now affected by its poison. But Huangpu Qingshan got them by coincidence when he ripped out Zhuo Fan's right arm. How could Zhuo Fan give it to us on purpose? Don't tell me. Eyes wide as saucers, they looked upon Zhuo Fan in horror. It was his plan all along. To even rip his own arm, Zhuo Fan knew fully well what went on in those little heads of theirs. Looks like you figured it out. I let Huangpu Qingshan take my right arm on purpose. The crowd was in complete shock. Lang Wuchang's eyes shuddered. Zhuo Fan's scheme ran so deep, so ruthless, that it made even unwanted contriver shiver. Who'd ever see it coming? He gave up an arm to have Huangpu Qingshan at his mercy. The people looking at the one-armed and frail Zhuo Fan had long lost their sympathy. Even his pale face was warped into that of a demon in the minds of his enemies. This clueless herd of sheep actually dared to surround the wolf. Ha ha ha, shocking, ain't it? I knew that I wouldn't be a match for you, so I cooked up a little something and had you all invited for dinner. Victory got to your head and pride lowered your guard. You thought I was breathing my last, that all danger had lifted. Then you took those tampered pills in your greatest moment of weakness. Zhuo Fan ginned maliciously. Back then, he knew Chu Qingchang and the others were trapped as he rushed to the water exit. On his way, he noticed a cold pond, reminding him of his old plan since God knew when to use bloodworms on his enemies. So he took advantage of the time Huangpu Qingshan believed his mind was in chaos after falling for their ploy and prepared his own scheme. Seeing Ninger dead truly made him go berserk, going after Huangpu Qingshan for revenge. Killing him himself would have been better, but if he did lose, he had this trick in mind ready to turn it all around, just in case. Like he said, he accepted all of Lang Wuchang's machinations, but not without leaving Huangpu Qingshan with a gift of his own, something Lang Wuchang would never consider. seeing how everyone was up to their neck deep in his ploy and couldn't make sense of anything. Leng Wuchang always assumed they couldn't spare anything in plotting back. But Zhuo Fan knew he couldn't avoid it, so he accepted it all with open arms, leaving him with the opening needed to plan his own trickery. The one to take the win. Huangpu Qingshan stared at this demon incarnate, horrified. Leng Wuchang was also trembling. He'd been a schemer and a plotter all his life, always achieving his projections. But Zhuo Fan managed to twist it around at the final moment. Then again, when taking into account Zhuo Fan's weird methods, hardly anyone could make feasible projections. But nevertheless, a loss was a loss. Leng Wuchang had to man up and admit he failed at the most crucial moment. All victories leading up to here were for nothing when he botched the final and most crucial battle. Zhu Changfeng taunted. Sir Leng, it seems to me that you messed with not just any monkey but great sage, the equal of heaven, ha ha ha. Leng Wuchang's face twitched as he stewed in his own anger. Huangpu Qingshan was floored. Impossible. If we had never found those pills, your plan would have gone up in smoke and you'd lose your hand for nothing. Those pills clearly had Fang Qiubi's seal. Huangpu Qingshan's stiff face turned to Yan Fu. Grinning, Zhuo Fan said, "What about the seal?" "Ha ha ha, true. You wouldn't have trusted the vials if you found them without the seals. But what if those seals were somehow removed in front of you or given the impression that they were?" Yan Fu. Huangpu Qingshan glared in hatred. Under the bewildered gazes of everyone, Yan Fu stepped behind Zhuo Fan. They just had the shock of their lives. Yan Fu was one of Zhuo Fan's. Luo Yuncheng was stunned. Since when did the Luo clan get to him? Hall Lord Yan Bagong's eyes were ready to pop from their sockets. He's on Zhuo Fan's side. Since when? It was common knowledge that Zhuo Fan killed his master. There was no one out there who hated Zhuo Fan's guts more than him. So how, ignoring the dumbstruck faces, Zhuo Fan mocked, "You guessed it, he's with me. I made sure to give him a sending Jade Way earlier too. If you hadn't found the pills on your own, he was there to make sure you'd correct that little mishap, and to make sure to remove any traces of my meddling, of course. For you guys, someone insignificant like him would fall under your radar. But he ultimately sided with me and got you to fall for it, thus turning all this around. He takes all the credit for your defeat," Zhuo Fan praised Yan Fu. "You were marvelous, I won't soon forget it." "Thank you, Steward Zhuo." Yan Fu bowed. Yan Bagong's frail heart cracked. How was it that the pride of Pill King Hall, their genius alchemists hailed within their house, all ended up at Zhuo Fan's hands? And that was right under their nose, too. He did it so openly, before every clan and house in Tianyu, that he literally bitch-slapped Pill King Hall into the ground. Long Jiu and Jian Suifeng sighed in admiration. They discussed it back in Drifting Flowers City that Zhuo Fan was unequaled when it came to digging up a party's cornerstones. But seeing it firsthand, they had to take their hat off to him. And he did that with his most hateful enemy. Not even unwanted contriver saw that coming. The spy Zhuo Fan planted or converted was none other than the one who hated him the most, Yan Fu. Yan Bangui saw red before his eyes. "Yan Fu, you damn treacherous knave, you actually stooped so low to side with the man who killed your master. You are unworthy to be a Pill King Hall disciple, even less so to walk the earth." "Humph. Ever since my master left, it only got worse for me living in Pill King Hall. I have nothing to return to. Who cares about being some Pill King Hall disciple? Also." Squinting, Yan Fu's hate-filled eyes showed a hint of warmth, unaware he clutched at his chest. There laid hidden a green jade slip. Chapter 327, Revenge Game. It was the same jade Zhuo Fan gave him when the man answered Huangpu Qingshan's challenge. It had a simple sentence, one that touched his heart. It was something his master had Zhuo Fan give to him. "If you find your life in Pill King Hall difficult, come with Steward Zhuo to find me." He was certain from the sole trace on the jade slip that it was without a doubt his master's. The familiar feeling was so strong he barely held back his tears. His master lived in the Luo clan, and by the sound of it, quite well. He recalled what Zhuo Fan told him at the time, that he'd take him to see his master in hell. It was a clear proof of acceptance. From that instant, this youth who hated Zhuo Fan's guts switched sides at the drop of the hat. He became Zhuo Fan's spy, feeding him information in secret. Yan Fu's eyes snapped to his clansmen, and he shouted, "Yan Bangui, listen up. From this very moment, I and Pil King Hall are through. I belong to the Luo clan. A failure like you has no right to judge me." Yan Bangui was a keg set to blow, evident from his red face. His chest heaved, yet he couldn't find a word of reply. This son of a bitch finds himself some backing and thinks he can defy me. No matter how big a nerve he had earlier, he still wouldn't curse back. But now, Zhuo Fan was laughing it up at their expense. He praised Yan Fu. Well said. This is the kind of medal all youths of the Luo clan should have. These 4 may be in 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, but to me they aren't worth a goddamned thing. Zhuo Fan's words were lofty and powerful, looking down on all creation. Yan Fu was excited. Chest forward, head bobbing, the pride on his face unmistakable. He took on the same attitude he had when traveling with vicious Pil King. Inside he sighed. Following Zhuo Fan is truly out of this world, freedom and bliss. All the hatred and bitterness festering in his heart during these years magically went away. No wonder my master got up and dumped Pil King Hall. His attitude sent a shiver down their spine. Scour the world and one would find the Luo clan's Zhuo Fan the only one to ever look at the 7 houses with such loathing. By the looks of it, this clan was growing in power, its future only bright. People began seeing the Luo clan in a different light. But the Luo clan's people had no time to mind others' opinion of them, looking at the national elemental stone in worry. Zhuo Fan was dominating the show, but seeing how wounded he was, Luo Yuncheng couldn't fight back the pain in her heart seeing the bloody one-armed Zhuo Fan. Outsiders got the wrong idea seeing the Luo clan so worried. They thought worry came from Zhuo Fan, possibly letting emotions override his judgment, and that he might do something he would regret. In every esoteric debate that had been held in the past 1,000 years, many people died while the 7 houses held each other in professional courtesy, thus coming out unharmed each time. This time was no exception. They were split into factions, with heavy casualties on both sides, yet even in the most disastrous esoteric debate in history, all those that died were vassals. None from the 7 houses fell, not one from 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. This seemed to be the house's bottom line. However, if Zhuo Fan were to get impulsive and kill these 4, it would mark the start of the house war. This will make the Luo clan fodder in this war. And nobody from the Luo clan wanted to see that happen, but they were clearly overthinking things. They were blissfully unaware that the Luo clan was loyal to Zhuo Fan to a fault, even if fewer in numbers. They would accept any decision Zhuo Fan made, even bringing doom to the Luo clan. Of course, with Zhuo Fan's cunning mind, there was no way he'd let that happen. So Luo clan's people held unshakable trust in Zhuo Fan's every action. Zhuo Fan's decision was Luo clan's decision. What are you gawking at? He's on his deathbed. Attack together and he will die. Huangpu Qingshan shouted at the rest. The 4 of them took the brimming sacred pill and couldn't control themselves, but their vassals hadn't and could still pose a threat to Zhuo Fan. It was the perfect moment to strike at his most vulnerable. Once he got better, all would be done for. Yu Yushin noticed this as well and shouted along with his allies. They didn't get to move as the dozen bone-tempering cultivators' eyes went blank and they collapsed. Zhuo Fan snickered. "I may be wounded, but did you forget? My soul is in the radiant stage," the 4 gasped. They should have known that a sleeping tiger was still a tiger. Since when could ants take the soaring demonic dragon's life, the 4 were wrecked with despair. Huangpu Qingshan threatened, "Zhuo Fan, think this through. Killing us will start a war with our houses and the vassal clans. Are you willing to take that chance? Not even the emperor can save you then." War. Yan Fu knew the Luo clan was under the imperial family and Dugu Zhanshan's protection, and since he had yet to be filled in to the Luo clan's true power, he began to worry. Did I enter the Luo clan only to die? Zhuo Fan grinned. "Quite true. Killing you will start a war. How scary." but I'm never one to write off a revenge. What to do, what to do? Zhuo Fan put on a hypocritical thinking posture. Huangpu Qingshan's group was even more unnerved by his attitude. They hoped the punk would look at the big picture and get scared of what he saw, sparing them in the meantime. It went double for Huangpu Qingshan. Providence had him king and all that. His life was invaluable. How could he just die? I have it. Zhuo Fan snapped his fingers, earning a jerk from his victims. Since I have to get revenge, but you are nonetheless valuable and oughtn't be killed, I can only let heaven decide your fate. The four were shocked, but Zhuo Fan's hand made a sign and the four could move. Though none of them could use their Yuan Kai, their cultivation was sealed. PFF. Huangpu Qingshan groaned as a thumb-sized hole appeared on his chest. The pain almost made him black out as he looked down. He was unbeatable all his life, never even suffering a heavy wound. But this sudden hole exploding from within was heartrending. Bam tilde 3 more groans and his allies shared his pain. Zhuo Fan, W, what are you going to do? Huangpu Qingshan gnashed his teeth. If you plan on killing us, stop playing and release us from this torment. Release you. Ha ha ha, did you release Ninger? Zhuo Fan's smile was that of anger. Relax, I said that your fate is in heaven's hand and will give you guys a chance. I am a man of my word. The holes in your chest represent your number. He gestured at the four. The four found Huangpu Qingshan having 1 hole, so he ought to be 1. Yu Yushan had 2, Yan Bangui had 3, and Lin Xuanfeng had 4. They looked at each other bewildered. Zhuo Fan smiled. We will play a game, the Great Escape. I will give you guys 3 days to find the keys and leave this place. Getting back to Dragon Cloud City, your lives will be spared. But if I find you before you leave, terribly sorry, but that's Providence. Now you can't blame me for being short-sighted and not giving you a way out. Zhuo Fan's hand flashed and the keys to 3 exits appeared. He tossed them into the sky and they were soon spread all over Beast King Mountain. Yan Fu, make a sealed box for me holding 4 lots. 3 days later I will be drawing one, my target. As for the rest of you lucky fellows, you'd be spared for a while. Since I am a bastion of fairness, I will release a signal before my hunt. Your lives are now in heaven's hands. With a wicked grin, Zhuo Fan waved them off. Come on, off you go. But remember, you better hope I don't find you, Tilda. The four exchanged a glance and bolted in 4 directions. They knew Zhuo Fan was playing with them, but they had no choice in the matter. All they could do was fight. Yan Fu gasped and turned to Zhuo Fan. Steward Zhuo, are you killing them or letting them go? Why go through all this trouble just to kill them? And if you wanted to let them go? Humph, how could I ever let them off? Zhuo Fan's eyes glinted and his mood became deadly. Yan Fu, do you fear death? Yes. Yan Fu nodded after a pause. Zhuo Fan shook his head. No, you do not fear death, but dying. Ninger was a pure-hearted girl. Although she had a smile upon her face at death, I know it was for our sakes. She knew she was going to die and must have felt a terrible dread. This fear tortured her for 3 days. Zhuo Fan clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot as he spat. So I will make those sons of bitches know the true meaning of fear every waking moment until they'd wish for death. Yan Fu shuddered and nodded. Zhuo Fan never cared about some big picture, nor intended to let them off. He wanted them to suffer more than Zhu Ningxiang did. Yan Fu now understood why he did it and went into the forest to carve a box out of a tree. Zhuo Fan stayed behind, closed his eyes and resumed healing. Time passed on and the 3rd day was soon up. At the dawn of the 4th, Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed open, out for blood. By his side, Yan Fu presented the box, obscuring its content. This was the item that would decide the four's fate. The hunt was on, chapter 328. Go on run, one-legged dragon. Which one, Tilda? I wonder who's the lucky bastard that gets to go first. The suspense is killing me. Sneering, Zhuo Fan snapped his fingers and a wood piece floated out of the box. A tiny character was etched on it. 4. Oh, it's 4. Zhuo Fan's face split into a wide and very malicious grin. Then he asked, Remind me again, who was number 4? Yan Fu spoke with reverence. Steward Zhuo, number 4 is Forest Fleeting Dragon, Lin Xuanfeng. Oh, it's that gimp dragon. What rotten luck. Among 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, I seem to recall having already taken my ire on him twice so far. Now Providence has spoken and has placed him first in my path. Ha ha ha, I can't help but wonder, has his crimes earned him such ill fate, or is he just so down on his luck, so cursed to suffer hell first? Laughing, Zhuo Fan said, whatever in his case, he truly must be ill-fated, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan pointed at the sky. A flare shot up and exploded into 4 fireworks bathing the Beast King Mountain in red. The frantic Huangpu Qingshan, scurrying in the forest, looked up at the sound. 4 fireworks means number 4. Lin Chuanfeng is such an unlucky dog. Huangpu Qingshan shook his head, rejoicing inside. Zhuo Fan was really playing by the rules and wasn't targeting him specifically. Or more likely than not, he'd be after him the first chance he got. With Lin Chuanfeng playing the first victim, it bought him precious time to find the keys. Tightening the red crystal in his hand, Huangpu Qingshan took a deep breath and sped up in the search for its pair. He needed yin and yang keys to be home free. He had to work even faster now. Who knew how fast Lin Chuanfeng would fall and who'd be the next poor schmuck to follow? On the off chance it was him, that would mean death. Although he breathed easier for a moment, the anxiety only mounted. Yan Bangui and Yu Yushin noticed the flare with their nerves stretched taut. This meant Zhuo Fan's death game had started. But they relaxed soon after, seeing Zhuo Fan going after Lin Chuanfeng. Their safety was assured for now, though they also knew that once Lin Chuanfeng fell, Zhuo Fan would go after them. And with their cultivation sealed up, Zhuo Fan would pick them like ants. And so their speed mounted, as did their will to live. The pressure had grown on the 3 who lucked out, but the last one was showing quite a different reaction. Hell yeah, I got the wood exit keys. My luck is off the hook. In a particularly glum and dark corner of the forest, Lin Chuanfeng clenched the 2 green crystals and danced in joy. Even with a number of close to 30,000 people wandering Beast King Mountain's forest for a month now, the wood exit keys were never found. And here he was catching a lucky break. This luck is godlike. All he had to do was get to the wood exit, and he'd be back in the safety of Dragon Cloud City. This would make his survival, by Zhuo Fan's game rules, Providence. Zhuo Fan couldn't touch him. Zhuo Fan may be a very sore loser, but every elder in Dragon Cloud City, along with Dugu Zhanshan and Fang Qiubai keeping the peace, would make sure to prevent any foul play. He would be safe. Filling his lungs with air, Lin Chuanfeng felt the urge to bow before the mighty power of heaven, to offer his gratitude for actually caring, for once, about his fate. All previous resentments were wiped clean as his luck had finally turned. He was looking at the dawning sky with a smile on his face when a sudden flare exploded into 4 fireworks. The crimson sky reflected perfectly on his equally red face. The heavens are giving me their blessing, ha ha ha. Lin Chuanfeng was still trapped in his fantasy, giggling away. But then his smile froze. How can old heaven get up and burst for no rhyme or reason? That's man-made. With the 4 having their cultivation sealed, it only left Zhuo Fan. Is that the signal starting his death game? The sky had 4 fireworks. Doesn't that paint a target on #4? Lin Chuanfeng's face twitched, looking rigidly at his chest and the holes in it. There they were, in all their bloody glory, 4 holes bored into him precisely 3 days ago. F***CK, I'm that #4. The corners of Lin Chuanfeng's mouth sank, and tears threatened to burst out of his eyes. He had a good thing going here, this close to renewing his lease on life. But Providence had a different plan in mind, sending Zhuo Fan on a man-hunt for the first target, him. He plunged from the glorious halls of paradise into the infernal abyss. My luck has turned worse than ever, old heaven. Could you please not tease me? Lin Chuanfeng's heart shuddered, his eyes hot from tears, feeling victimized. Not forgetting the fact that he wasn't even included in the plan to kill the lass. That was all Yan Bangui and Yu Yushin's doing, prodded by Huangpu Qingshan from behind. He should be going after those 3 for revenge. Why? Why is it that the first one that monster is hunting is me? It's so unfair. Lin Chuanfeng wailed, asking the heavens with his pitiful eyes. What do I do now? At this very moment, he felt like the most miserable and wretched man in this whole wide world. Never mind the leg Zhuo Fan snapped off of him, or the hand Zhuo Fan disintegrated. Zhuo Fan was now hot on his heels for revenge. Yet he, the only one innocent in this whole matter, was the first target. Just what magnitude of bad luck was this? Lin Xuanfeng's eyes opened the floodgates. However, he didn't have time to wallow in self-pity. With 2 keys in hand, all he had to do was get to the wood exit and he'd be the winner. Lin Xuanfeng broke into a mad dash, short of 1 leg. Granted, but not slower than in his prime. His title, Forest Fleeting Dragon, was granted for his amazing speed after all. But with a flash of golden light, there came Zhuo Fan popping not 100 yards from the man. Lin Xuanfeng, you saw the flare, I assume. Indeed, you're my first victim. Be good and stand still, would you? Isn't it too soon? How did he find me so fast? Lin Xuanfeng whipped his head back, and sure enough, Zhuo Fan had a positively killing smile. Bro, can't you cut me some slack? Huangpu Qingshan planned on killing the girl, and the other 2 executed it. I was in the dark when it happened. If you want revenge, go take it out on them. I'm innocent here? Lin Xuanfeng hopped away in panic, a sniveling mess as he begged. But the dread only grew and the despair deepened. Smiling, Zhuo Fan looked down on the man but never got closer. He always stayed within 100 meters. You're right. Among the 4, you can be called innocent. But how is it my fault your number came up? I made this game and will respect its rules. You only have old heaven to blame for your hapless fate, ha ha ha. Face sinking deeper in sorrow, Lin Xuanfeng gave his all in hopping forward, but could never shake Zhuo Fan off. Since it's fate, I can only resign to it. Why must I suffer so? The hunter could collect on his life any time he wanted, but wasn't doing it for his own amusement. Since death was certain, a quick one was preferred. Lin Xuanfeng sighed and slowed down. Zhuo Fan knew what he was thinking from 100 meters away, but you are also right in being innocent. Here's a thought. I see you have the wood exit keys, so I will make an exception. If you can reach the wood exit and Dragon Cloud City within a day, you win, and I will consider the matter settled. Truly? The resigned Lin Xuanfeng found a glimmer of hope, and his speed shot up again. Zhuo Fan's cold tone came from 100 meters away again. I'll be right here behind you. If your time is up and you're still here, I'll make my move. Lin Xuanfeng bobbed his head. You said it, so you better not go back on your word. Ha ha ha, I am playing the game by the books and with no regrets. Zhuo Fan's eyes glinted. Lin Xuanfeng's heart burst with joy and he put more power in his leg. At some point, sweat poured down him like rain and his legs seared with pain. After hopping for half a day, he found that he still had a lot of ground left to cover. He ignored the pain and pushed through at full speed. Zhuo Fan was always behind him, coldly staring and sharpening his bloodthirst. Humph, Forest Fleeting Dragon, did you really think I'll let you live? I only chose the best way to kill you. Not a single person related to Ninger's death will be spared. Zhuo Fan scoffed internally. Chapter 329, The Best Way to Die. Lin Xuanfeng, half a day has passed. The owner of the cold eyes stalking the beaten-up prey spoke. Panting, Lin Xuanfeng was soaked but wasn't slowing down even for a second. He only took deep breaths and gained more speed, not stopping for his life. In 10 hours, I'm making a move. Lin Xuanfeng, with his sealed cultivation, had been at it for 14 hours. His speed had been at its peak all this time, and his legs shuddered with every hop. The run had been so intense, the sole of his shoe had worn off. He'd been hopping about barefoot through thorns and bushes and was now leaving a blood trail. He wished nothing more than to take a breather after such a long and intense fleeing. But Zhuo Fan's constant cold reminder from behind came as a rude awakening. Stopping meant dying, his corpse forever pushing up daisies in the middle of the forest. Lin Xuanfeng's sole option was to bear through the pain and run. 8 hours left. The countdown on his life aroused Lin Xuanfeng from his rambling run and swaying vision. That's too soon. A glance at the sky would give light into this matter, unless of course a certain face was blocking it, scaring the living daylight out of him. You still have time to stargaze. The clock is ticking, Better hurry up or your head will fall, Zhuo Fan grinned. Lin Chuanfeng gasped and forgot about the sky as he sprung forth like mad. Zhuo Fan snickered and resumed following from behind. Like a reaper, his voice descended upon the wretched. 6 hours left. Lin Chuanfeng's eyes were bloodshot in his mad sprint. 4 hours left. Lin Chuanfeng ran with his life on the line, faster than even before he got his cultivation sealed. Only 2 hours. Zhuo Fan's face twisted in a grim smile. Lin Chuanfeng's face fell. He was soaked in sweat, his face red as blood, but his heart was wrecked from this torment. He closed his eyes and ran head first. Passing one more bush just like the thousands before it, Lin Chuanfeng saw a green crystal 4 meters tall. The wood exit. The audience knew Zhuo Fan and the 4 were playing a deadly game of chase. It looked like he was torturing them. Many believed he pulled a game on them as an excuse to come out of this pickle with his face unmarred. Zhuo Fan was the top dog for thousands of miles around, and yet still refrained from setting himself against 4 houses by looking for a reason to let the 4 go. But when Lin Chuanfeng came out from the forest, they were shocked. Lin Chuanfeng looked nothing like the proud forest fleeting dragon of before. Passing through pointy vegetation, Barefoot had made pinpoint incisions each time, and now his sole of the foot was stripped of flesh. As he crossed the last bush, everyone heard a resounding crack. His knee snapped from the sheer speed, in an open fracture. Anyone moving at such blazing speed would know what that meant. But Zhuo Fan's constant reminder had him scared to death. His mind had been reduced to thinking only about survival, and he was unaware what running for his life at such insane speed would do. Not even when his last leg broke, and his bloody face crunched into the ground did Lin Chuanfeng care. His eyes showed only madness. Watching the wood exit ahead, he cackled. "Ha ha ha, I've finally arrived. I can survive." With red eyes and without legs, Lin Chuanfeng crawled his way forward as his lips cracked into a smile. Euphoria descended upon his mind. He was going to live. This was the chance Zhuo Fan gave him, the chance to survive. Of the 4, he was the only one innocent, so Zhuo Fan gave him a way out as long as he could grasp it. Lin Chuanfeng elbowed his way faster towards his hope. The audience was speechless. Why was he looking so wretched and yet found the time to smile? He looked mangled, battered, and wretched, yet had such a crazed look of happiness. What is going on? Nobody would know that Zhuo Fan had turned Lin Chuanfeng like this, that he had etched a demon in his heart. I won. I'm going to live. Lin Chuanfeng panted as he crawled before the wood exit. With shaking hands, he placed the keys from his ring into the groves with exultation. The audience nodded. The guy looked to be coming out of a torture chamber, but he was going home now. As the last key approached the slot, a lazy leg stepped on his hand and he dropped the crystal. Lin Chuanfeng looked in shock to see Zhuo Fan's manic grin. The audience watched the two with hearts in their throat. Was Zhuo Fan such a demon to kill him right at the very end? Lin Chuanfeng's face didn't seem to say so. He wasn't shocked, having known this was coming every 2 hours. "W.Y.?" Blinking his bleary eyes, Lin Chuanfeng's hoarse voice came out, oozing his desperation. "I'm here, I won." Zhuo Fan shook his head, peering down on him. "Unfortunately, time is up. If only you were a fraction faster, you'd have made it." "A shame?" SSS tilde Lin Chuanfeng gasped, and his face shuddered, changing from fear to sorrow to denial and despair. His eyes shrank and his head slumped. The agony in those eyes was so vivid, anyone could see how hopeless, how dead they were. The people were appalled. A person suddenly appeared, Yan Fu. Yan Fu asked Zhuo Fan, unclear what happened, "Steward Zhuo." Zhuo Fan merely gestured at the bloody man. Yan Fu kneeled and felt his neck. "Steward Zhuo, he's dead." The people were frightened. Why would a perfectly fine man get up and die? Did they miss Zhuo Fan doing something? Yan Fu asked. "He has no mortal wound." "Steward Zhuo, how did you do it?" "Through fear, exhaustion, and despair." Zhuo Fan smiled coldly. Yan Fu was even more puzzled. Is this a joke? Since when can a radiant stage expert die from fear, exhaustion, and anguish? Zhuo Fan said. "I sealed his cultivation so he could only draw speed from his body." When I came upon him, we were a ways away from here. Running all the way here would take 3 days at the minimum. But I told him he had 1 day to escape or I'll kill him. He gave his all and more in running here with me behind him, reminding of the time. Fear had gnawed at his body, making waste more stamina without even realizing it. When he finally did arrive, hope blossomed. After 3 long days of fear, he saw a ray of hope. His state of mind was already shaken when I came and told him the time was up. Then all that hope turned into anguish, joy into grief, shock into fear. It all happened so fast that these emotions attacked his mind and took his life. That is why I said he was scared to death, but also exhausted to death. Even more so, died from anguish. Zhuo Fan smiled. Yan Fu's heart thumped. He knew Zhuo Fan was vicious, but not that monstrous. He toyed with a man's dignity until the man fell to his death. Gulping, Yan Fu probed. "Steward Zhuo, did he reach here in 1 day?" Zhuo Fan snickered. The kid had quite the potential. He lived up to his title and was quite fast in getting here with 2 hours to spare too. But as I was always behind like a reaper, I scared him and stopped him from checking the time until he even forgot about the real time. So when I said he lost it. Then despair and fear claimed him, ha ha ha. The Grand Forest Fleeting Dragon truly was the fastest. So fast that he ended up breaking his only leg and died from exhaustion. Wasn't it the best way to die? Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan cackled. Yan Fu and the audience were sweating bullets and a shiver went down their spines. Demon, Chapter 330. Next up. Bring out the box. Let's see who's the next lucky bastard. Zhuo Fan's condescending smile turned manic. The suspense is killing me. I have to get back in the game, hi. Zhuo Fan's demonic side was there for all to see, sending shivers and horrors to the faint-hearted. People thought Zhuo Fan was using an excuse to let them go, for the bigger picture and whatnot, but they all knew they had grossly overestimated him. Zhuo Fan wanted nothing more than to play a savage game and toy them to death in the process. The hatred boiling in Zhuo Fan had driven him mad for a long time now. His unorthodox method at exacting revenge had few appalled, and the rest horrified. Only those 3 knew of Lin Xuanfeng's true anguish and pain. The rest would be fortunate to seek out suicide than wait for Zhuo Fan to find them. Shaking their heads, people sighed. Messing with the 7 houses. Fine. Stomping on Regent Estate's toes. Not bad either. But may God have mercy on any who was ignorant enough to incite the wrath of Demon Archon Zhuo Fan. The end wouldn't be pretty. That was for sure. Yan Fu presented the object of interest, and Zhuo Fan smiled. He plunged his hand inside and soon came out with the lucky runner-up. Zhuo Fan looked at the number and smirked. Humph, enemies meet on a narrow road, so I'll be hunting down this lackey next. Zhuo Fan flipped the wooden piece over toward the wood exit for all to see. 2. None other than Zhu Ningxiang's killer, Yu Yushin. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed and he pointed above. Whoosh! A flare rose above the clouds, exploding in a brilliant double firework. Huangpu Qingshan and Yan Bangui checked nervously, then looked at the holes on their chest and finally relaxed. Thank God it's not me. Though they knew this safety was ephemeral. With how soon Zhuo Fan let out the second flare, it went without saying that Lin Xuanfeng had bit the dust. With Yu Yushin as the second victim, who was to know how long he'd last before death would loom over them. With nerves stretched tighter than a violin, the weight was mounting the ever-present fear. They could literally feel Zhuo Fan's demon claw squeezing down on their throat. Like Zhuo Fan said, death wasn't terrifying, but dying was agony. Palpable fear was their longtime companion now, Huangpu Qingshan in particular. The guy had been invincible one too many times in his life and had never experienced this side of a battle, almost having a nervous breakdown. He had reached such a state that any loud noise was treated as Zhuo Fan sending a signal, doing nothing but pushing him further into the depths of despair. Right now, he was angry. Providence had made him king, so how could he be such a coward? He had completely ignored the precarious and erratic state his mind was currently in. Zhuo Fan's death game had him running scared, crushing any royal demeanor he ever had in another corner of the forest. Yu Yushin finally had the keys to the metal exit. His cheering was quite premature and disconcerting, at least when the flare exploded in the sky and fear replaced any trace of joy. Looking down at his own chest, 2 holes were there for all to see. Demon Zhuo Fan was on the hunt for him. Yu Yushin's face fell, his fate suddenly turning on him. It was so appalling that his mind exploded in quite the colorful curses. That damn rotten Lin Xuanfeng. Wasn't he praised for speed? Why did he let himself get caught so fast? Did he give up? Couldn't you hang on for at least a few days longer and let your brothers reach safety? Humph, a gimp is a gimp, alive or dead. Not a single damn use. Yu Yushin cursed at the dead, but the top priority was still getting out of here and out of Zhuo Fan's range. As luck would have it, he was a short way off the metal exit. He only had to reach it and he'd wallow in safety. Yu Yushin set into a sprint, thinking he still had some time before Zhuo Fan got to him. Yu Yushin dashed like a maniac, and the fact that Zhuo Fan hadn't shown himself yet eased some of his tense muscles. His guess had been spot on. Zhuo Fan would need time to get to him. But as we all know, appearances can be deceiving. The golden exit shined its glow before him, like the goddess of victory opening her arms to welcome him. But then his eyes shrank and his body froze in place. What awaited him were 2 very familiar figures. Yan Fu, the snitch, and Zhuo Fan, the demon. The viewers sighed. Oh, you poor schmuck. These 2 have been waiting for you for ages, and you just had to walk right into their trap. Zhuo Fan looked at the sky and then at the dumbstruck Yu Yushin. You came. I've been waiting here for an hour now. What are you doing here? How did you know I was coming here? And more importantly, did you come here to stop me? Yu Yushin's mind was going a mile a minute, not knowing what to do. He just couldn't tell if Zhuo Fan was now a master diviner or not. How did he get here so fast? Moments after dealing with Lin Xuanfeng, as if a mind reader, Zhuo Fan's cold smile came in response to his thoughts. Yu Yushin, you are Ninger's executioner. Now then, what's the best way to go about killing you? Gulping, Yu Yushin watched Zhuo Fan inch closer towards him. His legs were shaking like noodles and he soon collapsed in fear. He started bawling on his knees for mercy. Brother, let me go. I am a mere underling. Leng Wuchang is the one who planned to kill her. Huangpu Qingshan was the director and I was merely following orders. Take your revenge on them. I was just a lackey, mere nobody. Please let me go. TCH, what 6 dragons and 1 phoenix? Aren't they all sniveling cowards when death looms? Yan Fu was milking his dread for all he was worth. Zhuo Fan's follower felt no little satisfaction seeing the grand 6 dragons and 1 phoenix treated with such derision. On the viewer's side, everyone sported disgust at Yu Yushin's character. Valley Lord Yu Wanshan's face was dark and broody. Yu Yushin was a dragon, which in turn represented the image of Hell Valley. Even with his cultivation sealed, meeting Zhuo Fan would merely end up in death. But instead he opted for the coward's way out, bawling on his knees for his miserable life, while also shaming Hell Valley completely. The 7 houses of Tianyu were seen as lofty existences, revered and feared. But now that respect is long gone. Even the great disciples of their houses were merely men in the end. They fear the strong and death just like the next bloke. Even our clans have a few intrepid characters among us. In this aspect, at least, we are stronger than the houses. The 7 houses were seen as gods in the Tianyu Empire. But taking them down from their cozy throne would make all the reverence vanish. Fang Qiyubai and Dugu Zhanshan nodded with a smile. The way they saw it, Zhuo Fan was practically issuing a death sentence to the houses. At the very least, the vassals the 7 houses enjoyed seeing fighting over their attention would thin out. It was just another blow at their name, what the emperor only dreamt of achieving. Who'd have thought it would come to fruition at the hands of Zhuo Fan? The 7 houses' image was almost ruined. The emperor would laugh for days if he knew. Long Xingyan and Zai Tianchang sighed at their fortune, the fortune of sticking with Zhuo Fan. Otherwise, they would have been standing in Yu Yushin's place by now. Losing their life was nothing compared to losing their house's image. Zhuo Fan was a demon archon, an incontestable existence. It was far better to join him than suffer his wrath. Long Xingyan looked at Long Yifi in respect. The old man knows his stuff to see the diamond in the rough. His mind is even sharper to stay close as well. Long Yifi noticed his son's eyes and held his head high. Xingyan, see that. That's how a house lord should be, to have an eye for talent. Zhuo Fan smirked at the hapless and disgusting thing. Did they also tell you to rob Ninger's essence? Yu Yushin was sweating bullets, not missing a beat in his begging and bowing. They wanted to see her suffer, and all I could do was follow orders. Here, take the girl's essence. Please have it and let me go. Yu Yushin took a censer from his ring and presented it. Zhuo Fan received it and looked at the pure essence within. Feeling the familiar aura, Zhuo Fan's hands shook. His heart was in pain and his eyes looked ready to burst. But he pushed the sadness back. Even with the essence in his hand, his towering rage blew like a volcano. Yu Yushin, since you took it, then you must know how long the body can last before it must be returned. 24 hours. Yu Yushin trembled, his voice faltering under Zhuo Fan's rage. Squinting, Zhuo Fan barked. You know it's useless now, yet you still dare to give it to me. I should smash you to death with it. Zhuo Fan was about to do just that. Yu Yushin held his head in fear. But as it was Ninger's memento, he couldn't bear to stain her pure essence with this filth. Zhuo Fan put the censer away and smiled. Do you believe taking one's essence to be the most excruciating pain? Ha ha ha, that's because you haven't seen me do it. Chapter 331, Devoured. When you do it. Yu Yushin shuddered in fear. Zhuo Fan sported his trademark twisted smile of cruelty. Those words had Yu Yushin scared to death. Rumble Yu Yushin found himself paralyzed and slumped. Zhuo Fan walked up to him and showed an icy gourd. Yu Yushin, don't you find it odd how I'm in control of all your actions? How do I know your precise location? Blinking, Yu Yushin was filled with doubt but couldn't even speak. All he could do was watch Zhuo Fan with a chaotic mind. Ha ha ha, I don't mind telling you my little secret. To be quite honest, none of you are poisoned, but have my demonic creature in you as a parasite. These demonic creatures are linked with me. No matter where you go or you wish to go, I'll know it all. Zhuo Fan opened the gourd and a worm wiggled out. Yu Yushin's heart seized in shock. A demonic cultivator had demonic creatures, of course. But even he didn't know of such a devastating demonic creature that could control a radiant stage expert. At this moment, he realized that they had Zhuo Fan's parasites within them, and even if they did run, they wouldn't leave Zhuo Fan's control. All of this death game nonsense had been rigged from the start. Zhuo Fan loomed over them like a god, and they were his puppets. Yu Yushin groaned in despair. Funny how they were filled with hope in finding the keys to get out alive when everything was set from the beginning. Their fate was sealed. Zhuo Fan snickered. There's no point in crying over it. You guys still have hope. I won't be out there looking for my next victim as long as the current one entertains me enough. Make it worth my while, let me forget about everything and the others would have enough time to escape. What do you mean by that? Yu Yushin had a very bad feeling about this. Zhuo Fan laughed and said, Simple really. I'm ready to have some fun with you. Zhuo Fan flipped the gourd and bloodworms spilled out on Yu Yushin. He was deathly pale but couldn't move, only panicked. Zhuo Fan, what are you doing? Ha ha ha, what indeed? Can't you tell? I'm letting you have a taste of a pain worse than death by essence extraction. Zhuo Fan's eyes showed his savagery. A wail of agony broke the stillness of the forest. Those 1,000 squirming bloodworms burrowed into Yu Yushin's skin. They began feasting on his flesh, and blood started pouring from his body. His face twisted in pain, veins popping, mouth trembling from wanting to bite his tongue, but he was robbed of even that freedom. Zhuo Fan watched the convulsing body with eerie calmness. I've fed these 1,000 bloodworms my blood essence, but how could my meager blood be enough to quench their hunger? Fighting over a single drop of blood has turned them vicious. But thanks to you showing up, they can finally have their fill, ha ha ha. And that's not even half of it. They have tiny jaws but are quite pointy with a passion for a man's mind. Over the next few days, you ought to feel it, the pain. It's likely 100 times worse than having your essence drawn. The good news is, they are quite the slow eaters and like to keep the taste fresh, you see. So as they work their way deeper, they make sure to keep you from bleeding out. You won't die anytime soon, let me tell you, just enough for you to enjoy the sweet and blissful pain, ha ha ha. Ah, Tilda, just kill me. Yuyushin gnashed his teeth, roaring like a beast. Zhuo Fan only mocked him. That's not very nice. All the pain you're feeling will help buy your eldest young master time. Isn't he your master? Weren't you obeying his orders? What can a meager sacrifice compare to that? CK him and kill me already, then go and kill him too. Why should I suffer for him? Yuyushin's eyes were popping out of his skull. Zhuo Fan's eyes glinted coldly. Since you don't consider him your master, why did you listen to his order and let Ninger suffer? Humph, wake up and smell the roses. A man should own up to his mistakes and bear through the consequences. Zhuo Fan smiled and sat down to the side to heal. The wails of agony music to his ears. Yan Fu shuddered, his back cold as ice. Glancing at the howling figure, then at the calm Zhuo Fan, his awe only grew. Steward Zhuo's revenge isn't to be taken lightly. Not even the insufferable brats from the 7 houses have such capacity for cruelty. This was a good opportunity to see the vicious side of soaring demonic dragon. The viewers listened to the screams with fear in their hearts. Zhu clan's 3 generations knew Zhuo Fan was doing it for Ninger, but even they found the cruelty a touch inhumane. They found the murderer of their dear Ninger a sorry sight, having offended Zhuo Fan. They actually felt pity for him. If the victims themselves would think so of their tormentor, it went without saying about the rest. In the minds of everyone out there, a single thought ruled: never ever mess with this demon Archon. Even as time trickled by, Yuyushin's ravings never stopped. A day later, Yuyushin's skin was gnawed away by the bloodworms, his face unrecognizable. He looked like a dried corpse, red all over yet without a drop of blood on him. The bloodworms made sure not to spill their drink, while Yuyushin's screams were relentless. On the 2nd day, all of Yuyushin's tendons were devoured. All that was left was a pile of flesh, having nothing to hold him together. But Yuyushin's cries kept on coming. On the 3rd day, Yuyushin's flesh was next. Even if he wanted to wail now, he couldn't. Wailing for 2 days straight had turned him mute. Then came the 4th day, and the bloodworms went to work on his bones. Finally, on the 9th day, Yuyushin was picked almost completely clean. Whether intentional or not, the bloodworms left behind his vital organs intact. As if to let him see with his own eyes the gory sight that he was, without flesh and bones. At this vile and gruesome sight, Yan Fu's stomach flipped and emptied. The viewers were horrified by the torture, turning away to keep their own sanity. Yuyushin's eyes glistened, begging Zhuo Fan for death, the only thing he could do. His throat, neck, and tongue had long been devoured. All that was left of him were a few arteries and organs barely keeping him from flatlining. Yet it was a pain worse than death. Zhuo Fan glanced at the sufferer, looked at his pleading face, and said, "Want to die?" Yuyushin rolled his eyes frantically. With the eyelids gone as well, he was hardly equipped to convey his meaning. Zhuo Fan understood him clearly either way. Zhuo Fan said, "Let this be a lesson. You can mess with the king of hell, but never with this steward." Yuyushin's eyes moved faster to convey that he understood. The viewers watched in shock. Zhuo Fan was speaking more to them than to the dying Yuyushin. His meaning was crystal clear, see that. Be nice and don't side with that rotten regent estate against me. So what if you're from the 7 houses? Your death will be as brutal as I feel like it. Everyone came to the same sensible decision then and there to be cautious. While for regent estate's vassals, their minds began working as well, although from a different angle, to never involve themselves with the Luo clan even in death. Their steward is a god-damned inquisitor. Fang Qiubai rejoiced inside. The brat is awesome. He made one guy take the fall and scared the rest from ever getting anywhere near regent estate. Huangpu Tianyuan's face sank. He felt it loud and clear, how Zhuo Fan had trampled on the regent estate's 1,000-year-long prestige. How could they proclaim themselves rulers over Tianyu if everyone gave them a wide berth? Everyone from the regent estate looked at Zhuo Fan with hatred and helplessness. Zhuo Fan signaled the bloodworms to devour the organs. They moved quickly, and Yu Yushin was gone in moments. It was obvious that Zhuo Fan was lying out of his ass when he said that bloodworms were slow eaters. It was only a means to torture Yu Yushin more. But watching himself being eaten quickly, spared of any further torment, Yu Yushin's final gaze was that of relief. Yan Fu gasped and rushed with the box over. "Steward Zhuo, please." "No need." Zhuo Fan waved, his eyes savage. "We've wasted too much time here, and the criminals are about to escape." Zhuo Fan released another flare, one firework. Huangpu Qingshan's number was up. "Just you wait. You are the one who will never ever leave this place alive." Chapter 332. Dragon Eater. Bang! A blazing light shined above Beast King Mountain just as Huangpu Qingshan got out from a bush. He saw a single firework and panicked. The demon has finally set his sights on me. However, with a sly grin, Huangpu Qingshan's eyes glinted and his hand flickered with 2 red crystals. He, too little too late. Huangpu Qingshan took a deep breath and rushed forward filled with excitement. He had the fire keys, and even the fire exit was just around the corner, needing merely 2 hours to reach it. From the distance of the flare, he noticed that Zhuo Fan was far away and would need a long time to catch up with how damaged he was. Even in this great escape, the true winner shall be me, the rightful king. Ha ha ha, Yu Yushin, well done in keeping the demon occupied for so long. I really have to thank you for helping me live. Huangpu Qingshan's tone turned colder, although that's providence. Sacrificing yourself for me is the highest form of death. I am a true king for old heaven to pave my way, ha ha ha. Cackling, Huangpu Qingshan sped up as the arrogance returned to his face. To him, everything and anything that happened was providence. Zhuo Fan could have easily broken his neck and be done with, but who knew what came over him to turn it all into a death game? Zhuo Fan had already killed 2 of them, leaving the first and third free to roam the forest for quite a long time. This was clearly heaven bestowing its blessings and allowing the rightful king to make a comeback to rule the world. Huangpu Qingshan's narcissistic tendencies knew no bounds. "Zhuo Fan, I'll let you have this one, but I am the true king. One day you will die by my hand, Humph." Bloodthirst entered his eyes as he ran faster. Whoosh tilde an hour later, Huangpu Qingshan flashed out of the high grass and appeared before the crimson crystal exit, with no one else around. Huangpu Qingshan's face lit up. "I knew the punk wouldn't make it. It's my win." The viewers saw him appear as well and were getting nervous. Was Zhuo Fan running late, leaving this guy to win? Everyone thought of it as a darn shame. Not just Drifting Flower's edifice and allies, but Regent Estate's many vassals hung their heads in defeat. It had started with Zhuo Fan having the 4 of their lives at his fingertips. He had insisted on torturing them one at a time, only to finally let the main culprit off the hook. It wasn't out of hate for Huangpu Qingshan, but people felt sorry for Zhuo Fan. If the prey slipped away from one's fingers, it was the worst feeling anyone could have. People started to send their hearts to Zhuo Fan. This must be the magnetism of the strong. Lang Wuchang frowned at everyone's reaction. As things stood, it was only a matter of time before Zhuo Fan would tarnish Regent Estate's entire reputation. The elders from Regent Estate had no clue about this, only rejoicing at seeing their eldest young master almost out of the woods. Huangpu Qingshan was after all a renowned genius that not even the Regent Estate could afford to lose. "I just need to put the crystals in, and I'm done." Panting, Huangpu Qingshan reached the exit and stabbed the crystals in the grooves. A red pillar shot for the skies in a dazzling light show. Huangpu Qingshan stared at the light with a smile. "Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan, I won? I'm still alive." Regent Estate's elders were excited as well, watching the national elemental stone with red eyes. If only the array wasn't a one-way transfer, they'd be in there dragging him here. "Eldest young master, don't show off and hurry already." But a king wasn't a king without a bit of swag and hot air. Since he got out of hell, he had to first regain his rightful appearance worthy of his position, being unnecessarily pompous. Unhurried in the least, especially when one step got him home, Huangpu Qingshan's cocky look made the Regent Estate elders gnash their teeth. Huangpu Qingshan first began with cleaning up his act and straightening his messy hair. He didn't forget to recover his usual haughty look after the exhaustion he had suffered all these days running, to regain his poised nobility and to return home triumphant. Regent estate elders' faces twitched. They wished nothing more than to give him a beating. Eldest young master, prancing aside, you're still in grave danger. Your life is about to run out, yet you actually have the time to stroke your ego. Humph, you'll only have yourself to blame if you die now. The Regent estate's elders sighed, not realizing their complaints turned out to be curses. Huangpu Qingshan, having finally recovered a modicum of royal cockiness, strutted towards the fire exit like the true winner of the esoteric debate. Then, a thunderous boom came with the fall of lightning. Stop! Huangpu Qingshan's lifted leg twisted and exploded in a mist of blood. His body had yet to pass the veil, and a heart-rending pain stabbed his chest as he collapsed. Huangpu Qingshan didn't need to turn around to know who was behind him. Startled, Huangpu Qingshan never would have guessed Zhuo Fan would reach him so fast when he was already so hurt. Does this mean he was going to die? What about that prancing just now? All that showing off and priming himself made him look like a clown. Huangpu Qingshan gnashed his teeth and kicked with his remaining leg before he hit the ground, aiming for the exit. His life aside, he had to survive and maintain his regal prestige. He could not allow his royal self to be reduced to a laughing stock. He had to become the final winner, the only champion, and receive the people's worship. But a flash of thunder and a black figure slamming into his spine destroyed any hope of reaching the full height of his glory. Instead, he was now a meter into the ground and spitting blood. What made it worse was his finger being a millimeter from victory. So close yet so far. Eldest young master, the Regent estate elders cried. Struggling so hard to make one last push yet failing filled Huangpu Qingshan with desperation. Stepping on Huangpu Qingshan, Zhuo Fan grinned and panted. Huangpu Qingshan, I finally caught up. You almost had me worried there that I would lose my chance, he. Zhuo Fan, how did you get here so fast? Huangpu Qingshan turned a hateful glare at the man on his spine, but didn't finish as it all made sense. Behind Zhuo Fan was Yan Fu jumping off of a purple bird and rushing to Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan snickered. Do you get it now? I lost my wings, but I still have a thunder skylark. With speed as its focus, it was of great help catching up in time. Huangpu Qingshan lamented. How could I forget that punk still had a spiritual beast? It had gotten to his head that with the punk's meager speed, he had enough time to prance a bit and tend to his regal good looks. He would have skipped all that waste of time if he knew and avoided this mess by jumping right in. But no, he just had to show off his flashy side and die, becoming the butt of Tianyu's joke. Huangpu Qingshan wailed some more. Zhuo Fan, kill me then. But I am king decreed by heaven, and I ask that you let me go with dignity. Squinting, Zhuo Fan snorted. Humph, dignity is it? Sure. I'll make sure to pick the most dignified death I can think of. Zhuo Fan leaned and bit his ear off. Ah, Huangpu Qingshan raved in pain. Zhuo Fan, what are you doing? Me, Humph, didn't you want the most dignified death? Wish granted. I'll bury you all in my belly, far more respectful than having dirt peppered all over you in a hole somewhere. Zhuo Fan grinned with bloodthirsty eyes. That came as a shock to all who heard him. Soaring demonic dragon was planning on eating heaven-shaking dragon lord alive. Followed by shivers of fear. That is the cruelest death yet. Chapter 333, Royal Transfer. Huangpu Qingshan was startled at his words and saw Zhuo Fan spit his ear, horrified. How come he didn't see Zhuo Fan coming up with such a gruesome death penalty for him? What dignified? I will even lose my rights as a human being. What made it worse was being stripped of his kingly aura. Far more gruesome than Lin Xuanfeng and Yu Yushin's deaths, that was for sure. Zhuo Fan, why you're a demon. You dare eat me. Huangpu Qingshan squinted, appalled. Grinning, with Huangpu Qingshan's blood marring his lips, Zhuo Fan's eyes had a manic glint. Yes, that's exactly right. I was thinking about the best way to torture you for you to feel the most pain. I've decided this is the perfect end for you. It won't be the most painful. Yu Yushin had it 100 times worse. nor the most humiliating Lin Xuanfeng has you beat at that, but for the one sentencing Ninger to death. I chose this for you. And do you know why? Ha ha ha, it's the one that brings me the most joy. Devouring you is the only way to ease this raging maelstrom of hatred inside of me. Zhuo Fan bit down again, took off a large chunk from Huangpu Qingshan's scruff, making his victim howl to the sky and tears flow down his cheeks. Yan Fu shuddered and took 2 discreet steps back. The viewers couldn't look anymore, feeling bile coming into their throats. Their hearts hammered in their chest, threatening to jump out any second. Zhuo Fan was right. Eating him alive wasn't the most painful, nor the most shameful, but it was the most horrible. Everyone had fear in their eyes. Zhuo Fan's earlier punishments made him look like a demon, but now he was a demon archon. Only Chu Qingcheng was without worry, fear, or anxiety, just sadness. For Zhuo Fan to have such hatred towards Huangpu Qingshan, it showed the pain he was enduring. A pain so great that only through this savage act could he somewhat appease it. Ah, Zhuo Fan grinned. Huangpu Qingshan's eyes bulged, his veins popped, his regal face twisted horribly. Zhuo Fan, I am the rightful king appointed by Providence itself. You will receive heavenly punishment for eating me. Huangpu Qingshan roared. Zhuo Fan shook his head. He, heavenly punishment. I've been going against heaven all this time, so what's there to fear going a bit further? Your so-called providence is a grand delusion you found yourself in. Even if you had heaven's protection, it wouldn't change a thing. I'd still come after you even if I had to pierce the 9 heavens. Zhuo Fan bit down again, his teeth bloody. Roar. Incited by Huangpu Qingshan's words, a dragon roar sounded and his bloody body let out a golden light. Zhuo Fan was startled. He had the bloodworm seal Huangpu Qingshan's cultivation. So why is he releasing such a strong power? The answer came soon. The golden dragon's soul shot from Huangpu Qingshan into the sky before coming back down towards Zhuo Fan. Dragon soul's protection. Zhuo Fan frowned and sighed. He had totally forgotten about Huangpu Qingshan's dragon vein soul coming to save him in dire moments. Leng Wuchang and Huangpu Tianyuan snickered at this point. Zhuo Fan was so weak that the dragon vein soul would attack his soul and end him. A dragon image flashed by and the dragon's soul passed through Zhuo Fan. A searing pain struck his head and he spat blood from how damaged his soul was. Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan, you got what was coming for you. If you just killed me, none of this would have happened. But you, a lesser man, had to dare eat this king. Now you will die being devoured by the dragon's soul. Huangpu Qingshan cackled. Despite being riddled with bite wounds, he still had the time to laugh. I am the true rightful king of heaven. I am untouchable, ha ha ha. Fang Qiubai was startled. In the most intense moment, the dragon vein soul actually came out to defend him. Is Huangpu Qingshan truly a son of heaven for the dragon soul to protect him so much? Zhuo Fan only grinned. He saw the dragon soul coming for another pass and said, Humph, a mere earth spirit dares defy this emperor? Die! Then an azure flame flickered from his forehead. The azure flame expanded into a firebird. It took to the skies and shot for the petrified dragon soul. The dragon's soul downright panicked, shuddered, then hightailed it. A bit too late for that, unfortunately. The azure bird flashed before it and clawed at its body. It held the dragon like a meager worm as it doubled back. The dragon's soul only whimpered as the bird flew back to Zhuo Fan. Now that got a reaction out of the crowd, or more precisely, a lack of reaction. People stared at Zhuo Fan blankly. Huangpu Qingshan's mind blew away as he couldn't quite find any words to speak. What the hell? That's a dragon vein soul. How does a blue bird get to dangle it back just like that? The kid has his own spirit, far stronger than even Huangpu Qingshan's dragon vein soul. Fang Qiubai shouted. The dragon vein soul was a rarity in the world, the symbol of kings. Who thought it possible then that Zhuo Fan would have something far more deadly? Just who is he? He is from a third-rate clan, so why is he covered with treasures? Zhuge Changfeng stroked his beard, watching Zhuo Fan with blazing eyes. Only Regent Estate's side was in pain. The stronger Zhuo Fan was, the bigger the threat. And now that the king's symbol was crushed so easily, this feeling only grew stronger. This signified he was the rightful king upon this world, heaven approved. Regent estates' resentment billowed, and their hatred grew. Zhuo Fan, the little demon, no longer just had the potential to be a threat, but a veritable one at their own survival. A monster that defied the heavens. We need to make time and seek the high priest for answers. Where did he come from? How did he make the dragon vein soul surrender? Huangpu Tianyuan sighed. Leng Wuchang nodded as well, his face deep in ponder. Man proposed and heaven disposed. Leng Wuchang had flawless plans, but that only accounted for men. Anything he tried with those decreed by heaven would be rendered null. They would be under Providence's care and would come back from death's door stronger than ever. He never wanted to mess with these freaks for the same reason. Huangpu Qingshan qualified as one when he got the dragon soul's approval. All of the regent estate, including him, called Huangpu Qingshan as heaven's chosen. That his arrogance was God-given and justified. That belief only grew stronger as the third of the four pillars, Tianyu's high priest, gave his vague acknowledgement. But at this very moment, this heaven's chosen was being eaten alive by Zhuo Fan. Even his guardian, Dragon Soul, could do nothing to stop it. Is this also by providence that the punk has a kingly disposition? Or is it perhaps coming from somewhere beyond heaven? Leng Wuchang saw Zhuo Fan as a fearful enigma. Huangpu Qingshan saw his dragon soul coming back in the bird's claws and cried, "Zhuo Fan, who the hell are you? You just called yourself emperor then." "None of your business," Zhuo Fan mocked. "All you need to know is this. Messing with me is the worst mistake of your miserable life." Zhuo Fan took a bite out of his throat this time, tearing it off. Blood poured and Huangpu Qingshan's eyes dulled, feeling his life drained from him. With that, the golden energy left his body and entered Zhuo Fan. The azure bird brought the dragon soul back. Just in time to see the golden energy moving into Zhuo Fan, it released its claws in shock. The dragon's soul roared in its newfound freedom. But it didn't attack Zhuo Fan this time, and instead circled him twice. It watched the golden energy move, then entered Zhuo Fan's body itself. Roar. As another dragon roar came, Zhuo Fan didn't seem to feel any change, but then he exploded with light. The azure bird nodded and returned into Zhuo Fan as well. Huangpu Tianyuan, having witnessed this event, cried, "Royal transfer. The world is about to change." Chapter 334, World Changes. Roar. With one more dragon roar, Zhuo Fan glowed golden as he himself let out a roar of his own. Huangpu Qingshan soaked in his own blood, weak and fading. Watching the blinding golden light, he shouted his frustration and agony in his mind. That is my right. Zhuo Fan, give it back, give it back." Zhuo Fan had bit his throat clean off and he had no way to speak. He could only express the regret and resentment on his face as he watched his greatest enemy steal his own dragon soul, take his dragon power and for Providence to make him king instead. How is this possible? How can Providence change? I am Tianyu's rightful ruler. Return my dragon soul. It's not you. Not you. Huangpu Qingshan's eyes dimmed and he finally slumped his head, losing the last trace of life. Only his resentful eyes still spoke of his wretched death. The viewers couldn't care less about Huangpu Qingshan's grievances. They had more important things to mind right now, like watching Zhuo Fan. Dragon Vein's dragon soul can be transferred. Does that mean Zhuo Fan is the new king decreed by heaven? Rumble. With a thunderclap, the sky darkened and lightning brewed. The earth shook so hard no one could stand up straight. On Beast King Mountain, all spiritual beasts curled up in the safety of their den. Even the dreaded 6th-level spiritual beasts tucked away their heads in fear. Only Zhuo Fan roared at the sky, while the golden light grew in intensity. "Prime Minister, what's happening?" his two elders asked. Huge Changfeng saw them baffled and sighed with a grave face as he said, "The high priest told me once that, when the world shakes, heavy changes are upon us. Tianyu is about to change." The people turned back to the roaring Zhuo Fan with a pensive expression. Is this change related to that man? In Regent Estate's home city, Caged Dragon City, The earth shuddered, and the entire city wobbled. High Venerable Huangpu Finglay woke up from his meditation in shock. He came out of his room and shouted, "Guard, what is going on?" "High Venerable, the dragon vein is rebelling." A profound heaven expert kneeled. Huangpu Finglay shouted, "Impossible! Regent Estate has defended the dragon vein for 1,000 years, and it has never rebelled once. One of the 9 dragon souls even came out from the seal, so how can it still rebel?" "I don't know, but the other 8 are hammering the seal. The shock waves have killed many bone-tempering experts. We can't hold much longer, High Venerable." "What do we do?" Huangpu Finglay frowned and shouted, "Call all Regent Estate's venerables at the seal and suppress the dragon souls. Get the ones in seclusion as well. If they are released, we'll be the first to suffer their wrath." "Understood." The man rushed to obey. Huangpu Finglay shot for the seal the next second. He just couldn't make sense of why the dragon vein souls would suddenly rebel. In a dark alley of caged Dragon City, shadows shifted. "Elder Yan, how do we get in with Regent Estate on high alert?" a charming voice said. She was Lei Yuding, Luo clan's shadow corps captain. The one across from her was vicious Pill King in his 40s. Looking at the strict guard at the gate, just like in the imperial capital, Yan Song sighed. "Even with the energy concealing Pill to evade the guards, we'll be sitting ducks once we set foot inside with the dozens of venerables and their discerning fields. Slipping in now is impossible. We still have to do it. Zhuo Fan said we will one day go to war with the 7 houses, and an intelligence network is paramount. With the Regent Estate having Lang Wuchang, it is imperative that we get any information as early as possible." Lei Yuding was firm in her decision. Yan Song sighed. He caressed his beard, thinking of a way to achieve it. A sudden boom shook the ground, and the sky and a billowing black cloud launched lightning everywhere in caged Dragon City. Yan Song's team had no idea what happened. All they saw were men rushing towards a golden light. They were a mix of radiant stage experts and profound heaven experts. Vicious Pill King was speechless, then burst out, "Ha ha ha, it's Providence? Something big must be happening to Regent Estate right now to get all venerables and their profound heaven experts to leave this place. It doesn't get more deserted than this. Lass, follow me." "Great!" Lei Yuding perked up and signaled for the other men to follow as they slipped within Regent Estate. Each one of them was carrying a meter-large bag with something squirming inside. In the imperial capital, the emperor was perusing a report, checking the empire's situation, when the rumbling started. A black cloud thick as night loomed overhead, flickering with lightning. The earth was shaking so badly that the ink spilled on the neat parchment. What's going on? Tianyu has been enjoying prosperity for 1,000 years. How can it suddenly shake so much? The emperor swayed as the reports were rolling on the floor. This isn't a good sign. Something bad is happening. "Guard, send for the high priest." "Report?" What came was a guard bowing and presenting a paper. "Your Majesty, the parish had sent someone over and asked me to present this paper to Your Majesty. They added that all that concerns Your Majesty is in here. If there are still doubts, they cannot help as heaven does not reveal its secrets." Eyes twitching, the emperor said, "Give it here. That old geezer must be a god to pry into heaven's will and foresee this event." "Yes." The guard presented the paper. The emperor took it and frowned as he read. A short poem was written, but he couldn't make sense of it. The world shook at the shake of the earth dragon's tail, then came the celestial dragon to quell the chaos. "As both the celestial and earth dragons exist, the land and rivers shall each call their king." What is this supposed to mean? Does the old foggy only know to talk in riddles? Can't he say anything clearly? The emperor shook his head as he pondered. The land and rivers shall each call their king. Does it mean Tianyu will split and the empire will be in chaos? The emperor's eyes flashed. No, I can't let that happen. My Yuan clan won't be divided. Humph, what land, rivers, and kings? Tianyu will forever remain whole under the Yuan clan. The emperor stared at the billowing thunder cloud with intense killing intent. Not even heaven can stop me. On Beast King Mountain, Zhuo Fan howled for 9 days and 9 nights. The shaking soon spread to all of the Tianyu Empire, persisting just as long. It only stopped when Zhuo Fan did. The audience watched in shock, knowing full well that the world had changed and that Zhuo Fan was in the center of it all. Was this the world's way of bestowing royal power? Everyone started seeing Zhuo Fan in a different light, Fang Qiubai especially. He used to care about Zhuo Fan's fate, and now could feel Zhuo Fan, with the dragon's soul and providence by his side, was the greatest threat to Tianyu's imperial family. It left him pulled in two directions. Should he snuff him in the cradle or report to his majesty? Dugu Zhanshan was in the same situation. He and the Luo clan were practically family. Luo Yunhai was even his fifth godson. He could never raise his hand against the Luo clan's steward. But Zhuo Fan was now a threat to the imperial family. A loyal marshal like him couldn't overlook this. The two looked at each other and sighed. Lang Wuchang saw their dilemma and whispered to Huangpu Tianyuan, "Estate Lord, the kid will arrive any second now. You and the other 3 house lords are to kill him swiftly and prevent a calamity." "How can that be?" "Fang Qiubai and Dugu Zhanshan are radiant stage experts. That's asking for death, attacking right in front of them." Huangpu Tianyuan gasped. Lang Wuchang shook his head. "Estate Lord, relax. They would have done anything to protect Zhuo Fan earlier, but now things have changed. We aren't the only ones who want to see the kid dead. Because of grief, you couldn't hold your hand and killed the kid. Won't you garner everyone's sympathy?" Huangpu Tianyuan's eyes lit up and he saw reason. He nodded with a sinister smile. Chapter 335, Fanatic Protects. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan looked at the faint golden glow around himself and smiled, sensing the golden dragon resting in his dantian. He had used diamond sand to temper himself, and now he had Dragon Vein's dragon power and a king's dragon soul. 3 great treasures for body cultivation combined in one vessel. He simply needed to refine the dragon power and unite with the dragon soul, and his body would soar above even Huangpu Qingshan's. Speaking of which, he threw a condescending smile at those resentful eyes. "Weren't you calling yourself a rightful king decreed by Providence? Humph, I stole everything you had, including your destiny." Suddenly, Zhuo Fan fell silent and his heart felt uneasy. Is the dragon soul's shift heaven sent or a disaster? He felt something in the air had changed. As the dragon's soul now resided within his body, he sensed the other factions' attitude shift, especially the imperial families. Then again, which emperor out there would allow the one calling himself rightful king take his throne? Huangpu Qingshan was so egotistical to spout it left and right because the regent estate had his back. For Zhuo Fan to keep his life, the time has come for the Luo clan to show its power. Squinting, Zhuo Fan sighed. Then, a yellow pillar of light shot into the sky 1,000 miles from him. Yan Fu paled. Yan Bangui got away. Zhuo Fan glanced and merely shook his head. An ant, nothing more. Yan Fu stammered but kept his trap shut despite the resentment. "What, you have a bone to pick with him?" Zhuo Fan saw right through him. Yan Fu only sighed. Zhuo Fan patted his shoulder, his eyes glinting mysteriously. "Relax, you are with me now. I will definitely help you deal with it." Yan Fu saw Zhuo Fan's cryptic smile. Yan Bangui passed through the Earth National Elemental Stone flustered, gasping and rejoicing for having escaped that living nightmare. Yan Bagong almost broke down crying from joy. "My family? I'm finally back. It wasn't easy escaping that monster." Yan Bagong saw Pil King Hall's most prized pupil return in tears. Of the 6 dragons, Zhuo Fan had reaped 3, making the last survivor to be treated like a treasure. The Pil King Hall rushed to console him and congratulate the safe return of their plague dragon. After a short moment of joy, Hall Lord Yan Bagong turned to Zhuo Fan being reflected on the Fire National Elemental Stone. His face grew dark and he said, "Bangui, we and Estate Lord Huangpu struck a secret deal. When the punk comes back, we'll attack him together. Stay behind me and try to land the killing blow to wash the shame of betrayal. Let the world know of Pil King Hall's power." Yan Bangui jerked, but when he saw Zhuo Fan, all he had was deep-rooted fear. "Spare me, Hall Lord." I escaped that monster by the skin of my teeth, and now you want me to die again. Yan Bogong knew what he was thinking and got angry. Useless prick. Are you that horrified after the punk gave you a little fright? Humph, relax. It will be us old fellows going first. You only have to go and collect his head and restore our image. This is an easy merit. What, you don't even know how to pick up a head? Yan Bangui was quite hesitant but nodded at the end. Yan Bogong broke out into a smile. That's our Pill King Hall's disciple, ha ha ha. Viewers turned their attention to the Fire National Elemental Stone, waiting for Zhuo Fan and Yan Fu's return. It's time. Zhuo Fan stood before the fire exit, viewers clueless of his meaning as was Yan Fu. But then he looked at the sky and raised his palm as he muttered. Yan Fu asked, Steward Zhuo, what? Yan Fu, weren't you vexed at letting Yan Bangui off? Ha ha ha, as a reward for your great service and your welcome gift in the Luo clan, I, its steward, shall fulfill your cherished wish. Zhuo Fan started to bend one finger at a time as he said, 5-4. Everyone was puzzled just like Yan Fu, 3-2. What is the punk playing at? Yan Bogong looked at his allies. Only Leng Wucheng was in constant pondering, then shouted at Yan Bogong, Hall Lord Yan, get away from the kid. What? Yan Bogong was still out of it. Just then everyone heard, 1. With the final word, Zhuo Fan made a fist. Bang! A ringing explosion came out of nowhere as Yan Bangui didn't even realize as he went boom. The devastating power crippled the elders from Pill King Hall. Yan Bangui had just entered the radiant stage and his explosion took many elders down with him. Even their vassals came out bloodied. Their casualties were in the hundreds, while the lucky ones who survived didn't get to enjoy their fortune as Yan Bangui's blood landed on them, eating their flesh and bone alike. Everything around Pill King Hall was thrown into chaos with corpses littering the ground. Pill King Hall instantly lost 8 elders, a crippling blow. Yan Bogong crawled from beneath a pile of corpses and shook at the carnage laid before him. What happened? Why are Pill King Hall's experts almost all dead? Looking at the corpse pinning him down, Yan Bogong panicked as he pushed it away, seeing it was eaten by Yan Bangui's blood, a trait of the poison body. If not for the guy taking the fall for him, he'd be dead right now. The other houses saw the horror and fled from Pill King Hall. No one could understand why the peach-perfect Yan Bangui just popped, but a malicious cackle grated their ears. Hi, Zhuo Fan held his forehead as he laughed. No one got the joke, and neither did Yan Fu. Steward Zhuo, what's wrong? Oh, nothing, only laughing at a bunch of morons. Did they actually think I'd let him live? Yan Fu blinked, to which Zhuo Fan explained, From the start, I made sure to come prepared. The bloodworms are connected to me, so I made sure to arm them. As long as any of those dumbasses left Beast King Mountain, they were to self-destruct in 10 minutes. What a stroke of luck. They always believed they had a way out, and they gave their all in reaching the exit. All of it was just a grand act, a joke of epic proportions. Ha ha ha. This entire game was never meant to have a winner. Zhuo Fan's eyes glinted. Yan Fu's heart froze. Going by his words, Yan Bangui became a ticking time bomb the moment he stepped in Dragon Cloud City. He must be in pieces by now, Zhuo Fan grinned, knowing what was going in that head of his. You guessed it, the brat is toast, cooked. A radiant stage expert's self-destruct ought to have taken many lives with him as well. As for how many, care to guess? Was there even a point? Almost none from Pill King Hall could escape. Yan Bangui was put in the center moments after returning. Finding out that the rotten senior brother of his who always mocked him was toyed to death by the demon himself, Yan Fu should be happy. But no joy reached his heart. For some odd reason, he felt safe around Zhuo Fan, true, but the fear was up to par by comparison. It was unnerving. Even when his most hated enemy suffered at the hands of the demon, what he felt instead was a bit of sympathy, true to his words. You can mess with the king of hell, but never with this steward. Offending the king of hell, at the worst you just die. Offend Steward Zhuo, and you'd find that even death would be a luxury. In Dragon Cloud City, everyone looked at Zhuo Fan in dread. Yan Bangui ran with such zeal thinking he'd escape, but Zhuo Fan cooked a little something for Pill King Hall and sent him off with a package. This creepy method and insidious plot left the survivors shuddering. Even Leng Wuchang, a renowned mind in the empire, looked at the snickering figure in fear. Zhuo Fan had long surpassed Zhu Changfeng and became his biggest enemy. Well, time to head back. Zhuo Fan returned to his cool demeanor, but his eyes hid a deep and heavy sorrow as he walked towards the red glow. Yan Fu nodded. Whoosh! The two stepped through and were back. The people treated him like a demon, shaking in fear. Only the girls were happy seeing him alive and went to welcome him. Then it happened. Explosions sounded as 4 men attacked the pair. A great pressure fell on the people, making them fall back in panic. The 4 were none other than Huangpu Tianyuan and his allies, all peak profound heaven house lords. Fang Qiubai was about to block them, but stayed his hand. After careful consideration, he picked neutrality. Dugu Zhanshan watched it all with a cold eye and a lament. Perhaps it's for the best. Only Luo Yunchang and Chu Qingcheng were devastated. They wanted to give a helping hand. Zhuo Fan, you'll pay for what you did to my son. Huangpu Tianyuan roared his righteous excuse, punching straight for Zhuo Fan. Yan Fu, behind Zhuo Fan, could barely breathe from the power display. The other 3 house lords unleashed their own might as well. Zhuo Fan, heavily wounded, was besieged by 4 experts on all sides. Escape was not an option, not that he was worried. With a twisted grin, he said, "Sorry, but you're a little late in getting revenge for Huangpu Qingshan." An explosion followed as a black figure slammed the 4 into the air. Zhuo Fan's eyes glinted and he smiled. "As I live and breathe, Elder Lai." Chapter 336. Fanatic fights sword god. Boom! The ringing from the boom had yet to stop, forcing the people to cover their ears. The thick dust had Zhuo Fan and Yan Fu obscured within it. Huangpu Tianyuan's team of 4 finally landed while coughing blood. The respective house elders surrounded their house lords and checked their wounds. But Huangpu Tianyuan flicked his sleeve, shooing the elder before him aside. His eyes peered into the dust and he spat. "Who the hell dares to interfere in the regent estate's affairs?" Fang Qiubai and Dugu Zhanshan looked towards the commotion with a frown. They knew who it was, but they were baffled why that man was on Zhuo Fan's side. The rest of the houses watched intently. They were all dying to know at this point. Who had the nerve to save Zhuo Fan from the clutches of Regent Estate? Once the dust settled, somewhat, it revealed an imposing physique. An outstandish old man, poised and his back straight, stood in front of Zhuo Fan. His tyrannical aura bent on crushing everyone in his path hung heavy over everyone's hearts. He was none other than one of the rare top radiant stage experts in Tianyu. "Mad Dipper, Lai Jingshan," a regent estate elder shouted. "Elder Lai, you are a guest venerable of ours. Where have you been over the past few years? Why are you suddenly siding with that punk? He is the regent estate's greatest enemy." Those words set the crowd reeling. The mystery expert was Regent Estate's venerable, the living legend, Mad Dipper Lai Jingshan. He truly lived up to his name, respected and feared both. Fang Qiubai and Dugu Zhanshan were startled as well. Nobody knew of Lai Jingshan's strength before, but the vibes he was sending deterred even the mighty divine dragon, Elder Lai. A cry sounded, making the eyes of everyone land on Luo Yunchang. To everyone's shock, she ran to Lai Jingshan's side and patted his chest. "Thanks to your timely arrival, Zhuo Fan is safe." Twitching, everyone looked puzzled, the 7 house lords included. "What's that Lu Miss doing being so friendly with that savage fiend?" Lai Jingshan's reaction, however, got a priceless expression out of them all. "Ha ha ha, young miss, relax. Nothing will happen to Steward Zhuo, not when he has such a cunning nature." Lai Jingshan laughed. The people went slack-jawed. "Say, what? Young Miss Steward Zhuo, tell me it isn't true. How, why, when? The Luo clan is just a third-rate upstart clan. How in the hell did they manage to entice that old freak Mad Dipper to become their venerable instead? That makes the Luo clan practically on par with the 7 houses. Ha ha ha, we must be tripping. That Mad Dipper must have been conned into helping them just like Zhuo Fan did with Dugu Zhanshan. There's absolutely no way, not in a million years, for him to be on their side." Then again, Seeing how the punk's methods were quite all-encompassing, the kid could practically turn everyone into his backers. Sighing, the crowd's opinion of Zhuo Fan jumped again and again, and that went for everyone there, from no-name clans to the 7 house lords. Since having a backer and joining them were totally different things. A backer was good as a makeshift safeguard, but by joining the clan wholly, the man could both defend and attack in need, turning the clan into a force to be reckoned with. Zhuo Fan was great, no doubt, but not even he could pull a peak radiant stage expert to his side to join a third-rate clan, no less. That was simply ludicrous. Long Yifi and the rest shook their heads. We must be overthinking things. If Lai Jingshan was their venerable, then the Luo clan was a match for the 7 houses. A truly cruel and delicious irony how everyone was denying the truth, staring them dead in their faces. Depending on the viewpoint, of course. Elder Lai, what's the meaning of this? You may be friends with the punk, but clan matters come first. You need to address this with utmost severity. Why are you stopping me from taking revenge for my son? Huangpu Tianyuan raved. Squinting, Lai Jingshan laughed. Ha ha ha, Estate Lord Huangpu, that's exactly right. I of course take the clan's interests into heavy consideration. That is why, as Luo clan's elder, I cannot allow you to touch one hair of our steward. Dong! A bomb went off in all of their heads. They felt their minds swoon after being smacked with a copper bell right in the noggin. Reeling from shock, they looked at Lai Jingshan gobsmacked. The Mad Dipper actually joined the Luo clan? And he's just a friggin' elder. As if, are you high? Did you just get up and quit the prestigious position of a guest venerable over at Regent Estate to become a mere elder for a third-rate clan? Huangpu Tianyuan stammered all this time. Leng Wuchang twirled his beard and asked, Elder Lai, why? Humph, isn't it obvious? There was nothing holding me back, no incentive at all. I dumped Regent Estate for the Luo clan because they can give me something you can't? Lai Jingshan smiled with pride. Now that definitely got a shocking reaction. The grandiose head of houses was dumped over a tiny clan. That had got to be the joke of the century. Hearing it from anyone else, it would earn a couple of laughs. But it came directly from the source, Mad Dipper himself. A peak radiant stage expert abandoned all those benefits and downshifted to become some elder. Why the hell would he do that if there was nothing in it for him? It begged the question, though. What could the Luo clan hold to make Mad Dipper wipe his hands off of the Regent Estate? All eyes were on Zhuo Fan. Everyone knew that only one man was capable of making the old demon switch camps. He definitely had a hand in this, but even then, getting him to change sides was a godlike move. How did he do it? Long Jiu sighed, I knew the kid is an expert at stealing others' foundations. Fortunately, we are a tight-knit house, or even our experts would have fallen for his bewitching promises. Unaware as he was that Zhuo Fan wouldn't take them even if they were given for free. Moving past the standard reaction of shock everyone showed today, Lai Jingshan turned to the one-armed Zhuo Fan with a heartbroken expression. Taking him into a bear hug, the man spoke solemnly. Steward Zhuo, what are your orders? Zhuo Fan glanced over to the Regent Estate and said, No one from the Regent Estate leaves this place alive. The cold and insipid tone rang into people's ears. The demon is that cruel to go ahead and wipe out all Regent Estate's elders. Mad Dipper was no fool. Doing so was declaring war with the head of the houses. This was not a game. Zhuo Fan was consumed by his hatred and desire for revenge. With Lai Jingshan being Regent Estate's venerable once, he should still have some lingering feelings left over for his ex-employer. Now that he was a mere elder, he should think about the clan's needs and not follow the demon steward's ramblings. Lai Jingshan simply patted his shoulder and turned to Regent Estate's men with a look that promised death and agony. He was hellbent on murdering anyone to fulfill Zhuo Fan's design. He's nuts. The entire Luo clan is going along with Zhuo Fan's madness. After a quick sigh of lamentation, everyone scampered off. No one wanted to be here and suffer a quick death when a radiant stage expert went on a murdering spree. Long Yifi thought about advising against it. But Zhuo Fan and Lai Jingshan's determined gazes made him falter. All he could do was follow his clansmen in getting away from here. It was then that Lai Jingshan kicked it off with a bang. The power and the pressure were that of a mountain coming down on you. Huangpu Tianyuan and his 30-ish elders group gasped, but found even breathing hard. They couldn't even fight back. This was the power of a peak radiant stage expert. These guys were nothing but ants to Lai Jingshan. But then, a boom announced the approach of a man in white, facing off Lai Jingshan with a palm attack. Boom, the world felt like it was falling apart as the two palms collided. All anyone could do was duck their heads and cover their ears. Long Yifi and the rest of the profound heaven experts were feeling horrible just the same. They covered their ears and stood up a bit, but if the flowing sweat was any indication, they had to be feeling just as powerless as their neighbors if they were to face these palms instead. The two withdrew 5 steps. Looking up, the one facing Lai Jingshan was none other than Jade Flute Divine Sword, Fang Kyubai. Cupping his hands, Fang Kyubai spoke. Mad Dipper Lai Jingshan, your name precedes you. One of the imperial family's 5 divine dragons, Jade Flute Divine Sword Fang Kyubai. I've long since waited for this. One glance is enough to tell me of your uncommon character, but are you certain you want to go head-to-head with me? Lai Jingshan smiled, his eyes exploding with bloodthirst. The martial fanatic in him reared its head, fueling his desire to fight. Chapter 337, Stalemate. Fang Kyubai waved him off. Brother Lai, I would never treat you as an enemy. It is the Emperor's decree, you see, to defend Dragon Cloud City's public order. I was forced to intervene the moment you attacked Regent Estate. I ask that you be sensible and let this matter rest. It would be for the best of both the Regent Estate and Luo clan, wouldn't you say? Lai Jingshan's eye twitched, realizing this opponent of his knew his way with words. If the Luo clan and Regent Estate fought it out now, both sides would end up with a disaster. He was at an impasse, however. A glance at Zhuo Fan's cold face and the seething bloodthirst in his eyes made that choice for him. Lai Jingshan gnashed his teeth and smirked. Mr. Fang, it's been ages since I met an opponent like yourself. How about we spar a little? Fang Kyubai frowned at Lai Jingshan's smile. I forgot, Mad Dipper is a martial fanatic, but he is not an idiot either. So why would he insist on being so reckless? Killing even a single elder of Regent Estate today will set off Regent Estate on the warpath against the Luo clan. The answer was made clear soon enough. Lai Jingshan looked back, and Zhuo Fan said something to him. It was unimaginable to see the great Mad Dipper actually abiding by a pup's every word. Talking to Lai Jingshan now wouldn't change a damn thing, so he had to switch gears and talk it out with Zhuo Fan. Fang Kyubai said, Steward Zhuo, I understand your anger, but this is not the place to settle your grudges. I ask that you do not forsake your clan over a single loss. That had the crowd thrown in a loop. If he wants to persuade someone, he should do that with Lai Jingshan. Who is to stop him if he decides otherwise? Then it dawned on them like the sun's morning glow. Oh, Lai Jingshan is doing it at Zhuo Fan's orders. Does that mean a word out of him can make Lai Jingshan stop? A peak radiant stage expert, Mad Dipper in particular, is actually housebroken. The vassals and the 7 house lords turned to Zhuo Fan to gawk in shock. That's a radiant stage expert we're talking about. These guys are venerables in the 7 houses. One would have to beg for any kind of help. Even the house lords need to watch their words around them. And all they could do is make requests, not order them around, or the venerable will simply scoff at anybody pleading to them. But here is one peak radiant stage expert who is listening to a kid. Did Lai Jingshan mellow out, or are Zhuo Fan's methods far more sinister? Then again, Mad Dipper was called as such for a very good reason. That made the first reason moot, and the second one highly plausible. Zhuo Fan was versed with so much knowledge that he could even get Mad Dipper to fall in line. So why is he then just an elder and not a venerable? Venerables, who are on the same status as a patriarch, were above a house lord who could only order elders around. Zhuo Fan, oh Zhuo Fan, you are just a steward. So how can you tell an elder what to do? Long Yifi and the rest sighed watching him. This kid might very well be the greatest steward to have ever walked the earth. It's hard to tell if I should be happy or sad if I had such a capable steward in my clan. Zhuo Fan ignored the chatter and stared back at Fang Qiubai, then turned his head away. Don't care. Fang Qiubai faltered. This punk doesn't know when to quit. Lai Jingshan laughed it off, filled with thirst for battle. Mr. Fang, it's hard for me to find such a good opponent like you. I won't be holding back. Please return in kind. I won't be blamed for any unforeseen demise on your part. Brother Lai, I feel the need to stress this. Per Emperor's orders, I cannot allow you to rain havoc in Dragon Cloud City. Fang Qiubai saw talking was off the table, and the jade flute began to let out sounds. Lai Jingshan saw Fang Qiubai getting serious and was overjoyed. He gave a belly laugh, then charged with a dragon roar. Wraith-style's second move, Ghostly Dragon Claw. Roar, Lai Jingshan was covered from head to toe in black energy and a claw sprung out. The power it released was intent on tearing a hole in space itself. Fang Qiubai gasped. He let the shock subside and turned serious as well. With the flute in hand, he stabbed at the incoming attack. Profound Heaven Sword Star. Tilde the jade flute was wrapped in a blue wind and turned into a sword, its tip shooting into the sky. The black and blue auras collided, shuddering the hearts of onlookers. Then came the shock wave, turning to dust anything in its path. Fortunately, the people were wise enough to stay clear from the start, lest they'd be pulverized as well by now. Once all settled down, they watched on slack-jawed. Lai Jingshan and Fang Qiubai were staring at each other with grave faces mere 5 meters away from each other. Jade Flute Divine Sword's hand holding the flute trembled. While Lai Jingshan's brows shook, far more astounded, his hand was dripping blood on the ground. Elder Lai, lost. Luo Yunchang was filled with worry. Zhuo Fan only shook his head. It's no loss but a stalemate. Neither could overpower the other. The next second, a sharp crack announced the crumbling flute falling to the ground from Fang Qiubai's hand. Fang Qiubai sighed at his loss. Brother Lai, this flute has followed me for 50 years. I never thought I'd see it crumble here. Take it as me having lost by a fraction. Lai Jingshan smiled, lifting his bloody palm and speaking cheerfully. This iron hand of mine has been with me for 158 years, but today it has come to harm. I have lost in this exchange. The two stared for a second before laughing it up, while respecting each other for the hero the other was in their hearts. Mr. Fang, should we go at it again and settle this stalemate? Lai Jingshan spoke while waving his bloody hand. Fang Qiubai looked at the broken flute and nodded. Since Brother Lai is so courteous, I shall oblige. Marvelous. Lai Jingshan laughed and attacked. But then Zhuo Fan said, Elder Lai, we'll leave it here today out of respect for Mr. Fang. We'll just have to settle our grudges with Regent Estate some other time. The people's faces twitched. That's a nice way of putting it. What respect for Mr. Fang? You should have done that from the start if you had any respect for the man. Saying it now when you know fighting won't get you anywhere makes you look like a hypocrite. At least he was far better than those stupid heads knowing only to push ahead regardless. The kid sure is smart, to know when to retreat. Fang Qiubai smiled. Then, Brother Lai, we will spar again another day, or your steward might get angry. Lai Jingshan sighed with a nod. Fine, since Steward Zhuo said so, I don't have a choice but to fight another day. Lai Jingshan cupped his hands and walked back to Zhuo Fan, while Fang Qiubai stood there with a heavy frown. He had just taunted Lai Jingshan to see if he was so resolute in following the little demon's words. Not expecting at all that Lai Jingshan hadn't even entertained the notion of defying Zhuo Fan's orders, his reply being very calm. As if the grand Mad Dipper listening to a brat was the norm, not to mention he was devoted to a fault. Zhuo Fan's qualifications as king had now evolved. It wasn't as simple as drawing his peers over to his side, but included the power to rally astonishing people like Lai Jingshan under his banner. It only proved the fact that Zhuo Fan was far more worthy to be king than Huangpu Qingshan. Getting Dragon Vein's soul was a mere coincidence. He had the power to become an emperor already, but now it was also decreed by heaven itself. At that moment, Zhuo Fan became the #1 threat for the imperial family in Fang Qiubai's mind. Mr. Fang, Zhuo Fan called with a cryptic smile. You were very quick in stopping Elder Lai. You are a true divine dragon. His Majesty made the right choice in sending you to preside over Dragon Cloud City's order. Fang Kyubai's face flushed a bit. No one but him could sense the dripping sarcasm. He's mocking me for not intervening when Huangpu Tianyuan's team attacked him before, but stepping in when Lai Jingshan attacked. It was a clear sign that Fang Kyubai wanted Zhuo Fan dead. Keeping Dragon Cloud City's order was merely the best excuse at the moment. He has now taken me into account as a potential enemy. When he had Lai Jingshan attack Huangpu Tianyuan, it was all to see my stance. The little demon is too outstanding. Staring at Zhuo's creepy smile, Fang Kyubai sighed. Chapter 338, Declaration of War. On the Luo clan's way back, Zhuo Fan was the picture of calmness. Lai Jingshan stuck to him like glue, creating a stifling atmosphere that no one around dared to break and approach. Everyone watched them go in shock, even the House Lords. No one had seen it coming. A mere third-rate clan had risen to the ranks of a house the instant Lai Jingshan showed up next to them. Nobody present knew a house, except Regent Estate of course, that had someone at the height of power as Lai Jingshan had reached, a peak radiant stage expert. Not to mention the said expert could fight divine dragon Fang Kyubai to a draw. This fact only gave the Luo clan even greater importance. From now on, Luo clan wasn't merely at the level of a house, but was right below Regent Estate. Any offense would be met with impunity from Lai Jingshan, annihilating their entire clan. Such a thing had never achieved in the past because of the delicate balance of power. This also did not push the other clans into a corner. But now, Yuanshan and the other houses who held a grudge with Zhuo Fan had to reconsider their approach to revenge, as the Luo clan had now become the second house under Regent Estate. Luo clan was strong, but only because of Lai Jingshan alone. Yet that man was strong enough to shock everyone. Luo clan slowly made their way to their accommodations in Dragon Cloud City. Zhuo Fan had a deathly look on his face that no one disturbed, and in this manner they walked further and further away. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan stopped and looked at Leng Wuchang with a sinister smile as he shouted, "Sir Leng, I admit my loss this time, but the games have just begun. Let us have a blast next time, ha ha ha." Zhuo Fan's eyes exploded with hatred, and coupled with his creepy tone, everyone's hair stood on end. Leng Wuchang's face grew graver than ever. But it only matched Zhuo Fan's bloodthirsty stare. It was huge Chang Feng who then said, "Sir Leng, you really kicked the hornet's nest this time, ha ha ha." Huge Chang Feng then left with his two elders. Leng Wuchang's beard shuddered in rage. The others around him were too scared to make a peep. It was a tangle between big shots, not something they should butt in. Messing with the Regent Estate would get one killed, erasing the body and clan. While pissing off Zhuo Fan, who had tormented half of the 6 dragons, none of the vassals and small clans dared to imagine. Not to mention they had a peak radiant stage expert as cover, bringing them on the same level as the 7 houses. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 2 houses had sparks flying when their gazes met. Ah-he-hem. People, in all the esoteric debates held over the millennium, the grudges aren't brought back from the competition. If the 2 houses wish to resolve their hatred, please wait for the next esoteric debate. Dugu Zhanshan took on an imposing stance and said so. Zhuo Fan only smiled. Leng Wuchang's killing intent never faltered. It was clear as day that no one was buying it. There were no grudges in the past esoteric debates because the 7 houses kept appearances. While this time, Regent Estate killed the one Zhuo Fan cared about the most, Zhu Ningxiang, and the man toppled their future, along with 3 other dragons. Who the hell would wait 100 years to settle that kind of a bloody score? At least they were wise enough to let the matter slide for now, since Dugu Zhanshan said it, even if there was no verbal confirmation. But then a brash voice resounded, "Regent Estate, listen up. From this very moment, the Luo clan and you are now mortal enemies." The crowd was in complete shock. Luo clan simply got up and broke all pretenses, falling out with the Regent Estate in the open as well as in the dark. What came next was the worst outcome, war. To a clan having only one radiant stage expert, it meant death. People whipped their heads to see who was the ignorant buffoon spouting such words. What came into view was the face of a dignified youth. Luo clan's young master, Luo Yunhai, Long Yifi, Zai Zio Feng and grandmother's eyes shrank, giving desperate signals to Zhuo Fan with their eyes. Luo clan going to war meant dragging them into it as well since they were allies. There was no hope for victory at this point. It was understandable for Luo Yunhai to be overcome by rage and make such a declaration. He may be the young master, but Zhuo Fan handled everything in the clan. His words represented the Luo clan's stance, so these three pleaded with Zhuo Fan to think of the bigger picture. The man in question took a long look at Luo Yunhai, then smirked at the rest. What's with those faces? Is there a problem with what our young master said? Humph, the Luo clan has that name for a reason. Young master may not be the official clan head yet, but he represents the Luo clan with every word. From now on, we and the regent estate are at war. As the people went through endless shock, Long Yifi and company were lamenting. No one took Luo Yunhai's words seriously, but all of that changed when Zhuo Fan nailed the matter in. But what's going on with Zhuo Fan? Did he really lose his mind in revenge over a girl? Huangpu Tianyuan was overjoyed. He feared the imperial family would stick its nose in again and stop them from making moves against the Luo clan. But now, with the Luo clan declaring war by itself, the imperial family had no grounds to interfere. Wingei's city could no longer save the Luo clan. Ha ha ha, something must be wrong with today's kids, they are so brash and cocky. You think that a single peak radiant stage expert is enough to protect the Luo clan. Hilarious? Huangpu Tianyuan laughed. You may be able to cower the other houses, but you have another thing coming now that you've set yourself against us. Just ask the geezer next to you how strong we are if you don't believe me. You can't match our 1,000-year-old legacy. Zhuo Fan smiled. Are you sure? We'll just have to wait and see. Spinning on his heel, he kept on walking, while Lai Jingshan left them with some final words. As a former venerable of yours, let me give you some friendly advice. Think long and hard before touching the Luo clan. Then he turned around and followed after the others. But his words had the intended effect to stun Huangpu Tianyuan and his elders. As an ex-regent estate venerable, Lai Jingshan knew all about its power. Yet even so, he still judged the Luo clan to be a tougher enemy. Does that mean Luo clan is on par with the regent estate? Impossible. How can our 1,000-year legacy be surmounted just like that? Turning to Leng Wuchang, Huangpu Tianyuan found him silent. Luo clan was now wrapped in a thick fog, with no one able to pierce it. This effect had even regent estate feel their previous confidence fading. The swift rise of this clan had left more and more people unable to comprehend them. Dugu Zhanshan watched Luo Yunhai's back bitterly. He treated Luo Yunhai as his own son, and the kid always listened to him. But he had just spoken, and the first one to reproach him was his own godson. For the sake of the clan, the godfather and godson had to break ties. He never wished for this to happen, but could never stop it. Why must we serve a different master? 6 hours later, the Luo clan returned to Dragon Cloud City, and Zhuo Fan slammed the door to his room. Don't bother me. Luo Yunchang saw Zhuo Fan acting odd and was afraid for his sake. She wanted to go to him, but Lai Jingshan stopped her. Luo Yunchang turned to him puzzled. Lai Jingshan shook his head. Young miss, sometimes men need to be alone. Let him be. Her pure eyes shook as Luo Yunchang watched the door and bit her lip before leaving, but then a bestial roar came from beyond Zhuo Fan's door before she managed to leave. Ah. Covering her mouth, Luo Yunchang couldn't fight the tears. She saw Zhuo vent his rage for what was done to Ninger, but only now could he release some of the pain scarring his heart. The wail of agony made her heart bleed. She wanted to comfort him and mend his heart, but Zhuo Fan would rather face it alone. He was never one to open up to anyone, choosing to bear the pain by himself, becoming forever a solitary steward. The pain in Luo Yunchang only grew as her mind wandered. The others sighed, watching over Zhuo Fan's door along with their young miss, chapter 339. Ninger's Hope. The sun fell and rose, and yet people stood still outside Zhuo Fan's door, listening to the howling, growing hoarse into the night when they finally stopped. Luo Yunchang stood with red eyes before the door, with salty tears streaming down her cheeks. "Young Miss, Pavilion Lord Long and the others have come." Captain Pang bowed. Luo Yunchang frowned. They would usually send someone over, not come in person. Why at this time? Luo Yunchang merely glanced at Elder Lai, who had his eyes closed next to her, and she knew. Humph, what noble houses! They're all clinging to another's power. Because Lai Jingshan's display of power yesterday shocked them all, veiled dragon pavilion, sword markwise abode, and drifting flowers edifices found the Luo clan to be on the same footing as them, if not higher. That demanded a certain amount of respect. So they lowered themselves by coming in person. Otherwise, they wouldn't be caught dead going to a third-rate clan even at Zhuo Fan's urging. "Captain Pang, show them in." Luo Yunchang held her head high, benefiting from their newfound status. Captain Pang bowed. "Understood." Captain Pang soon arrived with the 3 house lords and their entourage. Luo Yunchang bent her waist slightly in greeting. "House lords, please forgive me for not welcoming you in person." No need, no need. How is Steward Zhuo?" Grandmother didn't care at all, only eager to know about his situation. Luo Yunchang sighed as she glanced at the sealed door. "This bothers me as well. He's been cooped up for an entire day while I am here by myself with worry." The 3 house lords were startled, but then saw Mad Dipper guarding the door with closed eyes. The 3 greeted. "Hello, Elder Lai." But Lai Jingshan was quite the stuck-up, not even sparing them a wink. The house lords shook their heads, while the ones behind them gasped. Now that's a damn expert right there. He's so cool to act all self-important and rude to even the noble house lords. Yesterday's event was yet to fully sink in. A man of such power was willing to listen to Zhuo Fan's every word. Long Jiu, Long Kui, and the rest knew Zhuo Fan fairly well, and saw his potential before anyone else. Watching him take decisive steps till today, when he could contest with the powers of Tianyu, left them sighing. Zai Tiancheng's eyes were blazing, thirsting for something. As a martial fanatic no less driven than Lai Jingshan, he understood that to make someone like them listen to orders required only one thing: power. The fiendish Mad Dipper following Zhuo Fan's every word showed Zhuo Fan had the power to make him submit. Zai Tiancheng's respect for the steward shot through the roof then and there, bordering on worship. The house lords looked at each other, but only grandmother spoke. "Young Miss Luo, would it be possible to see Steward Zhuo? We have matters to discuss." "I'm afraid not. It's best that we wait for him to calm down and rest. I will relay your message when he comes out." Luo Yunchang glanced at the door with a shake of her head. The 3 frowned. When Zhuo Fan was off doing God knows what, they had no choice but to discuss things with this lass. Now that the man of the house was back, of course they'd only want to see him. Now more than ever when it concerns the safety of their houses. How could they simply leave it in the hands of a girl? But looking at Mad Dipper, they didn't say anything. With that fiend watching the door, they won't even get to touch it. As the 3 house lords were internally debating, a white figure walked out from behind. Chu Qingcheng. "Edifice Lord Chu, what are you doing?" Luo Yunchang frowned seeing her going for the door. Chu Qingcheng rested her dainty hand on it and said, "This is between me and him. I ask that young Miss Luo does not interfere." And then she continued walking, to Luo Yunchang's distress. Luo Yunchang couldn't stop her, but a thick arm blocked her advance. Lai Jingshan's eyes were still closed, but his voice was firm. "Steward Zhuo needs rest. Without his explicit approval, you can't go in. Or would you like me to stop you even if I have to pick on the weak?" Everyone shivered. None saw it coming. That the great Mad Dipper Lai Jingshan would be so heavy-handed with a junior. He was just like a guard to a vault, leaving no room for negotiation. This also proved his loyalty towards Zhuo Fan and earned the others' envy. Just what did Zhuo Fan do to get this fiend on his side? And such a devoted one, too. Chu Qingcheng didn't push the issue, knowing she was beaten, and shouted instead, Zhuo Fan, I need to talk to you. Get out and stop hiding like a coward. SSS tilde gasps all around. Zhuo Fan wasn't the same person from yesterday. He had an invincible bodyguard. Not to mention, he was currently unstable. Getting him pissed off was the last thing on anyone's mind. It was just yesterday when, after getting consumed by rage, he had declared war with the Regent estate. He might even attack them if he was angry enough, and none of them could fight off Lai Jingshan. If Zhuo Fan gave into his demonic side, there was quite a high possibility of suffering untold cruelty they just bore witness to last month. Nobody wished to be the spark that lit that keg. They were all tense, watching the door nervously. But what they received was total silence. Only 15 minutes later, a hoarse voice came. "Elder Lai, let them in." "All right." Lai Jingshan nodded and withdrew his hand. The people followed Chu Qingcheng in to see a shocking situation. Chu Qingcheng and Luo Yuncheng's eyes went red. A white-haired man sat leaning on the bed, his clothes a mess, his hair thatched, and his eyes red and lifeless. His hand held a censer releasing a pure light. He was and wasn't Zhuo Fan. How did he end up like this, though? "Brother Zhuo," Luo Yunhai cried. But Zhuo Fan didn't reply. His dead eyes stared at the floor. After a long time, his muttering came. "Sorry, everyone. If you came because of the declaration of war, you can return. Yunhai is young, but he is our future clan head. His words are law. The Luo clan will be fighting Regent estate. But it's up to you if you wish to join." Stammering, the House Lords knew Zhuo Fan had received a devastating blow to have a mental breakdown. He looked anything but capable of taking decisions. He was like those fanatic people hell-bent on revenge, willing to be torn apart as long as they could bite into the enemy's flesh. That's too rash. They saw Zhuo Fan dead and cold like a block of ice. He was a pragmatic and cunning monster devoid of emotion, but look at him now. Now that he was lost to his emotions, he had sacrificed everything and was reduced to this weak state. Intense emotions were cruel. They cut like a sharp blade and reduced even the strongest to an empty husk. Sighing, they shook their heads with regret. But some girls were overwhelmed with affection and pity. This was a true man, one that would risk his all for a woman. But because of the cold demeanor he usually displayed, no one saw what lay buried in his heart. "Steward Zhuo, don't be so down. You can't let emotions cloud your judgment in dealing with the Regent estate," Grandmother said in all sincerity. Zhuo Fan merely gave a mocking laughter. Chu Qingcheng went to him and pulled his hand. "Come with me." No one understood what was happening. Zhuo Fan was the same, but had no mind to care, following her like a walking corpse. They were soon gone from everyone's sight. An hour later, Chu Qingcheng brought him to Drifting Flowers Edifice's location in Dragon Cloud City, to her room. Zhuo Fan snorted. "Edifice Lord Chu, why have you brought me here? You don't intend to deepen our feelings, are you? I am not in." His voice trailed off as he noticed the girl on the bed. She was fair, young, and naive-looking, Zhu Ningxiang, but she didn't look dead at all, merely sleeping. Ninger's body. How? Zhuo Fan watched closely, and she looked just like a sleeping, living person. Frowning, Zhuo Fan noticed the shining jewel in her mouth. "Anchoring soul bead?" Zhuo Fan cried out in joy. "This, Ninger, can be saved." Chapter 340, It's You I Want, 9th grade spiritual weapon, anchoring soul bead. It was an astonishing treasure for soul defense never seen before in Tianyu. It was unique. A defensive treasure everyone was willing to die for. When Radiant Stage and above experts fought, the emphasis shifted towards the soul. And with the anchoring soul bead, one's soul was safe and sound. It even had the miraculous ability to simulate one's essence when their soul was gravely damaged. With Zhu Ningxiang's essence stolen for 3 days, she had collapsed. It was the strength of her soul that waned, unable to support her consciousness. In fact, her soul had yet to fully scatter back then. If she had the anchoring soul bead then, her life would have been saved. And with the help of some medicine, she would regain her essence to connect with her soul and regain her consciousness. This was the only way to recover. Looking at her sleeping face, it was clear that she was saved in the nick of time. Zhuo Fan was overjoyed. "Edifice Lord Chu, then call me King Cheng?" Glaring at him, Chu Qingcheng snapped. but then her eyes bloomed with joy. Now you can no longer be depressed. Flushing, Zhuo Fan scratched his pale face awkwardly and switched topics. Right. Where did you get the 9th grade spiritual weapon anchoring soul bead? Was Drifting Flowers Edifices hiding it? Of course. We may not be the strongest of the houses, but our treasury has filled over the last 1,000 of years. Is it that strange? Did you think we only had Bodhi root? Chu Qingcheng held her head high like a proud lady. The powerful image left even Zhuo Fan speechless. But Zhuo Fan was unable to see the sorrow hidden in her eyes. Gasping, Zhuo Fan said, "Now we just have to find some ingredients to heal her mind and Ninger will wake up." "Do you know where to find them?" Chu Qingcheng smiled. Zhuo Fan shook his head and shrugged, but his mind was set. "No, but with Ninger's soul affixed, we have the time to look for them. I will even search outside Tianyu's borders if I have to." Chu Qingcheng looked at the sleeping Zhu Ningxiang with envy. He will do anything for her. "But what will he do for me?" Chu Qingcheng said. "Zhuo Fan, what were you trying to say?" I want to thank you." Zhuo Fan looked at her oddly. Chu Qingcheng smiled. "That's it? How are you going to thank me?" How do you want me to?" Zhuo Fan scratched his white hair clueless. Chu Qingcheng grinned. "First, close your eyes." "Eh?" Zhuo Fan looked at her oddly, but then he saw the glare in her eyes and closed them on the spot. What's she planning? Chu Qingcheng drew near Zhuo Fan and pecked his cheek. Shivering, Zhuo Fan was about to open his eyes but only heard Chu Qingcheng's soft voice in his ear. "Don't look." Zhuo Fan snapped his eyes tighter than before. With a graceful smile, Chu Qingcheng rested her head on his shoulder and whispered, "Hold me." Zhuo Fan's heart thumped, freezing for a moment, but he did embrace her lovely body in the end. Held close to his chest, Chu Qingcheng's soft and peaceful voice came. "I want to go back to the time we spent in the rundown house in Drifting Flowers City, just the two of us." "Zhuo Fan, you are not allowed to think about other girls at this moment, even Ninger." Zhuo Fan shuddered and bobbed his head without realizing. Thus, the two held each other with closed eyes as their mind drifted to those peaceful days. After a long time, Chu Qingcheng opened her eyes and flicked his forehead with a smile. "Now you can open them." Zhuo Fan showed a pair of dazed eyes. Upon seeing the perfect beauty in front of him, his heart felt lost. He didn't want to wake up as his hand still held her delicate waist for a long time, boring holes into him with her eyes. Chu Qingcheng giggled. "What's wrong? Are you regretting it now?" "Too late. That's the last time. From now on we are mere associates. Later you will stay with Ninger and I'll lead Drifting Flowers Edifices. We will never cross paths again lest we be led astray." That's what I want as well, ha ha ha." Laughing dryly, Zhuo Fan scratched his head awkwardly. But his heart still had the same sense of loss as before. He wanted to only be cordial with Chu Qingcheng, but after her request he felt unwilling. Men are so despicable. "But, since when have I become despicable?" Zhuo Fan shook his head. Chu Qingcheng said, "Zhuo Fan, you should go back. Perhaps you will soon find the way to save Ninger." Zhuo Fan looked at her puzzled. What's up with her? Being so mysterious all of a sudden. And you need 9th grade ingredients to heal a soul. How can it be so easy, or is it her way of telling me to shoo off, probably? Since she dragged me here and also the one to initiate the kiss, kicking me out could only be her as well. Really, unlike men, women make no sense at all. Zhuo Fan shook his head and sighed inside. "Then, Qingcheng, goodbye." Zhuo Fan walked out. Chu Qingcheng watched him go with glistening tears falling down. Whoosh, a shadow landed behind Chu Qingcheng. "Girl, remember our deal. When she wakes up, everyone and everything here will no longer concern you." "I know. I'm fine as long as I could see him." Chu Qingcheng bit her lip. The shadow vanished once more. Zhuo Fan was walking down the street, his mind playing Chu Qingcheng's odd words over and over again. Just then, a whisper sounded in his ear. "Kid, if you want to save the girl, come 50 miles south of the city in the forest." Startled, Zhuo Fan released his divine sense but couldn't sense anything. His discerning field was so strong that he could even detect a radiant stage expert. But how was it that he couldn't find a trace of that voice? What kind of power is that? Recalling Chu Qingcheng's odd behavior, Zhuo Fan still couldn't make sense of it. His only choice was to go south of the city and see for himself. With how strong this man was, not even Lai Jingxian could stop him. Since nothing could guarantee his safety, he might as well go and see what tricks were being played on him. 4 hours later, Zhuo Fan arrived. But what he saw were just trees and more trees. Just then, an eerie voice came from behind. He, you came. Zhuo Fan whipped his head back to see a gray shadow floating and cried. Above radiant stage, the ethereal stage? Yes, the ethereal stage, only this stage allowed one's soul to leave their body. Even if the body died, the soul could linger on. It was a stage attained only by those who cultivated their soul to perfection. The radiant stage employed mere parlor tricks when it came to a soul's power, while only an ethereal stage expert could bring out its full potential. When a soul left the body, its attacks would only be soul-based. And their power was at a level no radiant stage soul could survive. They'd fall the same way as if being killed with intent. One could go as far as to say no radiant stage expert could take even a finger from this shadow, because his finger would pierce your soul dead. Without a way to focus one's soul to attack, the flesh could be as invincible as you want, but it wouldn't pose the slightest problem for an ethereal stage expert. Even if Huangpu Qingshan, the peak of body cultivation, might have reached the peak of radiant stage, he'd still be a mere ant before an ethereal stage expert. The gap between the two stages was a gaping abyss. It was why many people were stuck at peak radiant stage and were unable to advance. It was also why for the past 1,000 years, Tianyu had never had an ethereal stage expert. As one transitioned from body to soul, the quality jumped, and the gulf widened. But Zhuo Fan couldn't understand why an ethereal stage expert would appear here all of a sudden. The shadow cackled, knowing his thoughts. Hi, Zhuo Fan, it's you I want. Now let's talk terms. Chapter 341, please let go. Who are you? Zhuo Fan asked the shadow in a cold tone. After another cackle, the shadow's reply was, Hi, where are my manners? I am Demon Scheming sect leader, Zai Yu. One of the Empire's 3 guardian sects, Demon Scheming sect. He had heard of them as protectors of Tianyu from invasions, yet they wouldn't meddle in Tianyu's internal affairs. Not even when Gu Santong brought the imperial family to the brink of annihilation 300 years ago did they interfere. But now, the Demon Scheming sect's sect leader showed himself here to see him of all people. This had him second-guessing. What do you need me for? Hi, didn't I tell you? It's you I want. All that's left to settle is your price. The shadow cackled, frowning. Zhuo Fan understood. The man wanted him on his side. But why? The sect leaders disdain worldly affairs, so how did he know about him while also willing to travel leagues to get him? The shadow easily picked up on his conundrum. You don't have to be so suspicious. I never knew about you and only came this time to get Tianyu's #1 genius, Huangpu Qingshan. But you, kid, are far better. The genius of the millennium that is rarely seen even in my sect. Who knew there'd be an even more outstanding genius out there? Your presence made me give up on him and choose you instead. Hi, you should be honored. By putting your life on the line and defeating a far greater opponent, you are blessed with the fortune of catching my attention. Humph, how smug Zhuo Fan snorted. Was there a sect in the mortal domain capable of catching the eye of this grand demonic emperor? He didn't feel a hint of honor even when some sect leader came to see him. It was all in the sect leader's head, thinking he was so great, superfluous. Seeing Zhuo Fan's contempt on his lips, the shadow laughed. Ha, good, great even. I like brash guys like you the most, like a true king. Then let's talk business. In my capacity as Demon Scheming sect leader, I invite you to join my sect. State your terms, but let's get one thing straight. If there's anything out there I can't have, I'd rather see it destroyed. We're both demonic cultivators looking out only for ourselves. I understand it perfectly, but there's something I have to finish here before I can leave. The Luo clan. Who knew a demonic cultivator could be so loyal? It won't matter. I'll give you 3 years to settle your affairs and then I will take you with me. It should be enough for you to get everything in order. If there's anything you need, I will help you as much as I can. Zai Yu's proposal was quite tempting. It was the same as Luo clan getting the demon scheming sect behind it. Not even the imperial family would dare touch them after that. The situation right now was highly volatile, and this sudden arrival of a powerful backer was heaven sent. But the expert negotiator Zhuo Fan didn't let it show and sighed. "I'll need time to consider." Zai Yu faltered a second. "Consider my ass. For my demon scheming sect to have your back is the greatest fortune of your life. You should be damn grateful. What's with that long face? As if you're the one losing." Noticing him playing the loser, Zai Yu's mouth twitched. If he were back in the sect, any elder that would have spoken to him like that would receive a beating to make them forget where they were. Hadn't he dumped those 4 pricks in Thunder Swarm Mountain just the same? But when facing Zhuo Fan's cunning nature, he both loved and hated it. He had looked down on Zhuo Fan as if he didn't have a scheming bone in his back, but at this point, he had accepted him without question. "Ha ha ha, fine, I like your greed. The stronger you are, the greedier you can be. What I said just now was a welcoming gift to the sect, not a term. Now speak what you want." Zhuo Fan smiled. "Don't you know already?" "Save that girl," Zai Yu laughed. "Zhuo Fan, I know you're vile and insidious from how sinisterly you tormented Huangpu Qingshan and the other 3. Who knew you still had a soft spot? But I hope you won't enter the sect with such a weakness. We, demonic cultivators, are dead the instant we let emotions take hold. I don't want to destroy you nor see the sect fall. Have I made myself clear?" Zai Yu treated him with ridicule at first, but as they talked, he grew colder, finishing with a warning. Zhuo Fan knew it to be a rule of the sect to not get attached. He nodded and said, "I know it far better than you do. This will be the first and last time. All right then." Whoosh, with a pop, a bright pill shot for Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan caught it and looked at it in shock. "9th grade pill, soul returning pill. Indeed, you have good eyes. I wasn't wrong about you." Zai Yu continued. "The soul returning pill can heal wounds of the soul, strengthen the essence, and protect the mind. To an ethereal stage cultivator, it is like a second life, very sought after. Even I have only 1 pill of this kind, but I will give it to you in good faith. I hope that you will live up to my expectations and return this investment." The shadow was gone with these last words, leaving Zhuo Fan staring at the shiny pill as hope burned in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan clenched the pill and ran for Drifting Flowers edifices. The disciples there watched in shock as he stormed into Chu Qingcheng's chamber. "What, you already found a way to save Ninger?" Chu Qingcheng said, seeing Zhuo Fan gasping. Zhuo Fan frowned. "Did you know Zai Yu would come for me?" "Who's that?" Chu Qingcheng's eyes trembled. Zhuo Fan's eyes searched her face for any clues. "Zai Yu is the demon scheming sect leader. You don't know him. Then why were you so sure I'd have a way to save Ninger?" "Someone told me without leaving their name, so don't ask." Chu Qingcheng smiled. "All that matters is that Ninger will be saved. Right?" Sizing her for a while, Zhuo Fan nodded. "You're right. As long as Ninger lives, I'd even sell my body, ha ha ha." Laughing, Zhuo Fan went to Zhu Ningxiang on the bed. He took the anchoring soul bead out, then returned her essence before feeding her the soul-returning pill. Ripples passed all over Ninger's body, and the spiritual energy also gathered within her in waves, reshaping her soul. Zhuo Fan sighed, gratified Ninger would be all right soon. Yet in his moment of joy, he didn't notice Chu Qingcheng staring at him with deep yearning. "Qingcheng, send someone for Ninger's clan. She'll soon wake up and would like to see her family." Zhuo Fan said, but never looked away from Zhu Ningxiang. Chu Qingcheng found it difficult to swallow the bitterness as she nodded. "All right. I'll send someone now. You are so thoughtful." Those words contained deep sarcasm as well, but they shot way over Zhuo Fan's head, deeply moved by Zhu Ningxiang's recovery as he was. He only nodded, and a wide smile spread to his ears. Chu Qingcheng sighed. 15 minutes later, the Zhu clan came as well as Zai Tianyong looking distressed. Everyone looked at Ninger with tears flowing. They had heard of the possibility of saving Ninger, but no one believed it. How could one come back after losing their essence? When Chu Qingcheng said she had to take her body, they didn't refuse, thinking all would be for naught. But here she was, dead for a month now, yet coming back to the living. Everyone was overjoyed. Ninger was their darling. Her survival was their greatest joy. Zhuo Fan was also overcome with emotion for the first time in his 2 lives, and a genuine smile formed on his lips. Zhu Dingshan turned to him and said after hesitating, "Steward Zhuo, may I have a word with you?" Zhuo Fan didn't understand. But he followed after Ninger's grandfather. The two only got 10 meters from the room when Zhu Dingshan kneeled before Zhuo Fan, his tears flowing in rivers. "Steward Zhuo, please let go." Zhuo Fan was stunned and baffled seeing the old man do this. What does he mean? Chapter 342, Severing Emotion for Supremacy. "Elder Zhu, why?" Zhuo Fan began. Zhu Dingshan kowtowed in tears. "Steward Zhuo, you are a man of great ambition while we are simply a poor, simple clan. Ninger is also still ignorant to the cruelty of this word and is unable to survive your battles. I know it disgraces Steward Zhuo's act of mercy in saving Ninger by doing this, but none of us wish to see her go through it again. I beg Steward Zhuo to help me." Zhu Dingshan kneeled there and shuddered before a shocked Zhuo Fan. The Zhu clan didn't want Ninger to be involved with Zhuo Fan any longer and were begging him to let her go. But was it that easy for his heart to accept? Ninger's awake? Zai Tianyang's cry of joy came from inside. Zhuo Fan woke up and rushed inside, ignoring the kneeling old man. Zhu Dingshan wiped his tears and came as well. But what they witnessed wasn't a face filled with joy, but one filled with doubt. Zhu Ningxiang rubbed her eyes, looking over each of them. "Who are you? Who am I? Where am I?" They all cried in shock. What's wrong with Ninger? Did her soul not mend completely? A mental scar. Zhuo Fan shook his head. "People, don't be nervous. Ninger had a damaged soul, and recovering is the same as being born anew. It is normal for her to forget everything. But as her essence was the original one, she will be the same Ninger we all know. She won't change." The people understood. Ninger had lost her memories after that ordeal, but that was for the best. Forgetting such dreadful memories was a blessing for the kind and pure Ninger. Everything was fine as long as Ninger was back to her bubbly and naive self. They'd just have to get reacquainted. "Ninger, I am your dad," Zhu Wanlong cried. "Ninger, I'm your grandfather." Zhu Dingshan approached with shaking hands. "Ninger, I am your elder brother, Zhu Gang." "Ninger, I am your second brother, Zhu Lin." Everyone circled around Zhu Ningxiang to introduce themselves. Zai Tianyang even straightened his hairdo and put on a weird smile before jumping in front of Zhu Ningxiang. "Ninger, do you remember me? I'm your husband." They all went quiet. Zhuo Fan came over looking glum as he said, "Zai Tianyang, are you trying to take advantage of this chance and get close to Ninger now that she has lost her memories? I'll give you a thrashing." Zai Tianyang rubbed his head. "Ha ha ha, Ninger, don't mind it. It was only a joke. Actually, I am your childhood sweetheart and fiancé." Zai Tianyang proceeded with his shamelessness. Everyone rolled their eyes. Zhuo Fan's fist crackled. "Zai Tianyang, get the hell out. I promise not to kill you much." Zai Tianyang glared at him but then closed his mouth. He was crystal clear that there was no chance of beating Zhuo Fan. "Ha ha ha, coward." Seeing his sullen face, Ninger giggled as she showed a bright smile. Zai Tianyang wasn't about to accept it. "Who called me a coward? I can't beat him, but for you I will still fight him." Zai Tianyang rolled up his sleeves and went with Zhuo Fan outside to start the duel. Zhu Ningxiang waved. "Wait, why are you picking a fight if you can't win? Please don't take my joke to heart. I didn't mean it. I don't want to see you hurt over something so meaningless. Ninger, you're still the same. You may have forgotten me, but you're so kind and caring, I'm relieved." Zai Tianyang sighed. The rest nodded. Ninger didn't remember them, but she hadn't changed at all. Zhu Ningxiang turned to Zhuo Fan, standing farther back with a bewildered look. "Who are you? Do you know me?" They all rushed to introduce themselves, but why aren't you saying anything? Whoosh tilde everyone looked at Zhuo Fan with complicated looks. Zhuo Fan's eyes trembled. Seeing her sincere face and then recalling Zhu Dingshan's pleading, he smiled. "Ha ha ha, me? I'm a bad guy. Ah." Zhu Ningxiang jerked in fear. Looking at the crystal-clear eyes, unmarred by the ugliness of the world, Zhuo Fan grinned. He knew he had made the right choice and said, "I eat people and even hurt you." Why did you hurt me? Ninger trembled. She ducked behind Zhu Dingshan, peeking at the white-haired Zhuo Fan like a startled kitty. Zhuo Fan looked at her with tenderness, but his mouth said, "Bad men hurt people. Do I even need a reason? So, miss, for your own sake, you should stay far away from me." Zhuo Fan then walked outside sighing. Goodbye, Ninger. They watched his solitary figure leave, filled with admiration. He was a true hero to own up to his actions and make prompt decisions. They didn't want Ninger to be by his side and suffer. But they had to admit, Zhuo Fan was a reliable man. Zhu Ningx and saw him go, and for some odd reason she felt pain in her chest. Why does my heart ache when I see this bad man? Hey, bad men only know how to cause pain, Ninger. Just forget it. Zai Tianyang gave a rushed explanation. This was for the best. With Zhuo Fan letting her go, Ninger could now return to living a normal life. If the two got close again, Zai Tianyang wasn't afraid of being smacked around. But he could never stand for Ninger being used again and turning expendable simply to constrict Zhuo Fan. Zhu Ningxiang nodded, the passing Zhuo Fan already forgotten as she laughed along with her relatives. Zhuo Fan stood outside and listened to the laughter. He closed his eyes, neither happy nor sad. This is for the best. An hour later, Zai Tianyang came out of the room and sighed at the bleak figure. "Thank you." "What thanks? We had the same intentions, right?" Zhuo Fan looked ahead as he said. Nodding, Zai Tianyang walked before Zhuo Fan and placed 2 items in his hand. Zhuo Fan trembled. Sighing, Zai Tianyang looked downcast. "Forgive me. I shouldn't do this to a brother, but Ninger, you want to break all ties with me." The 2 thunder rings shook in his trembling hand. Nodding, Zai Tianyang sighed, "We are cut from a different cloth than you. You want to fight for supremacy in this world, while we merely drag along with our meager existence. We do not want glory, nor do we want you to disturb our peaceful life. I have spoken with the Zhu clan. Tomorrow, I will take them to a remote place in the mountains and never come down. I no longer want to be Sword Marquis Abode's second young master. Few are like you to sacrifice so much for another." Tightening his hand, Zhuo Fan said evenly, "I hope you live a happy and peaceful life. I wish you the same, for one day to lord over all and be remembered for eternity." Grinning, Zai Tianyang said, "All right, let me give one last hug to the man who I shared life and death with. After we part here, we will become total strangers." Zai Tianyang squeezed Zhuo Fan into a bear hug as Zhuo Fan just stood there. Zai Tianyang then returned back into the room. Neither looked at each other, with all ties broken. "Zhuo Fan, did Zai Tianyang give you the rings?" Chu Qingcheng asked. Nodding, Zhuo Fan looked at the flickering thunder rings in his palm with pain. "Qingcheng, you were right. A cold and heartless man like me doesn't deserve a woman's love nor to have a sworn brother. I am destined for loneliness." "No," Chu Qingcheng was about to explain, but Zhuo Fan tightened his fist and threw the rings as his gaze steeled. "From this moment on, my eyes shall only have the world in sight." Zhuo Fan walked home, his eyes no longer hesitant. Chu Qingcheng saw where the rings fell and sighed, seeing Zhuo Fan's cold back. "Did you know? You're not at all lonely." Chu Qingcheng flew towards the rings. Chapter 343, The Grand Scheme of Things. Zhuo Fan returned to the Luo clan in the evening. The whole day had passed, yet grandmother and her other 2 allies remained, waiting for his return. Seeing them, Zhuo Fan washed away any dejection he had and cupped his hands. "House lords, I had some matters to tend to, but we can talk now since they are over." Everyone looked amazed. The Zhuo Fan Chu Qingcheng dragged away with her and the one that had returned were totally different. He was back to his swift and decisive self without a hint of grief. What's going on? What did Chu Qingcheng do to get him back? The Luo clansmen saw him looking thin, but his bright eyes let them know that he had pushed through the haze. They were overjoyed, Luo Yuncheng especially. She didn't get along with Chu Qingcheng, but she was at least grateful the woman got her Zhuo Fan back to his normal self. "Zhuo Fan, why you had me worried sick?" Luo Yuncheng came to him in tears. Zhuo Fan smiled. "It's all in the past." Zhuo Fan turned to the 3 houses. "People, I know what's on your mind. You fear that our declaration of war was impulsive and would ruin everything. But I will tell you that the faster we dispense with this charade with Regent Estate, the faster we can grow." They were all startled. The 7 houses were at peace until now, all because of pretense. But once the war broke out, the dead would pile up just like they did 1,000 years ago. Their houses were in danger of annihilation. How were they going to grow after that? Zhuo Fan had a cryptic smile in reply to their thoughts. In fact, the world hasn't really changed. War and peace shift places just like yin and yang. War does not mean the absence of peace or suffering. It all moves according to the bigger picture. The situation will change after the esoteric debate. You need to consider what happened in the esoteric debate and the changes in our enemies. The best choice right now is to fight Regent Estate. They all entered deep thought, mulling over his words. Then the 3 House Lords' eyes brightened and they nodded. "I see. Steward Zhuo wants to turn it into a 3-way confrontation. But where do we find the power to fight Regent Estate to a draw?" Grandmother asked. Zhuo Fan smiled. "Do you remember my words? In 10 years, you will see a brand new Luo clan. But I no longer need those years, as I can show you a powerful ally in the form of the Luo clan already. Don't worry, we will restrict the Regent Estate without a doubt." The House Lords found it hard to believe Zhuo Fan's bold proclamations. He just said that the Luo clan had the power to challenge Regent Estate alone. But how? 8 years couldn't compare to 1,000 years' legacy. It was normal for Zhuo Fan to create miracles, but to grow a clan to such a height so fast was impossible. But when they looked at Lai Jingshan, they fell quiet. Was there something he couldn't do after he turned a peak radiant stage expert into an elder? They had now changed their thinking and were looking forward to seeing how big of a shock would the Luo clan give the next time they appeared along with their entire might. The 3 House Lords sighed. "Zhuo Fan is truly astonishing. Ha ha ha, since Steward Zhuo is certain of success, we will make preparations and move according to your instructions. I have to admit, when I saw Steward Zhuo taken over by rage, I never expected you'd still be capable of deep thinking." "I am in awe," Grandmother praised. Zhuo Fan returned her gesture. "Grandmother exaggerates." The 3 houses took their leave. Besides the 3 House Lords, everyone else was in the dark about what just happened. "Father, why didn't I understand a thing you guys talked about?" Long Xingyan asked. Long Yifi smiled as he lifted his head in pride. "Boy, this concerns the grand scheme of things. If you could understand it, you'd have been the next House Lord by now." Long Xingyan was shocked. It contained such profound topics. That means Zhuo Fan could understand it while we had to be reminded. Won't that mean? Zhuo Fan is a truly rare genius. I can't help but wonder where he comes from. Such a young lad with such a wide gaze that not even we can match. No wonder Leng Wucheng fell for his handiwork. Long Yifi sighed in amazement. Long Xingyan had admiration as well. They were peers, yet Zhuo Fan was far stronger than any of them. After the houses left, Luo Yunhai asked, "Brother Zhuo, I made the declaration of war yesterday. I was overcome by anger from their insidious nature in dealing with you, but I had never imagined it would have so many implications." "Ha ha ha, if you knew, you'd already be clan head." Zhuo Fan then turned serious. "Yunhai, following Dugu Zhanshan has sharpened your senses and familiarized you with war tactics, all for this day. But this has only made you a talented general and not good enough to take on the clan's burdens. This is the perfect chance to teach you a monarch's methods and the way to infer the bigger picture from small events." Luo Yunhai was serious as he nodded in glee. It was the first time Zhuo Fan was going to teach him in person. The others looked lost. The past Zhuo Fan would cook up the plans and then send others to do the dirty work. Like he did with Luo Yunhai's education, leaving it in another's hands. Now that he was going to involve himself in teaching the young clan head, everyone was excited. Zhuo Fan was known for his treachery and even played Leng Wucheng, the unwanted contriver, like a fiddle. His teachings couldn't be average. How were they supposed to know that Zhuo Fan had struck a deal with Zai Weiyu for 3 years? If he didn't get Luo Yunhai to mature fast enough, the instant he left, Luo clan would be met with disaster. It was the same as sending them to the slaughter. How could he leave with a peace of mind? So he sped things up a little. Yunhai, do you know who our former allies, backers, and enemies were? Zhuo Fan asked. Luo Yunhai considered. The allies were drifting flowers edifices, sword markwise abode, and veiled dragon pavilion. The backers are the imperial family and Marshal Dugu, while the enemies are Regent Estate and the rest of the houses. And now, Zhuo Fan followed. Luo Yunhai's eyes flashed with uncertainty. Now, isn't it the same? No, it changed. Zhuo Fan turned serious. Yunhai, you have to keep in mind that every man looks after himself. Allies and enemies are all but fleeting. The one true reason that connects everyone together in this tangled web is interest. Yin and Yang switch places, they suppress each other, then switch again. The same transformation happens with enemies and allies alike. If you understand the grand design, you will never fail. This is the way of inferring the big picture from the events around us. To become a clan head, you must also grasp it. Luo Yunhai gasped and nodded. Then let us begin, Zhuo Fan said. Speaking of the esoteric debate this time, Marshal Dugu and the imperial family were our backers before it started, because our interests aligned to fight Regent Estate. But after the esoteric debate, through luck or otherwise, I received the dragon soul, becoming the imperial family's enemy. No imperial family would allow those bearing the dragon vein soul and heaven's blessing swagger their way through the nation and shake its foundations. Thus our enemies changed. Fang Qiyubai and Marshal Dugu's loyalties lie with the imperial family. They were friendly before, but have now shifted to neutrality, with a high chance of becoming enemies at any given moment. We can't overlook them. Luo Yunhai never imagined that in just 2 short days his cherished godfather would become his enemy. It was too much to bear. Regardless of his inner turmoil, Zhuo Fan's platitude prattled on. As for the Regent Estate, they remain our enemies. But now we have the right to become their enemies as well. Because we lost the imperial family's support, the Regent Estate can come at us whenever they want and stomp us into the ground. Of course, we do not need to fear them. But once the war starts, both clans will incur heavy losses, and neither wants to let another faction reap from their misfortune. For this reason, we declared war on them, and now all that remains is to think of a way to let them bask in our power. They are no fools, and know a war would bring too many losses, so they will refrain from engaging in it. This way, we restrict each other. While the Emperor will take notice of our power as well and won't intervene either, lest he'd like to let the Regent Estate pick us both off. This way, we become one of the 3 major players in Tianyu, with neither side winning or losing. The court, including Zhuge Changfeng, Dugu Zhanshan, and the Emperor, has already been one such player, bringing balance to the equation. This would keep us safe for a while. All that's left is to wait for a blind schmuck to lift the deadlock, and then we would come down hard to reap the world for ourselves. Everyone was slack-jawed. They never imagined that Zhuo Fan had such a comprehensive understanding of the powers that be, and even had the same objective as the Regent Estate, the world. This had never happened in the history of the Luo clan. They were a mere 3rd-rate clan with petty ambitions, wanting nothing more than to go down at peace. Zhuo Fan laughed at their thoughts. Ha ha ha, in this world, the weak will be pushed around while the strong fight for greed. There's no such thing as a man or clan of integrity in this world. If you want peaceful days, then get strong until no one can ever catch up to you. I do not want to see those around me suffer the same disaster as Ninger. Zhuo Fan sighed. They hesitated, but soon determination shined in their eyes. Isn't it merely stealing the world? With you, Steward Zhuo, it's a done deal. As their power grew, Zhuo Fan made sure to bring the Luo clan's ambition to a more appropriate level. Chapter 344. Resolute. After Zhuo Fan's analysis, the Luo clan now understood what to do next. Luo Yunhai was feeling hurt, but the light in his eyes grew stauncher. At dawnbreak, people left Dragon Cloud City. The esoteric debate this time was particularly cruel and devastating, but no one expected for a clan to rise after 1,000 years and kill its way to the same footing as the 7 houses. Luo clan's legend spread like wildfire throughout the Tianyu Empire. Luo clan and its allies said their goodbyes at the gates, then went home. Luo clan was getting ready for its big reveal into the limelight to fight on equal footing with the true powers. Their allies had already invited their venerables to fight alongside the Luo clan. Now that they were in the same boat, they had one course of action. Because when the Luo clan fell, Regent Estate would turn to them. They were backed into a corner. Why else would they accept following this madman after finding out that Zhuo Fan had just become the imperial family's enemy #1? Now they will go along for the ride called Zhuo Fan. They will thrive and fall together. Neither one could abandon the other. Dugu Zhanshan patted Luo Yunhai's shoulder with a hard face. Yunhai, won't you join your godfather in battle instead? Godfather, you still have the other 4 to help you, but I am the Luo clan's only heir. I can only go with my clan. Please forgive me, Godfather. Luo Yunhai nodded. Dugu Zhanshan sighed. All right, Yunhai, you've grown and are responsible now. A true soldier from my army. Godfather, Luo Yunhai interrupted. Thank you for your guidance these past 5 years. If the day ever comes when we cross swords, I ask that Godfather shows no mercy, as neither shall I. The 4 tigers of Tianyu jerked. Why was their younger brother being so heartless? But Dugu Zhanshan's eyes shrank and he sighed. It seems you already know the situation. That brat must have told you, but he is he and you are you, as long as the Luo clan has him. Godfather, without him, there wouldn't be a Luo clan, nor the relation we have today. You have taught me loyalty, so how could I betray him? Moreover, he is the pillar of the Luo clan. A man does not clip his own wings, so how can I, a warrior, make the folly of cutting off my arms? Dugu Zhanshan nodded and laughed. You are indeed my godson, both righteous and loyal. It will be my pride and joy to meet you on the field. Dugu Zhanshan smiled and turned. Yunhai, we may be on opposite sides, but our bond will never change. Take care, Godfather. Luo Yunhai watched the imposing back and banged his head on the pavement 3 times. As for the 4 tigers, they were totally lost. What is going on? Why are they suddenly saying goodbyes? Not far, Chu Qingcheng had Luo Yuncheng called to the side. Young Miss Luo, Zhuo Fan will be in your care. That has never changed. What, should he be in your care? Luo Yuncheng pouted, showing her hostility. She had no clue what Chu Qingcheng did to get him out of his shell, but was still grateful. That didn't mean she was about to step back from fighting over her man. Chu Qingcheng smiled. I mean that you should take great care of his heart, help him understand this world. He isn't alone. Chu Qingcheng then pushed a flickering ring into her hand and left. Luo Yuncheng was shocked. It was a thunder ring like Zhuo Fan was wearing. How did she get it? Zhuo Fan only made 3, with 2 given to Zhu Ningxiang and Zai Tianyang. Does that mean there was a 4th, and given to Chu Qingcheng? Why didn't I get one? Luo Yuncheng was annoyed as she ran to Zhuo Fan. She showed the thunder ring and snapped. Zhuo Fan, what's the meaning of this? Are you giving everyone gifts now? What about me? Where did you get this ring? Zhuo Fan squinted in a cold tone. Luo Yuncheng let out a shrill cry from fright. Then she lowered her head and mumbled, Edifice Lord Chu just gave it to me, saying I need to look after you. Throw it away. Zhuo Fan cut her off. Ninger and Zai Tianyang have broken ties with me. I don't need these baubles anymore. Zhuo Fan set out with the rest of the Luo clan. Captain Pang rushed to Luo Yuncheng as her guard. Trembling, Luo Yuncheng now understood Chu Qingcheng's meaning. Zai Tianyang and Ninger broke it off with Zhuo Fan. She knew how close the 3 of them were. For a lone wolf like Zhuo Fan, it was a rare friendship. But now the 2 had left him and he had truly become alone. Luo Yuncheng looked at the thunder ring and put it on as the light in her eyes changed. In a lush forest, a black-clothed man looked towards the leaving Luo clan in the distance with a savage glint. Upon closer look, one would recognize him to belong to Hell Valley. Wretched Luo clan, you actually have a peak radiant expert. At this rate, we will never be able to deal with them. The 5th elder gnashed his teeth. Yu Wanshan's eyes were cold. 5th elder, don't let anger get to you. Even without Lai Jingshan, Zhuo Fan still wasn't one we could handle. Have you forgotten? He actually bit Huangpu Qingshan to death. Yes, with the Luo clan having Zhuo Fan, a cunning mind like Leng Wuchang, and a powerful expert to protect them, they have reached our level, a true colossus. Hell Valley alone can no longer contend with them. Even worse, if we don't handle it right, we will be eaten whole and our house razed. Just then, another black robe fluttered over, but the owner had a young voice. Compared to all the old guys here, it made quite an odd contrast. Fifth Elder mocked, "You Ming, you're becoming more and more cocky. You dare interrupt an elder?" The cowl was removed, and it revealed a youth with a grave face, Yugiki's disciple, Yu Ming. Just that he had lost his cowardly nature and had gotten bolder instead. He looked at the elders and House Lord without the slightest reaction. Yuanshan gave him a hard look, then smiled. "Grand Elder, you raised the kid well. He's starting to look like the seventh elder." "Ha ha ha, Valley Lord is exaggerating. He was the seventh elder's disciple to begin with. I only gave him tips." It was a good decision to not let him join the esoteric debate, or he would have been another unmarked grave at the hands of that monster. Then Hell Valley would have truly lost all hope. Recalling the dreadful way Zhuo Fan dealt with Huangpu Qingshan, even Grand Elder shuddered. Ever since the seventh elder's passing, all our actions have been a mess. We've suffered greatly and even ended up being used. I hope Yu Ming can assume seventh elder's duty and assist Valley Lord in making the house thrive. As for past grievances, haha, it's best we don't mention them. Yes, Zhuo Fan is too much of a menace. Not even that old fox Leng Wuchang could handle him. Now that he has spread his wings, it will be even harder. We'd best rethink our options and take a step back. Yu Ming approved. Yuanshan was pensive for a while before nodding. Thinking back, ever since they came upon Zhuo Fan, everything went south. With Zhuo Fan of today reaching such power, they would lose even more going against him. Yuanshan turned to Yu Ming. "Do you have a plan?" "Valley Lord, Master once said that all machinations are revealed when looking from the outside. With the Regent estate and Luo clan at war, it's best for us to stay clear and think of another course of action." "And that would be?" Yuanshan asked. Grinning, Yu Ming continued. "Zhuo Fan and Leng Wuchang are treacherous men, each with his own devices. We won't be a match for either of them, even if we join. The best choice will be to play for the future." "Future?" Yuanshan asked, as did the rest. "Correct. Our goal is in the imperial capital." Yu Ming spoke with confidence. As they talked, they were completely oblivious to the fact that every action the houses took in Dragon Cloud City was in plain sight to two gray shadows. He, Zai Yu, Tianyu is becoming more chaotic by the day. Not only the seven houses are fighting amongst each other, even the four pillars and imperial family are about to step in. "Can your kid survive among these errant armies?" An aged voice mocked the other shadow. The only response he got was a sinister laughter. Hi, my affairs have nothing to do with geezers like you. He caught my eye and I'm sure he won't fail me. After 3 years I'll return and you will face humiliation." "Oh, are you that confident? The other sect's monsters aren't any weaker, you know." "Humph, a 9th grade pill for a single man." "You think I'd take that gamble without some assurance? What about you then? You lent that anchoring soul bead and cheated a lady. Compared to us demonic cultivators, you, a righteous sect leader, is far more despicable." Hi. Zai Yu laughed. The shadow snapped. "Zai Yu, if it wasn't for me giving the anchoring soul bead to maintain the girl's soul, your pill wouldn't have worked. How then would you have gotten that crafty brat?" "Humph, we merely cooperated and got what we wanted. What's despicable about that?" "True, both of us got what we wanted. But this is where our partnership ends. The next time we see each other, I won't hold back." "That goes without saying. You think you and your disciples will win?" "Humph!" The other shadow vanished with a snort. Zai Yu cackled. "Before Zhuo Fan, perhaps not. But the kid will join my sect, and I guarantee you will even lose your shirt. Hi. Chapter 345, Master and Disciple Reunion. 3 months later, the Luo clan finally arrived home to Wingay's city. As the Blackwind Mountain appeared in view, Zhuo Fan's heart called to it in longing after 5 years of separation. He had gone through ecstatic and despair-filled moments during this time. And now that he had returned, he felt even more attached to this place. The word family or clan had been etched deeper into his heart. Absence only made the heart grow fonder. "Steward Zhuo, let me open the array and give you a proper welcome." Standing before Blackwind Mountain enveloped in thick mist, Lai Jingshan laughed. Zhuo Fan waved him off with a hint of smile. "No need. I'll do it myself. 5 years have gone by and I want to open the door myself." Lai Jingshan nodded while others watched him with warmth. "Yan Fu, come." The kid had been traveling along with the Luo clan, and under constant pressure from Lai Jingshan's valiant aura, he had been left a shivering mess. Yan Fu rushed before Zhuo Fan with even more respect. "Steward Zhuo, orders?" "Nothing of that sort. You will soon meet Elder Yan, master and disciple will be reunited at last, and you will become one of us now, so I will now teach you how to open the array. Watch closely." Yan Fu was excited. He will finally get to see his master, something that had only happened in his dreams so far. His heart was overwhelmed and he nodded instantly. Under his dazed gaze, Zhuo Fan's hand made a sign and he shouted, "Open!" The fog parted in the form of a path up Blackwind Mountain. Zhuo Fan turned with a smile. "Yan Fu, this will be your home from now on. You and your master." Boom. The reverberating explosion cut Zhuo Fan's speech short. A gale kicking up dust slammed them right in the face and covered the foremost two in dust and grime. And then came the shrieks. "Hi, hi, hi, old hag, old geezer. Who do you think you are, Zhuo Fan or Lai Jingshan, to dare mess with us 4 scheming demons? You can't handle us. See how us 4 will blast you to pieces." Violent Demon's familiar sneer came to Zhuo Fan, then the cheers from the other 3 demons. Yep, you two know nothing of how to stop us. There's nothing you can do to us." Zhuo Fan's mouth twitched and his fist clenched. "These little shits won't sit still for a second. They completely ruined one of my rare good moods." The rest sighed and felt vexed. Elder Lai brought these 4 scheming demons 5 years back as new elders. Everyone was happy at first, and then they got to know these pygmies just a bit better. They were outrageous, squabbling, and powerful, of course, but they were nothing more than bickering children. A menace every 3rd day and a disaster every 5th. These guys almost had the entire Blackwind Mountain run into the ground with their toying. Even after Lai Jingshan's heavy-handed punishment, it only took a day after his departure for them to start cursing him, and the 2nd day for their demonic minds to cook up new mischief. Everyone knew this was Lai Jingshan cheating the 4 into thinking that he knew the way to control the bloodworms and make them fall in line, or hell would have broken loose. "Steward Zhuo?" Yan Fu pointed at Blackwind Mountain with a sunken face, as if to say, "Why is this home of yours not one bit peaceful?" Waving him off, Zhuo Fan laughed in anger. "Calm down, I will handle it. Just ignore the little shits." Steward Zhuo, I'll go set the 4 shits straight." Lai Jingshan ran over. Zhuo Fan waved him off with a dark face. "No need, I'll do it." Zhuo Fan stepped forward and the rest followed. Lai Jingshan was snickering inside. Those 4 twerps will finally get what's coming for them. They all reached the peak to see holes everywhere, and even the gate blown outward and slanted. No doubt about it, those 4 shits were responsible for all this. All this while the sound of explosions kept on coming from within. Zhu Qingjian raved like an insane hag. "Ah, you damn bastards dare break my 1,000-year-old mirror? I'll kill you." Hi, Biddy, what are you doing with a mirror when you're so old? We did you a favor." Sly Demon poked where it hurt with his mocking laughter. Zhu Qingjian grew enraged in her howls. "Bastards, thieves, I'll have your heads today." "Qingjian, stop wasting time with them and use life and death art." Qiu Yanhai's own raving voice came. Lai Jingshan paled. Him and the 2 had sparred quite often, and he knew of the power behind that art. It could blast 10 radiant stage experts into dust on the spot. All he could do was turn tail. With the 2 using life and death art on the 4 demons, they'd blow Blackwind Mountain sky high. Lai Jingshan rushed. "Steward Zhuo, I'll stop them." "No need." A vein popped on Zhuo Fan's forehead as his finger trembled. Those 4 demons were wrong in the head from the start. There's no point arguing with them, but were these 2 so quick to lose themselves? Humph, they need to be taught a lesson. Zhuo Fan's hand signal changed, and 4 blissful, heartrending wails came from within, music to the ears of every Luo clansman. What's going on? My belly hadn't hurt in 5 years. What's with the sudden cramp? Violent Demon rolled around, followed by 5 others. I know, it's the bloodworms. That damn Lai Jingxian is back, Sly Demon cried. Zhu Qingjian and Qiu Yanhai collapsed as they cursed. Dumbasses, you still don't know that the old man conned you. He is a victim too and doesn't know how to use the bloodworms. Or you'd think all the chaos you caused 5 years ago would only result in some scolding. What, he played us? Violent Demon roared. Bloody bastard. That old foggy dares to play the demonic hero quartet? I'll tear him a new one if it's the last thing I do. Hold on, if he didn't do it, then why do I feel cramps all over and can't even move? Humph, morons, do you even need to ask? Who in this world has such cruel ways? Zhu Qingjian was sweating and her eyes jerked in fear. The kid's back. What kid? The 4 scheming demons asked together. Then a prideful voice echoed, correct, I have returned. So listen up. Zhuo Fan walked into the rundown place with fire in his eyes. The 4 scheming demons wailed, ah. A ghost? Zhuo Fan's face twitched, but he took it in stride. Zhu Qingjian howled and begged, Steward Zhuo, the 4 little shits did it. It's not us who started it. But Zhuo Fan walked right past them. Lai Jingxian sighed. You guys, how can Steward Zhuo not know that the 4 demons are behind it all? But you two should never ever think about using life and death art here. Are you planning on wiping out the Luo clan? Steward Zhuo just came back and was in a rare good mood. But we were only talking about it, not meaning to use it. The old pair grew frantic and looked hurt. They now looked to see Luo Yunchang pass them. They grabbed onto their final hope. Young miss. Luo Yunchang knew their intention and nodded and gave a thumbs up. No worries, leave it to me. The 2 were in deep pain, but felt relief. We haven't spent all that time with the young miss for nothing. She comes through for us when it matters. In the hall, Zhuo Fan took the main seat and saw no one inside, not even guards. Those 6 must have scared them off. As the others came in, Zhuo Fan had Captain Pang look for Yan Song. While Captain Pang ran along, Luo Yunchang pleaded the old couple's case. Zhuo Fan knew they were innocent, only incited by the pygmies. Not even he could quell his rage when dealing with those freaks, not to mention others. So with another sign, the couple was released from their torment. The 2 came to the hall and bowed to Zhuo Fan, giving a look of gratitude to Luo Yunchang. Luo Yunchang gave Zhu Qingjian a cheering gesture. Sister, we look after each other. The females in the Luo clan were few in numbers. And with Zhu Qingjian often spending time with Luo Yunchang, their age may be different, but the 2 were now practically sisters. Yan Song had heard of Yan Fu's arrival and rushed to the hall. He first bowed to Zhuo Fan, then looked with joy for Yan Fu. He soon found him. Disciple. Yan Song's mouth trembled from the overwhelming emotion. Yan Fu was stunned. He looked at him long and said, Why, you're my master? Yan Song slipped for a second, then smiled. Ha ha ha, of course. I took Steward Zhuo's 8th grade pill and washed away the poison, making me dozens of years younger. Handsome, aren't I? I had told you many times if it weren't for training in the rainbow cloud palm from a young age, I'd be an elegant and refined gentleman, wooing thousands of girls with a mere wink. See, I wasn't lying. PFF. The people let a giggle slip. It was their first time seeing their alchemy house elder boasting like that, just like a certain vile steward they knew. Indeed, bad habits do rub off when standing so close, but Yan Fu shuddered and nodded. Yes, you really are my master. Master only boasts like that with me. That's our secret, master? Yan Fu fell to Yan Song's feet. Yan Song was tearing up too. Master and disciple, finally reunited like father and son. The rest didn't disturb them. Afterward, Zhuo Fan thought Yan Fu was too young to assume a position, so he made him an assistant. As for the 4 scheming demons, Zhuo Fan threw them somewhere far off, and only 3 days later was he reminded of them. He released their seal and gave them a tongue lashing. Ever since their return, under Zhuo Fan's tight supervision, The four were on their best behavior, and Blackwind Mountain finally knew peace after 5 long and nerve-wrecking years. Meanwhile, Fang Qiyubai and Dugu Zhanshan stepped foot in the imperial capital's palace with the Esoteric Debates Report, Chapter 346, Sun's Visit. Dugu Zhanshan and Fang Qiyubai greet His Majesty. The dignified emperor sat on the golden throne as the two bowed. The emperor waved for them to get up and asked, "You two have been supervising the esoteric debate in my stead. Tell me, what has come off of it? What surprises have cropped up?" The two nodded, and Fang Qiyubai took the lead. "Your Majesty, of the 6 dragons that had participated, Huangpu Qingshan, Yan Bangui, Yu Yushan, and Lin Xuan Feng died at Zhuo Fan's hands. Luo clan became the true winner." "What? That #1 genius in Tianyu, Huangpu Qingshan." The emperor was stunned. He had hoped for Zhuo Fan to mess with him, and that he only had a half chance of success. But then Zhuo Fan went all out and well beyond his duty, bringing him a wonderful piece of news. Regent Estate and the other house's future was now snuffed in the cradle. At the very least, a monster like Huangpu Qingshan wouldn't crop up anytime soon, and the Regent Estate's power remained in check. Taking a deep breath to control the overwhelming excitement, the emperor asked, "Anything else?" He may have quelled his body's reaction, but his beard was swaying from glee. That alone was enough to see what a thrill this news had become. Fang Qiyubai and Dugu Zhanshan hesitated. That was the good news, and what followed was the worst news ever. "Your Majesty, in the esoteric debate, Huangpu Qingshan revealed that he had a dragon vein soul. Even though the Regent Estate talked its way out, I believe they are intent on drawing out the dragon souls from the imperial family's dragon vein and rebel." "What?" The emperor slammed the armrest, glowering. "You're saying the Regent Estate has grown so bold as to go after the imperial family's dragon vein, and even had someone become the master of a dragon soul?" "Wait, that's not right. If Huangpu Qingshan has the dragon soul, he should be under the world's protection." "How can—" Fang Qiyubai and Dugu Zhanshan sighed. "I'm afraid your Majesty's assumptions are correct. Zhuo Fan is a man to be reckoned with. He killed Huangpu Qingshan and subdued Dragon Vein Soul, making the world quake for 9 days. From what I saw, he is a man who can change fate." The emperor's face darkened. "You mean to tell me Zhuo Fan has the dragon soul and has now become a rightful king by providence, no less?" "Yes. But although he has providence and dragon soul's protection, the wielder of dragon vein ruling the lands has been foretold by the high priest since 1,000 years ago. Over these years, the parish's prediction hasn't changed. There's just one thing I am unable to clarify. If dragon soul's protection was providence and heaven's blessing, why did Huangpu Qingshan end up getting killed? Is this a flaw in the prediction, or Zhuo Fan defies the heavens themselves?" Fang Qiyubai was pensive. The emperor said with cold eyes, "How did Zhuo Fan kill him? Bit him to death?" Dugu Zhanshan reported with his head hanging. The emperor was stunned. "Bitten to death? Did he eat him?" "Your Majesty, is something wrong?" Fang Qiyubai asked. What shocked the people was Zhuo Fan killing Huangpu Qingshan with none paying attention to how he did it. But from the emperor's reaction, it seems it held a deeper meaning. The emperor continued, "What happened afterwards? What was the reaction of the houses after Regent Estate's eldest young master died?" Regent Estate's hatred for Zhuo Fan ran bone deep, and when the kid returned to Dragon Cloud City, the 4 house lords besieged him, however. "What, you saved him?" The emperor eyed them. Fang Qiyubai sighed. "Your Majesty, the kid has the dragon soul now, and sooner or later will become a thorn in the imperial family's side. Thinking about how he has done so much for us, we couldn't just kill him ourselves. So letting the Regent Estate attack him was the best conclusion. That is why Marshal Dugu and myself did not interfere. However, Mad Dipper Lai Jingshan did." "Mad Dipper? Wasn't he Regent Estate's venerable? He went missing 6 years ago, but why did he suddenly show up to protect Zhuo Fan?" The emperor frowned. Fang Qiyubai shook his head. "I am not clear either. All I know is that he turned his back on the Regent Estate and sided with the Luo clan, becoming their elder. He also follows Zhuo Fan's orders to a fault. It was evident from Zhuo Fan's order to annihilate the regent estate. He didn't hesitate in attacking Huangpu Tianyuan and the others. What, regent estate was destroyed in Dragon Cloud City? Of course not. Fang Qiubai replied at the emperor's shock. If all the elders of regent estate died, the world would be in chaos, and that would only harm your majesty. That is why I stepped in. But Lai Jingshan was truly strong. He has already reached peak radiant stage. All I could do was fight him to a draw. I am deeply ashamed. The emperor's eyes shrank, incapable of believing what he was hearing. Luo clan, a third-rate clan, was actually hiding an expert that could tie with a divine dragon. Doesn't that mean the Luo clan is on the same level as the 7 houses? In fact, they are now second only to regent estate. In less than 10 years, that wretched clan has grown so much. In less than a decade, the emperor sighed. Fang Qiubai and Dugu Zhanshan sighed as well. The events were too astonishing. Zhuo Fan was incredible, capable of turning everything around. Who could turn a bunch of ants in such a short time into an elephant? Zhuo Fan, taking out the paper from his sleeve, the emperor sighed. Take a look. When the world quaked, Parish sent these words. The two read it, and after a pensive silence, they said to the emperor, May we ask what is your majesty's view of these words? I didn't understand at first, but listening to what transpired in Dragon Cloud City, I can guess now. The emperor stroked his beard. The earth dragon points at Huangpu Qingshan, representing the regent estate, while the celestial dragon ought to be Zhuo Fan descending from the heavens. When the two dragons collide, the land and rivers shall each call their king. This is the most worrisome part. The world will fall into chaos with kings appearing and Tianyu sundering. The two generals paled. If these words were true, the empire was at an impasse. Your Majesty, I may be close to the Luo clan, but for Tianyu's safety, allow me to march on Wingei's city. Dugu Zhanshan cupped his hands. The emperor waved his proposal. No, know yourself and your enemy, and you shall be ever victorious. The intelligence of the Luo clan is thin, to the point that we didn't even know of Lai Jingshan. It's obvious that Zhuo Fan is hiding deep secrets. And even if we do march on them, we can't do it without a good reason. It will only give others the chance to take advantage of the chaos. Then what shall we do, your Majesty? Dugu Zhanshan cupped his hands. The emperor grumbled about something, then spoke with a dark face. As per our promise, inform that all of the Luo clan has to come to the imperial capital for its reward, to receive their title as the 8 noble house. Call upon the clans of the land and the 7 houses to bear witness to this ceremony. Fang Qiubai's eyes lit up, catching the emperor's drift. He nodded. Your Majesty is wise. With so many experts gathered in the imperial capital, we won't have to lift a finger, as they will tear each other apart out of hatred and vengeance. Any misfortune that befalls the Luo clan now, even if by regent estate's insidious hand, would have nothing coming back to us. We will even see the Luo clan's true power come to light. That's 2 birds with 1 stone. No, it may very well be possible that the regent estate has long been powerless to deal with the Luo clan. I only wish to see the Luo clan's power to its full extent, ha ha ha. With a sinister laughter, the emperor's eyes shone. 3 months later, a red light shot before Blackwind Mountain. A 7-year-old kid appeared before the mountain, looking on with a sigh. This must be Dad's home, and it even has 5th grade arrays, not bad at all. Dad, I'm here. Open up or I'll bash my way in, the kid roared. The very next second, fog parted and Yan Fu walked out from within. Seeing the shouting kid, he was lost. Kid, where did you come from? Who told you to come here? Don't you know this is the Luo clan, the one even the 7 houses fear? I'll give you a thrashing if you keep shouting. TCH, a mere lackey is so cocky. The Luo clan's fame must be quite something. Not beneath those houses, at least. The kid grinned, ignoring Yan Fu and turning to the distant Blackwind Mountain peak as he assessed. Not bad. Dad picked the perfect place with ample spiritual energy. Yan Fu's face twitched and he snapped, Brat, you dare call me a lackey? Do you know who I am, who my master is? TCH, Showing off and talking about your backing proves loud and clear that you are, in fact, but a lackey. Yan Fu faltered, stunned speechless at the kid's flawless logic. He had gotten used to scaring others with his master's name. Even though for the last few years he was down on his luck. But after seeing his master, he was in high spirits, back to his same old habits. But getting mocked by a kid left a bad taste in his mouth. Even more so when the kid made perfect sense. Everywhere he went he'd show off his backing like a true lackey, as if he was afraid of getting a thrashing. Yan Fu sighed in the end. Out with it, brat, what do you want? I've come for someone. Who? My dad, Zhuo Fan? The kid stuck out his chin. Chapter 347, Monstrous Father and Son Duo. What? Gasping, Yan Fu stammered. Who did you say you were here for again? Zhuo Fan. And no, I mean, is Steward Zhuo your? Yan Fu gulped. The kid raised an eyebrow and spoke genially. My dad, why? What Steward Zhuo is your dad? Only now did the words register in Yan Fu's grinding mind. He gasped with bulging eyes. Steward Zhuo has a child. Why didn't he say anything? The kid put on his thinking cap. He probably didn't have the time, since the two of us only recently met. An out-of-wedlock child. Yan Fu's heart was pumping at full throttle as a cryptic smile formed on his face and he rubbed the kid's head. Little guy, wait here while I get your dad. The kid flicked Yan Fu's hand off. Listen, bud, I hate it when people touch my head. If not for being one of Dad's men, I'd pummel you into the ground and leave you to the wolves. Shivering, words left Yan Fu. The kid was so tiny yet packed a mean attitude, threatening him left and right. Just like Steward Zhuo. He now somewhat believed that the two were related. They were just too similar. Not to mention the kid sure was mighty, his hand was still stinging. SSS tilde gasping, Yan Fu cradled his inflamed hand and darted inside to report. This is breaking news. Zhuo Fan's loved child is at the door. In a jiffy, a stream of people rushed down the mountain with Luo Yuncheng in lead. The report had her thunderstruck, freezing on the spot. She should have known Zhuo Fan had other girls out there besides Chu Qingcheng and Ninger, with a child no less. That was the last straw. You damn player, once I get to the bottom of this, you're dead. Raging like a volcano, Luo Yuncheng stormed down the mountain along with Zhu Qingjian, Qiu Yanhai, Captain Pang, and many more joining the bustle. They were looking forward to meet their steward's son. With such an attitude, his child ought not to be as fiendish as his dad, no. But when they arrived, the kid looked so cute and bright, everyone just wanted to hug him. I didn't think the steward's son would be so adorable. His mother must be gorgeous. Zhu Qingjian's maternal instinct kicked in high gear. Luo Yuncheng's mood only sank, mirthless. But seeing the kid, she squeezed a smile as she asked, Little guy, is your dad really our Steward Zhuo Fan? Mind telling me your name? Are you calling me a liar? You, rude bint, I've come to see my dad. You all better not stand in my way and take me to him now, the kid snapped. Luo Yuncheng's face twitched. That was a first for a kid to call her a bint. The others were having a blast and broke out in laughter. Yan Song sized the kid and said, The child may be young, but quite spirited. His tone is just like Steward Zhuo's, as brash and egotistical. We no longer have to fear the Luo clan's decline. We even have the next steward, ha ha ha. Yan Song laughed, rubbing the kid's hair. But the kid's brow shivered and his face looked positively dark. Elder Yan is right. I find the kid clever, and with Steward Zhuo's teachings, we will have endless generations of stronger and stronger geniuses. Come, call me Uncle Pang. Captain Pang laughed, getting his turn to ruffle the kid's head, who only glowered. But the crowd hardly noticed or cared. A child was getting teased by adults. What could he do other than bear it? And so, after the second came the third, and on it went. Everyone rubbed his head and teased him. But the child's only reaction was an increasingly darker face. The last draw was when Qiu Yanhai came over laughing. But before he could speak, the kid flung his hand off and snapped. I told you not to touch my head. Take me to see my father? Oh my, he's pouting, ha ha ha, the spitting image of Steward Zhuo, Qiu Yanhai laughed, further aggravating the kid by rubbing his head again. You twerp, you are so young yet have such fire in you, just like your old man. A shame you don't have his strength. Look, I'm touching your head. What are you gonna do about it? I can't mess with your dad, so why don't I mess with you? Ha ha ha. Qiu Yanhai toyed with him until the kid's face was practically throbbing with rage. Zhu Qingjian poured more oil. Geezer, stop poking him. He is only a child. Worry about when his dad finds out that we teased his son and he'll come toy with us. Ha ha ha, what's there to fear? Steward Zhuo is in seclusion to nurse his wounds. He won't be coming out soon. A child's memory is like a fish anyway on the next day. He won't remember right twerp. Qiu Yanhai smirked. The kid snorted, quite right. I don't have a good memory. Because anybody that pisses me off, I'll make sure to deal with them on the spot. With a bang, the kid's tiny hand clamped on Qiu Yanhai's wrist like a vise. Qiu Yanhai felt his wrist about to break and paled. Nothing he did could get him out of the hold. Only now did he realize that the kid was more than he seemed, way more, while others were still blissfully oblivious. The kid's eyes left him cold and shivering. I don't need Dad for help. I'll let you have a taste myself. The kid flung Qiu Yanhai under the bug-eyed crowd, smack into the ground. Boom, Qiu Yanhai cracked the earth, the gap extending farther and farther. In a blink, it crossed a whole mile and passed into Wingay's city. Rumble, no one could believe their eyes as to how Wingay's city was suddenly sporting a bottomless gap. PFF. Qiu Yanhai coughed blood, filled with shock. What kind of monster is he? How does he have so much power to wound an 8th-layer radiant stage expert just like that? He had never imagined the kid would be so freakish. The rest went slack-jawed, with eyes wide as saucers. This 7-year-old scamp had the power to kill a radiant stage expert in one blow. What the hell? The people gulped from shock. That's Zhuo Fan's kid all right. Neither of them is normal but monsters, with the son even more outrageous than the father. Luo Yunchang forgot about her jealousy then and there. She stared at the previously adorable kid with raw fear. Letting go of Qiu Yanhai, the kid tended to his hair and mocked. Geezer, know what's good for you. If not for you being under my dad, I'd have snapped your twig of a body in two. Humph, try touching me again and see where that gets you. Qiu Yanhai felt like crying. He, a radiant stage expert and an elder, was manhandled like a child by a child. The others looked startled and their hands shivered. Who among them hadn't touched the kid's head? It was just Elder Qiu's rotten luck to do it last. If it were them, their entire skeleton would be dust by now. The crowd looked at the kid with even more fear, yet no less amazement. Zhuo Fan was a monster, but that didn't guarantee his son would be one too. At least not a freak of nature like this one. Holy hell! A 7-year-old kid can shoot down a radiant stage expert in one blow. How are the rest of us supposed to survive? Tears began to well in their hearts. Enough wasting time. Take me to my father. The kid spoke with pride after that little display. This time, the people were amiable enough to nod and led the way shivering. The kid held his head high, strutting before them as he walked into the Luo clan's manor. Just then, 5 figures appeared, Lai Jingshan and the 4 scheming demons. Seeing Luo Yunchang and the rest, Lai Jingshan asked, "What's wrong? What was all the commotion outside?" The faces of everyone sank as they pointed at the kid. Lai Jingshan merely looked at him and became a blundering, shivering mess. "I invincible scamp Gu Santong. What in God's name are you doing here?" Chapter 348. I want to use the killin' leg. Ah, it's that little monster, he just won't leave us alone. The 4 scheming demons hugged their heads and rolled on the ground in fear, and everyone went speechless. This was a first for all, seeing Mad Dipper frantic and the 4 fearless pygmies scurrying around like headless chickens. Then again, the power this kid showed was almost out of this world. Elder Lai, you know this child?" Luo Yunchang asked with a trembling lip. Lai Jingshan looked oddly at her. "See, child? Young miss, he may be a child to you, but to us, he is the oldest monster. Just 300 years ago, he threw Tianyu into chaos and defeated everyone. And now he is the strongest divine dragon of the imperial family, invincible scamp Gu Santong. We won't even be able to scratch him with all of us working together." What a shocker. All eyes on Gu Santong were now full of fear. Who could have seen that coming? Certainly not them. That a sweet, sweet child could be such an abomination. Qiu Yanhai was the most bitter. Glancing at the adorable Gu Santong, he felt like crying. If he had known the kid was a centuries-old freak, he wouldn't even get near him. Everyone was now trying to make sense of what this force of nature was doing coming to the Luo clan. But, isn't he Zhuo Fan's son? How can he be 300 years old? Luo Yunchang was skeptical. Lai Jingshan looked puzzled as well. Who told you that? He did? And the crowd had spoken, pointing at Gu Santong. Now it is Lai Jingshan's turn to be floored. He looked at Gu Santong's genial face filled with doubt. All the renowned experts cared about the world's view of them, and Gu Santong was no different. What possible reason would this almighty expert have to lower himself and say he was some guy's son? The non-committal Gu Santong had clearly admitted it to be the truth, leaving Lai Jingshan even more confused. "Where's Dad? Take me to him," Gu Santong said. Lai Jingshan hesitated but nodded in the end. "Wait a moment while I inform him." It wasn't long before he was back, but this time with an even odder look for Gu Santong. Steward Zhuo asked everyone and the child to come inside." Those words were enough for everyone to see that Zhuo Fan was indeed Gu Santong's dad. There would be no point for Elder Lai to call him child otherwise. Yet nobody had a clue about how a worldly expert, Tianyu's strongest divine dragon, ended up as his son. One thing was certain, though, they saw Zhuo Fan's handiwork in a whole new light. Only he could make this possible. Walking in a single file, they all marched into the Luo clan's main hall. Zhuo Fan was already seated with a bright smile. "Young Sanzi, it's been ages." "Dad?" Gu Santong skipped cheerfully in Zhuo Fan's arms. He didn't look like a 300-year-old monster to anyone, just a sweet child. But the instant he saw Zhuo Fan's empty right sleeve, his eyes snapped. "Dad, your right hand. Who did this to you? I'll kill them all." "No need, I've already handled it." Zhuo Fan shook his head. With Tianyu's factions in a delicate balance, he didn't want Gu Santong to be the spark that blew everything sky high and affected his plan. "And what are you doing here? It can't be that you're here just to see little old me." Zhuo Fan switched topics with a smile. Gu Santong nodded. "I came to give the Luo clan a decree. For the Luo clan's exemplary performance in esoteric debate, 3 months from now, the Emperor will bestow upon it the title of 8th noble house in the imperial capital, in front of the clans of Tianyu. All heads of the clans and houses will be there to celebrate." What? Everyone was stunned. Who would have thought the imperial family would hold up their word so fast? But it also worried them. Zhuo Fan had the dragon vein soul, and the Emperor's attitude would definitely change towards them. But by giving them a title in such a grand style while also inviting every clan, was there a hidden agenda that might affect the Luo clan? Zhuo Fan squinted, but smiled in the end. "Ha ha ha, I see. Now I know that you've come to give me this information. Thanks, young Sanzi. And how have they been treating you in the imperial palace? Do they feed you well?" Gu Santong's glee was replaced with heartache. "Don't remind me. Those stingy creeps only know to give me first and second-grade ingredients. Ever since I ate Dad's high-grade ingredients, those low ones seem stale." "Ha ha ha, then why don't you stay here for a little while and live it up like a young master?" Laughing, Zhuo Fan presented an ingredient rich in spiritual energy. Gu Santong perked up on the spot. "8th-grade ingredient? F for me? Of course. What's mine is yours." Zhuo Fan pushed the ingredient to a cheerful Gu Santong. At the side, Yan Song's heart was bleeding. That's an 8th-grade ingredient. With the secret alchemy art Zhuo Fan had taught him, he might even be able to refine a 9th-grade pill with that ingredient. Giving it away just like that is such a waste. But the pain had only just begun. Zhuo Fan waved Yan Song over. "Elder Yan, my son will be staying with us for a few days. He just loves ingredients. For every meal, you have to give him at least 1 6th-grade ingredient." "Got it." Face twitching, alchemist Yan Song's poor heart was at its limit. But since Zhuo Fan had commanded it, he could only suck it up and nod. Gu Santong was ecstatic, hugging his neck and kissing him. "You're the best dad in the whole world." All of this happened before a mute audience. Where did the fiendish monster go? In front of Zhuo Fan, he was nothing but a cute 7-year-old. All right, all right. Zhuo Fan waved, telling Gu Santong to get down as his face turned serious. Young Sanzi, there's something I must talk to you about. Perhaps you won't agree, but I must ask. Gu Santong cocked his head. Zhuo Fan sighed and said, Young Sanzi, I want to use the killing leg. What? Gu Santong cried. I know it is very dear to you, and I never intended to do this either, but now I have no choice. His eyes trailed to his empty right sleeve as he continued. If you don't agree, I'll have no choice but to force you to take it from me, or make you agree and have you resent me forever. Raising his arm, his thunder ring flashed as he looked Gu Santong straight in the eye. He knew how important the killing leg was to Gu Santong. It was his elder's remains that he treasured greatly. If he had just used it without even telling Gu Santong, there would always be a wall between them. It might even break off their relationship. Gu Santong's first godfather was a scholar who taught him to repay gratitude in kind. Before he made this request, Zhuo Fan had first dumped a pile of ingredients in this kid's lap, earning a few brownie points coupled with the statement, "What's mine is yours." Sharing the profits, forcing a great battle to take place in Gu Santong's heart. Zhuo Fan treated him like his kin, but to avoid any arguments in the future, he still came out clean to make Gu Santong give him the killing leg willingly. Zhuo Fan held his breath as he watched him. Gu Santong was silent for a long time before nodding. If it were anyone else, I'd definitely refuse. But like Dad just said, what's mine is yours. Ha ha ha, oh son, Zhuo Fan laughed, hugging him tighter and kissing him twice until Gu Santong giggled. The people in the hall sighed. Steward Zhuo was a true miracle worker to get so close with that little monster. They were no different from true father and son. Not to mention this monstrous duo would one day take the empire by the storm with no one to stop them. Everyone could practically see the two go on a rampage, and the Luo clan entering into an era of prosperity at the top. It was the right choice to come over to the Luo clan's side. Was the unanimous sentiment? Only Luo Yunchang didn't care much for interests, feeling her heart swell at the touching reunion. Zhuo Fan is no longer lonely. Zhuo Fan and Gu Santong chatted for a while, and then Zhuo Fan took him to have his fill of ingredients, especially high-grade ones. These were all taken from that 6th-grade spiritual beast's cave back in Beast King Mountain. Their amount was neither plenty nor few to start with. Yan Song was the alchemy house elder and was ecstatic at seeing them the first time, but now he had to watch them get stuffed down Gu Santong's gullet. In no time at all, almost none were left, much to the misery of the old man. Not that Zhuo Fan cared. As long as he could use the killing leg while Gu Santong agreed, he took it as a bargain. As for the ingredients, they were merely worldly possessions, nothing compared to the killing leg and the ongoing relationship he had with Gu Santong. 2 weeks later, Gu Santong's time was up and he had to leave, despite his reluctance. But before he left, Zhuo Fan gave him a pile of ingredients as snacks, making the separation somewhat bearable. When Gu Santong was gone, Luo Yunchang and the rest were preparing to leave as well for the imperial capital. But Zhuo Fan wasn't coming with them. He was almost completely healed, and what was left was to deal with his severed right arm. Then he would be reborn, with newfound power coursing through his veins 10s of times greater than before. Chapter 349, Killing Arm. Elder Lai, the safety of young Miss will be your responsibility on your way to the imperial capital. Myself and the other elders will meet you later. At the foot of Blackwind Mountain, Zhuo Fan patted Lai Jingshan's shoulder. Lai Jingshan nodded. Zhuo Fan let out a relaxed chuckle and left a few instructions for the rest before sending them off. He was letting Lai Jingshan go on this trip to the imperial capital out of fear that the other houses might harbor evil plans. In that regard, the tough and loyal Lai Jingshan was the best choice. When they were gone from his sight, Zhuo Fan took Zhu Qingjian, Yan Song, and the 4 scheming demons back to Blackwind Mountain. They soon arrived before the familiar misty forest. Zhuo Fan said, "I will enter seclusion for a few days, and you must protect me." No one is allowed entry into Blackwind Mountain's surroundings. Is that clear? Crystal? They all cupped their hands. Zhuo Fan relaxed and vanished among the fog. The rest assumed their role and guarded Blackwind Mountain from all directions. After arriving at a wide clearing, Zhuo Fan found it adequate and began to carve a familiar body refining array. The only difference was that this array was a great deal larger. When finished, Zhuo Fan's hand flashed, and he inserted tens of thousands of spirit stones into the array core with a wave. With a boom, a pillar suddenly shot for the clouds. This was the same Qilin leg he obtained from the Lightning Canyon, the one he was planning to make his new right arm from. But the effort to convert a sacred beast's leg into a human's arm was far too difficult. The scale of the Qilin leg alone posed a huge problem. Luckily, he had come prepared. With the shaping spring he got from Beast King Mountain, this problem was solved by itself. Shaping Spring's mystical ability would turn the Qilin leg into a human's arm and safely replace his lost limb. He had had this idea since the first time he heard of Shaping Spring. But because of the dangers involved, he had vetoed it. Yet the fight with Huangpu Qingshan had taught him to steel himself and throw away any hesitation. It's just a hand. How hard can it be? Grinning, Zhuo Fan sighed. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Zhuo Fan flew atop the Qilin leg and poured the shaping spring all over it. He then slowly floated back down, stepped out of the array and made a hand sign. A tremendous boom echoed, and the array exploded with light. Even the thick fog found it hard to conceal it. The elders outside were stunned, in the dark about Zhuo Fan's plan. Then the Qilin leg released a bloody glow echoing the array's own light. It trembled and crackled with lightning. At the same time, the white liquid on its surface slowly seeped in. It wasn't long before all of it was absorbed. Squinting, Zhuo Fan capitalized on the timing and changed his hand sign. Heaven and earth's sacred power shifts yin and yang. The Qilin leg will turn into an arm. All shall be fused as one, and the sacred arm will break the heavens. It started off with a buzz. The array released a ripple from its center, and the Qilin leg never stopped shaking. It reached the magnitude of an earthquake as even the surrounding mountains started rumbling, including Blackwind Mountain. Not even the 4 5th-grade arrays could take the strain when rocks fell everywhere. Qiu Yanhai, Zhu Qingjian, and the rest of the elder contingency were overwhelmed. What is Steward Zhuo doing? Is he going to wreck his own clan's foundation? The 4 scheming demons wailed as they panicked all over the place. The sky is falling. Only Zhuo Fan was stirred, seeing the Qilin leg shrink by half in a blink. The body refining array from the 9 Serenity's secret records was truly something to be able to refine even a sacred beast. The next part was crucial, fusing the sacred arm. Success would be achieved only when the Qilin leg would calmly rest below his right shoulder, or all of this effort would go to waste. I hope there won't be a rejection. This is, after all, the sacred leg from the mighty Qilin. Squinting, Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and focused on the shrinking red pillar. Once it was the size of an arm, he shouted and jumped inside the array. Ah! A wail of agony similar to the one in the All-Beast mountain range echoed. Zhuo Fan felt his body disintegrate under the onslaught of the thunderstorm within the array. What made it worse was that this pain was 100 times more excruciating than last time. Last time the array size was much smaller, and he had only used diamond sand and a 6th-level spiritual beast's wings. But this time, he thirsted to make the mighty Qilin's leg his arm. Weighting the price and the benefits of having it rest below his shoulder, he found it more than worth it. But not for the life of him did Zhuo Fan expect to endure such agony. Watching his body chipping away, his flesh splashing onto the array, Zhuo Fan's eyes widened with pain, ready to explode. This pain went beyond the conceivable realm. The last refining was but a bug bite by comparison. But Zhuo Fan held fast. The last time he had done it for Ninger, while this time he was doing it for everyone, so that Ninger misfortune would never repeat itself. Ah! Howling at the sky, the elders outside freaked out. They watched the misty forest with concern. Steward Zhuo, just what cultivation method are you practicing to make even a tenacious demon like you scream at the top of his lungs? In the array, Zhuo Fan's flesh floated about, and even his organs were gone. All that was left was his skeleton and his trembling eyes. Zhuo Fan would have been long dead by now in these circumstances, but within the array, his life force didn't scatter. Tilda the killing leg released a bloody glow, and Zhuo Fan's pieces of flesh flew around it and bathed in the red glow before shooting for his body and reforging it. With a long sigh, Zhuo Fan's heart eased. It's finally combining. This meant that the refining was nearing its end, bringing him one step closer to success. His thinking was quite logical. When the body was reformed, the refining would end. Although he didn't take into account the fact that the target of his refining was a sacred beast. Tilda the flying flesh reformed on Zhuo Fan's skeleton and released a pale red glow, with only the right arm missing from its place. And then the killing leg floated over, slowly approaching his shoulder to fuse. He didn't get to rejoice, though, as a heaven-shaking howl announced the trembling of the killing leg. A red glow flashed from the leg and pierced his brain. Zhuo Fan blanked out for a second and felt his head splitting, about to explode. A bellow like that of a savage beast tore through the deepest corners of his mind and knocked him out. I failed, sighing in his heart. This was his last thought before he passed out cold. A blood-red killing was roaring in his soul, wanting to tear the place apart. A mere human dares to covet my sacred body? You are judged unworthy. Roar. While the killing was having a literal blast in the depths of his soul, a dragon roar came from within Zhuo Fan's body. The dragon veins soul-charged at the killing. Zhuo Fan was now its master, and its duty was to protect him. It was aware that it was no match for the killing, but it was going to try and protect Zhuo Fan with its life. The killing only had disdain for the dragon's soul. Humph, if you were a celestial dragon, I would have graced you with a strike. But a tiny earth dragon dares to bar my path. The killing lifted its leg and stomped on the dragon's soul. Bam! The dragon's soul was kicked out of Zhuo Fan's soul and back into his dantian with the face of a kicked puppy. Master, I did my best, but it just wasn't enough. Ha ha ha, a snail dares contend with me. Die! The killing cackled and raved at the surrounding darkness. Ha ha ha, this human brat has some nerve. See how I'll tear your soul to smithereens. It didn't get the chance, though, as a sharp cry announced the pain in his back. A huge bird made of azure flame clawed at the tough Killin's back. Killin looked back in shock. You? Yes, old partner, I've chosen this kid, and one day he will return our help many-fold. You have long since died, and removing this grief from your soul will be for the best. The huge azure firebird exploded into flames and swallowed the Killin. With a tightening of its claws, the Killin vanished in a red glow. Then, the huge azure firebird vanished as well. Only then did Zhuo Fan's ever-throbbing right arm, the Killin leg, finally became still as it began to fuse with his body. Chapter 350, Comprehensive Advancement. I wasn't devoured. After a long time, Zhuo Fan opened his eyes and saw the clear blue sky. When the Killin leg connected to his shoulder, he felt a terrible resentment tearing at his soul. But what had him shocked was that a mere Killin leg, dead for God knows how long, was still bearing such strong resentment. As it came from a sacred beast, the magnitude was amplified. It had instantly cut off his consciousness before he could even cry for help. The last thought that went through his mind was a lament for having failed it all. The sacred beast's resentment pierced his soul, yet it didn't get destroyed. How am I still alive? Did the Killin resentment turn noble and let me off? Even he found that impossible. Resentment was a mass of rage. How could it develop a conscience? Zhuo Fan just couldn't make heads or tails of it. He shook his head in the end, crawling to his feet. Then he realized he had done that with his right arm. He looked at his right hand in shock, and a glowing red arm entered his eyes. The refining succeeded. He had turned the Killin leg into a sky-piercing Killin arm. Overjoyed, Zhuo Fan took in all the details of his new arm, yet it wasn't one bit different from his other arm. But when he moved his fingers, he could feel the space itself vibrate. The power behind his right arm was just as freaky as Gu Santong's. Zhuo Fan was confident that no one in Tianyu could match this arm of his. He wouldn't balk even against Gu Santong's attacks. Zhuo Fan was ecstatic and jumped in glee. But he could only jump to 1,000 feet of height above the mist. Zhuo Fan had forgotten that he had lost his wings and couldn't fly as a bone-tempering expert. So why was he still hovering here? I have advanced. Zhuo Fan checked his cultivation in a rush. Sure enough, the refining had jumped his cultivation into the 3rd layer of profound heaven stage. Not to mention the dragon soul's power within him had already fused with him and brought his body to a new level. Through the dragon power tempering and with the dragon soul within him, the power in his body shot had through the roof. Not even Huangpu Qingshan could match him now. And that wasn't even half of it. He found with great delight that Blood Infant had advanced as well. It had broken the shackles and advanced into the profound heaven stage. The profound heaven stage Blood Infant's speed had reached an unprecedented level. Not even a discerning field could catch up to it. Squinting, Zhuo Fan flexed his mind. Whoosh! A red glow flew out of him, took a tour of Blackwind Mountain's surroundings for 100 miles and was back inside in the blink of an eye. At the core of Blackwind Mountain, watching over the arrays, Zhu Qingjian and Qiu Yanhai were cultivating with closed eyes when they felt a chill pass through them. Old hag, did you feel that? Qiu Yanhai's eyes trembled. Zhu Qingjian nodded and gulped, as if something passed by. But why couldn't I sense it? It's all based on my instinct. You too, gasping, Qiu Yanhai's aged face shuddered. Then it mustn't have been just a coincidence. I felt the same. But why? Is there anything in this world that can fly past our divine sense without getting detected? If not for the instincts we honed through battles for a century, we wouldn't have felt the danger either. Yeah, just what was that? If it was a human, how dreadful would he be? We could never hope to reach him. Qiu Yanhai sighed, scratching his head. I only hope he has no ill will towards the Luo clan. In another area, the 4 scheming demons were on duty, to fend off anyone going into the misty forest where Zhuo Fan lay. But were these pygmies that bored? It didn't take 15 minutes before they were back to squabbling and fighting. And they had kept it at all this time. Whoosh, when the red glow flashed by, the 4 pygmies stopped mid-swing. Bro, did something pass by just now? Sly Demon frowned. Violent Demon's punch faltered, his eyes roaming about. No way. What could possibly pass us 4 heroic demons without so much as a sound? Such a thing doesn't exist in this world. Yeah, there's absolutely no way. Wimp Demon shook his head. The other 2 paused for a second before doing the same. That settles it. Now where were we? Violent Demon swung his hand with a grin. Sly Demon said, you were about to punch my face. Bam. And that was what Violent Demon did, smacking Sly Demon's nose. Ha ha ha, now I remember. I really wanted to bash your face in. Sly Demon returned blows, of course, right at Violent Demon's head. Thus, the 4 resumed their ever-bustling bonding. But just then, Zhuo Fan's dignified voice came from above Blackwind Mountain. Elders, come to the misty forest. Steward Zhuo was out. Zhu Qingjian and Qiu Yanhai rushed post-haste. Yansong came out of the alchemy house as well, flying to the forest. The 4 scheming demons stopped their sharing tough love and gathered at Misty Forest. Soon, all of the Luo clan's elders were watching the forest. Zhuo Fan walked out of the bloody fog and nodded. The elders saw that Zhuo Fan didn't only recover his arm, but had also reached the 3rd layer of profound heaven stage, leaping 4 layers in just 1 month. His speed was faster than a rocket. Monster. The word was on everyone's lips. How could Huangpu Qingshan possibly compare? He was just a novice. Zhuo Fan smiled. How long was I away? A month. Yansong bowed. Nodding pleasantly, Zhuo Fan said, Perfect, I just let my demonic creature check your situation. You've done well this month. What, it was you just now? Zhu Qingjian cried out. What is that demonic creature that moves so fast? Ha ha ha, I have many more tricks up my sleeve. You will get to see them in time. Zhuo Fan replied with a vague smile, which only made the others more baffled. Just how many tricks is Steward Zhuo Fan hiding to catch everyone off guard? Truly frightening. Even though they were radiant stage experts, they were like kittens in front of a tiger when Zhuo Fan was around. From what I saw, that was a quick reaction. Elder Q and Elder Zhu, you're quite sharp. Elder Yan is still in profound heaven stage, so it's fine, and he is quite dedicated to alchemy, too. Only you four, what the hell is wrong, you shits? Zhuo Fan's smile turned demonic as he glared. I told you to defend this place, yet all you do is squabble. Talk, how should I punish your negligence of duty? Shuddering, the four put on hurt looks in sync. A steward Zhuo, anything but the bloodworms. Any other punishment is fine. How about you beat us up? Sly Demon pleaded, raising an eyebrow. Zhuo Fan laughed. You must be thinking I can't hurt you to ask for that, right? Fine, we'll do it your way. I'll beat you silly. The four were ecstatic. With Zhuo Fan's tiny cultivation in comparison to theirs in the 6th layer of profound heaven stage, he couldn't even make it sting. As long as the bloodworms were out of the picture, even standing there and taking Zhuo Fan's hits, they figured Zhuo Fan's fist would be the one hurting in the end. The four showed crafty smiles. Zhuo Fan didn't mind, merely eyeing them coldly as he spread his arms. Take your pick, left or right. Ha ha ha, whichever you wish. Violent Demon laughed nonchalantly. With a snicker, Zhuo Fan stretched out his left arm and said, Left it is, so I won't beat you to death and waste all the effort dumped into you the past 5 years. Transformation, Zhuo Fan roared in his mind.